You are listening to Cashing Out, Book 3 of the Nadia Wolf series. Written by Nicolette Pierce. Copyright 2013. Audio copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Chapter 1.
David, hurry! I think there's something wrong with Nadia.
Maya urged from the doorway. There's nothing wrong with me, I growled as I nailed the punching bag. There is, however, something wrong with men. David strolled into my bedroom with Maya close on his heels.
See? This is why I called you.
Maya explained.
She's punching a bag. There's nothing to worry about.
But she never punches the bag unless you force her to, and her eye keeps twitching. She won't tell me what's going on.
Nadia, do you want help with technique?
No, I want to punch this stupid bag until it falls apart.
I told you there's something wrong.
It would fall apart faster if you improved your technique.
David said, failing to see the bigger picture as most men tend to do. Or perhaps just ignoring the bigger picture since it leads to feminine emotions.
David, stop encouraging her. I want to know what's going on.
He sighed at his wife's insistence.
Nadia, why are you trying to murder your punching bag?
I'd rather murder a couple of people, but that'd be considered a felony. I growled and kicked the bag as hard as I could.
Is this about Grayson? We all want to beat the tar out of him, but he has cut off all communication.
It's not all about him. Just let me beat this bag.
You heard her, Maya. Let's go home and let her work out her aggression in peace.
David, this is not peaceful at all. She's going to hurt herself.
Her lips threatened to pout.
Keeping problems bottled inside hurts a person too. We'll check on her later.
Maya's mouth twisted as she decided whether to listen. I gave her a mental salute for not blindly following him. Although I'd be happy if she'd listened to David just this once.
Nadia, do you promise not to hurt yourself and call as soon as you're done assaulting the poor bag?
Okay, I agreed so she would leave.
And you have to tell me what this is about.
She demanded, as David attempted to shoo her from the room. Ask your brother-in-law. I slammed my fist into the bag.
You know I can't reach Grayson.
I meant the other one.
Ian, what did Ian do?
Maya's eyes widened. As I sidekicked the bag, sweat trickled into my eyes with a raw sting. I blinked the sweat away, continuing my assault.
Nadia, stop for a minute and tell me what's going on.
I stopped for a breath and leaned on the bag. With everything that's happened over the last few weeks, I've been inching closer to the proverbial breaking point. Ian was kind enough to finish the job. I pushed myself from the bag and delivered a growling right hook. It felt good.
I still don't get it. I thought you didn't know Ian. Isn't he in Africa?
She asked David. David eyed me.
I have a feeling he returned. Maya, why don't you give us a few minutes to work on the bag? She'll be back to normal soon.
Her lips turned into a slight pout.
I'll go visit Frankie for a few minutes, but I demand an answer when I get back.
As she walked out of the apartment, David turned toward the punching bag.
I'll call the punches. Make sure they're solid and keep your wrists straight. I don't care about strength, just accuracy. Gloves up.
I positioned myself in front of the bag with my gloves up and ready.
Right hook, left hook, uppercut, jab. Repeat 100 times.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Go!
Damn the Miller brothers. Right hook. Damn men. Left hook. Screw this. I'm a strong woman. Uppercut. I'm independent and strong. Jab.
Faster.
David called. I don't need men in my life. Right hook, left hook, uppercut, jab. Men suck. Right hook, left hook, uppercut, jab. Tackle bag. The force of the tackle tipped the bag over, taking me with it. I wrestled with it, hitting and kicking until my mind numbed.
Nadia?
The voice drifted to me like it had at a different time in a different apartment. I kicked back from the bag. Dagor. Holy crap. There's something wrong with me. I wheezed, wiping the sweat from my eyes. Perhaps a few tears as well,
There's nothing wrong with you.
David assured as he helped me up and righted the toppled bag. I think I just went berserk.
Well, maybe a little, but you've been under a lot of stress lately. Grayson being an idiot doesn't help.
This time it's not about Grayson. David, I was the idiot.
What do you mean?
A shriek echoed through the staircase, and footsteps followed in quick succession.
Nadia! Oh my God!
Maya burst into the room with blonde ringlets bouncing every which way. She latched onto me with a giant Maya-style hug.
Why didn't you tell me? I knew we were going to be sisters-in-law. I just didn't think you'd marry Ian.
David caught himself before his jaw swung open. A bewildered look permeated his otherwise strong and in-command features. I shrugged, not knowing what to say.
When did this happen?
2 nights ago after the trophy fiasco, I muttered, inspecting the floor for large holes I could fall through. I'm so stupid.
Where is he?
I don't know. Nope. No holes.
When was the last time you saw him?
At Lost City the morning after. I'm sure you have a ton of questions, I sighed. Let me just rinse off and I'll explain. Or attempt to. David gave a tight nod. I scurried to the bathroom and jumped into the shower. How am I going to explain what happened when I'm still confused? And where is Ian? After I ran from the hotel, I hadn't heard from him. Granted, that was less than 48 hours ago, but I'd think he'd want to talk. Or file for an annulment, at least. I was all for an annulment. I didn't even know Ian, so the last thing I wanted was to be his wife. Oh, crap. I'm a Miller. I bet the paperwork shows that I'm Nadia Miller. I'll have to check the chapel files later. I let the thought settle as I finished my shower. 3 months later. Since my banishment from Lost City Casino, I've searched for a new casino to call home. Frankie found an online list of casinos operating under Grayson's Rotunda casino empire. I steered clear of all of them. The Backlash Casino was 5 miles from the Strip. It had plenty of play at the tables and was comfortable enough to call home. There was no one to bother me. It was so far off from mainstream casinos that I was confident Grayson wouldn't step foot in it. I sat at the table, shuffling my chips and listening to the repetitive clicks as they fell together on the worn felt. Caleb still played at Lost City, unaware of my current problems. I've been dodging his efforts to contact me. Grayson, as far as I know, was still in his ivory tower with Fiona. I assume Remy's stewing in his limo. The only Miller I see is Maya, since she's impossible to ignore. The last thread of information was that David was searching for Ian. It seems he jumped ship as quickly as I did. I'm still married to Ian, a fact that I've tried to ignore. Annulment is the only option, but I refuse to fill out the paperwork alone. If Ian was dumb enough to marry me, he should have to fill out papers too. I peeked at my dealt hand. It was a playable hand, but I had reached my capacity to think clearly. Playing while emotional would leave me penniless. A constant battle these last few months. I threw in the hand and packed my bag. I cashed out with $200 fattening my pocket. Not a bad haul, considering. Driving home on Sergio's scooter, I found myself smiling. Something that hadn't spontaneously happened in a while. I wondered at it. Perhaps I'm done with the anger stage. The crying and self-pity stage only lasted for a couple of days. I'm not normally a crier, and having a wet, puffy, red face was extremely unpleasant. My first plan was to wait out Ian and force him to file an annulment with me. I figured I'd need his signature anyway. My second plan was to scrape up enough money to take a vacation. Alone. The vacation spot would have to be somewhere close and cheap. Somewhere isolated and quiet. Camping. That's close and cheap. Maya and Frankie wouldn't dare come looking for me when there's a possibility of bugs and other crawly creatures. I grinned. I'll research tonight and head out on the road in a few days. Maybe a week if I can't come up with the money right away. I pulled into All Celebrities Chapel and found my way to Frankie's apartment on the 2nd floor. Frankie? I knocked on the door.
Come in.
he called. I opened the door and stopped. Where are you? Yards and yards of colorful fabric cascaded through the apartment, hooking and weaving through the furniture.
I'm over here.
I detected fabric moving near his couch. What's going on? He poked his head out from the fabric with a twinkling smile.
Behold, the newest costume creation.
It's very colorful, but I don't think you need all this fabric for one costume.
Normally you'd be correct, but this costume transcends all costumes.
Okay, you've piqued my interest. What's the costume?
You know the movie Around the World in 80 Days?
I nodded, still perplexed.
I'm making the hot air balloon. It'll hang on the ceiling and I'll be in a basket hanging from it. The basket's bottom will only be a foot or so in the air. I'll line the floors with stuffing so it looks like we're in the clouds.
This is a huge undertaking. How long will it take to finish?
With your help, it should only take a few days.
I inched toward the door. I'm really busy. He tisked.
No, you're not. You sit and stew in your apartment like you're the first person that's ever gotten drunk and married. Hello. That's 90% of my clients. If it wasn't for booze killing brain cells, I'd be broke and on the streets, or working at one of those adult stores for minimum wage while scary men hit on me.
He smiled, enjoying the thought.
By the way, you still owe me for the wedding.
I don't owe you anything. Find Ian if you want to get paid. In fact, I think you owe me gig money.
That money went to repair Lucille and your kitchen.
Frankie, there's still a hole in my wall.
But your window is fixed, isn't it? And I've been very sympathetic. I haven't even signed you up for gigs lately. I had a couple of possibilities that were excellent paying too. Although,
He paused thoughtfully.
perhaps it's for the best. I heard those mud wrestling girls can be tough and play dirty.
He chuckled at the pun.
Your skin would glow, though. And you need a little glow. Your skin looks like a dried cut of beef.
I swallowed a sigh of relief that I'd dodged that bullet of another gig. Well, I need to scrape up some money for a vacation, but no gigs, I added. His eyes perked.
A vacation is just what I need. Where should we go? Hollywood? Hawaii?
Sorry, Frankie, but I'm going alone. I need some quiet time. Alone, I reiterated.
What kind of boring-ass vacation is that? What you need is a frozen drink, a beach, and a visual feast. Like surfers or beach volleyball. When should we go? Now that Vivian has her license, she can officiate weddings. I can finally get some needed R&R.
He jumped from the couch and hopped his way through the flowing fabric.
Just leave this to me.
He unburied his computer and plopped down.
I'll have our vacation booked in less than an hour.
I want to go by myself. He tisked.
Nobody wants to go on a vacation by themselves. And you have no taste for vacation planning. You'll end up in a desert with a pop-up tent and a snake in your sleeping bag.
At least I'd be alone, I said, wondering how he'd figured out my vacation plan. Minus the snake.
Just because your pride is a little bruised doesn't mean you should dig yourself a hole and lick your wounds. What you need is action, entertainment, and men. Come back in an hour and we'll finish the balloon while I tell you about our vacation destination. Oh, you got another postcard from your husband. I stuck it under your door.
Once again, bulldozed by Frankie, I thought, as I wandered upstairs to my apartment. Although, alcohol on the beach sounded like it could soothe my nerves better than a pop-up tent with a snake. Knowing Frankie, he'd fling himself into tourist life, which would leave me time to find a secluded spot and breathe. Hello, Gus. I greeted my tubby gray cat as I walked through the door. He cracked open one eye and grunted. A hind leg inched up to scratch a pesky itch, but he decided it wasn't worth the effort and let it fall back into napping position. I have a surprise for you, and no, it's not hot dogs. That comment resulted in an ear twitch and an eye blink. It's diet cat food. The vet promised you won't know the difference and will be less likely to attack innocent people. I pulled the food from the kitchen cupboard and filled his bowl. I'd purchased the food a week ago, but had been too chicken to make the switch. His favorite food was running low, so it was now or never. The sound of nibbles falling into the bowl caught Gus's attention, and he stretched lazily before descending the doggy stairs. He meandered over with a slight after-nap waddle. Look at the yummy food. I'm sure it tastes really good. He seated himself near the bowl and sniffed. A slow head turn and a twitchy blue-eyed scowl told me he wasn't happy about the change. I sprinkled in some of his favorite kitty bites to entice him. He took another sniff and decided it was okay. I let out a breath of relief. Enjoy your new food. I picked up the postcard from the floor. A lone weathered elephant stood in the middle. The number 2 was written on the back. I tossed it into the pile with the rest of the postcards from Ian. The first postcard that had arrived had carried a glimmer of hope that Ian at least remembered that he was married and would hopefully come back soon to annul it. As more postcards arrived with less information, hope dwindled. It was time for me to act on my own. Take matters into my own hands. Tomorrow. As I emerged from the bathroom a few minutes later, Gus was positioned in front of the door, waiting to ambush me. Didn't like it? He let out a low growl. You have to try. I'll sprinkle the last of your kitty bites in there. He followed me to his bowl and plopped down. Be a good boy and eat. My phone vibrated. I double-checked the caller ID. There were too many people I avoid these days to answer the phone without looking.
How are you?
Maya cooed. Ever since Ian took off, she's treated me like a porcelain doll teetering on the edge of a high shelf. Maya, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me.
But I feel so terrible about everything you're going through. Grayson is clueless and Ian left you stranded. I told David I'd hire him just to irritate them to death.
I chuckled. I'm sure he'd do it for free. However, there's no need. I'm planning on taking a relaxing vacation, but Frankie decided to come along. In fact, he's planning the trip right now. Maya squealed.
I'm coming over right now. I'm going too.
What about David?
What about him? He's chasing after Ian right now.
Where is he?
He jumped on a plane heading to Africa yesterday.
I gulped. Please tell me he didn't do this for me. I don't want Ian cuffed and carried home in a potato sack so that he's forced to do right by me.
Don't be silly. David is worried about Ian. If you knew Ian better, you'd know that he doesn't just marry girls and then take off. Something is wrong. Even though he shouldn't have left you, there's a reason he did. I don't think I've ever seen David more worried.
Oh, I mumbled, my thoughts lost in a kaleidoscope of theories.
David will get it sorted out. You know he won't stop until we're all a big happy family.
I let the happy family reference slide. Her heart was in the right place.
I'll be over in 10 minutes. Bye.
By the time Maya arrived, Frankie had the destination picked out. Maya giggled and gasped as he showed pictures of our upcoming LA trip. Frankie, we don't have money for this, I said. Maya frowned.
I would help, but David put me on a budget. I'll probably be able to scrounge enough for a hotel room.
It'll only cost a couple of $1,000 altogether. We'll drive Lucille to the coast to cut costs. We'll stay in this swanky upstart hotel. Since their grand opening is soon, they're giving out promotional deals like crazy to draw vacationers. It's near the beach. See?
I scrolled through the online pictures. It looked modern, clean, and heavenly. The perfect distraction. And the money? I asked.
Don't I always have a plan?
Yes, but it usually involves me. He waved his hand as though a gnat floated by.
I have a solution. It'll only take a few minutes of your time. You'll even have money left after the vacation is paid off.
How come I don't believe you? I asked dryly. I've never seen a penny for any of the gigs you've forced me to do.
Sometimes you have to spend money to make money. Anyway, this is a powder puff gig.
He clicked onto a web page with a woman punching the air with boxing gloves. Her dark hair fell lightly about her face, framing her pretty smile with cherry-red lips. I'd fight her? I asked, thinking he must be joking.
Actually, you wouldn't fight at all.
Then what would I do? I refuse to punch anyone.
You take a fall and she win. There's no hitting involved.
Take a fall? Frankie, you've come up with some weird gigs before, but this one isn't sitting well. Actually, none of them sat well. but this one.
Look at her. She's a powder puff. You've been wailing on that bag of yours for months. I know. I've had to listen to it. You could beat her with one arm tied behind you.
I thought I was taking a fall.
Exactly. You won't hurt her and she won't hurt you. It'll be the easiest 5,000 you'll make.
I'm not doing it.
Then we can't go on this fabulous vacation. Look at the sunset. Look at these men. Can you tell me 10 seconds in the ring wouldn't be worth it?
Not even 1 second. I headed to the door to escape.
Don't forget you're working tonight.
He called as I slipped through the door and out of his clutches. Chapter 2. Lenny tromped through the door.
I only have 2 tonight.
He grumbled, holding the door open for the 2 couples. No drink special? I asked, finding it odd that Lenny couldn't round up more.
Tons of specials all over the strip.
He said, ushering the couples to the waiting area.
I think it's those damn fairy yahoos. They've been encroaching on my turf for weeks now.
Dorothy minus Toto peeked in the front.
Where are all the couples?
I was just telling Nadia I think Fairy Tale Chapel is stealing my haul.
Dorothy thought a moment.
Nadia, get these 2 couples set up and then swing by the Fairy Tale Chapel with Lenny. We've been losing customers left and right.
Frankie, I should stay here. There could be walk-in customers, I urged, hoping I didn't have to endure a confined space with Lenny.
There haven't been walk-in customers for days. Investigate for me.
But
No buts.
he clicked his glittery red shoes together 3 times and returned to the chapel. I withheld an eye roll. It nearly killed me. Lenny, give me 10 minutes. I helped the couples as quickly and efficiently as possible, even though one woman kept snickering and writing Tin Man instead of her name. I ushered the first couple to the aisle and turned on the music. My eyes caught on Vivian and Bernie, who were dressed as poppies and swaying to Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Let's go.
Lenny tugged on my arm.
I'm losing commission by the second.
We hopped onto the old school bus Lenny used as the chapel's shuttle. Perhaps you're losing customers because this bus is really ugly.
Everyone loves this bus.
Lenny preened, flipping on the interior party lights. Neon lights streaked the ceiling. A disco ball whirled in the rear corner, twirling spots of light. The music thumped through the bus, vibrating the seats. Lenny, turn it down, I shouted over the music.
This is how I bait them.
He gave his bare-breasted hula dancer a flick and revved the clunky engine. I sat in front with fingers stuck into my ears. Thankfully, Fairy Tale Chapel wasn't too far away, 2 miles at the most.
I'm telling you, this reeks of Prince Charming. I'm sure he's leading an assault on the entire chapel industry.
I think you're being dramatic.
Not so. I think he's mapped my route and is picking up couples before I get there.
Change your route.
My route is gold. I've spent years developing it. I'll be damned if he's going to steal it from me.
All good things must come to an end.
Just keep an eye out for their bus.
What does it look like?
Like a lumpy, over-glittered pumpkin.
I kept my eye on the road and walkways until Lenny pulled alongside the Fairy Tale Chapel. Costumed workers dressed as fairies fluttered and played between beams of light. The Fairy Tale Chapel castle was on the small side as far as castles go, but was complete with drawbridge and moat. Flags waved on each of the 4 turrets. The pumpkin bus is in the parking lot, I said. They aren't stealing your customers.
Look in the front window. They're packed solid. They already finished their route. My route.
Prince Charming stepped from the drawbridge. A smile slipped into place as he eyed our idling bus. Lenny wrenched open the bus door and stepped out.
Gentlemen do not spy on their competition,
Prince Charming stated. His eyes raked over the bus. Disgust wrinkled his otherwise handsome features. He really does look like Prince Charming, I noted. Lenny shot me the same look of disgust.
He's wearing makeup and tights. He even has white girly gloves.
I don't judge.
What ails you? We're up to our coffers in marital bliss.
I came to warn you, stop using my route or I'll have to.
Have to what?
Charming's groomed brow arched.
Certainly you can't imagine your rundown chapel can rival ours.
Charming flicked an imaginary speck off his crisp white tunic.
It's better. We don't have lame fairies and a stupid prince.
No, 'tis true, you have Frankie.
Charming gave a sad nod.
He's infinitely worse. And his staff is...
Charming's eyes traveled over Lenny and stopped quite low.
lacking.
I cringed. Lenny's face exploded in crimson.
Take that back.
Charming smirked.
I can't take back what is true.
Then it's a challenge?
A challenge would require a worthy opponent.
He chuckled. Unfortunately, I chuckled too. His eyes sought to find the voice.
A beautiful maiden in this wastrel's carriage.
Lenny turned to see the beautiful maiden. When it was only me in sight, he snorted.
That's just Nadia.
The beauty has a name. Nadia. Such a name tastes of sweetness on my lips.
It was my turn to snort at such a display. No wonder the goofball gets so many women to flock to the chapel. If I was drunk and in need of beautiful words, albeit sappy ones, I'd come here rather than all celebrities.
Thy fair maiden has a honeyed laugh. 'Tis music to my ear.
That's it.
Lenny poked Charming's nose.
Challenge accepted.
Charming sighed and slowly, finger by finger, pulled off his glove, slapping Lenny smartly across the face with it. Lenny sputtered. Giggles spilled. I couldn't control them. Lenny was so wound up he couldn't see how ridiculous this was.
Name your second.
Charming demanded.
Frankie.
Then the challenge begins. By the new moon, we shall see who has had the most couples grace their chapel.
Beginning tomorrow.
Lenny scowled.
You already stole my customers tonight.
He bowed his assent.
It wouldn't be fair otherwise.
What are the stakes?
Lenny asked.
Other than bragging rights?
Lenny gave a tight nod.
May I suggest a prime billboard of the winner's choosing?
A billboard?
Charming smiled, white teeth flashing.
Bragging rights in its most glorious and monumental form, total humiliation for you and your master.
Lenny grunted.
Deal, and stay off my route.
'Tis a public road well traveled.
Charming stepped back.
Now vacate my land, or the fairies shall be upon you.
Lenny snorted.
And what can they do? Sprinkle fairy dust on me?
He scoffed and batted his hands like diminutive fairy wings.
Fairies, do your worst.
Charming called, growing bored of Lenny. He turned and stepped to the front door while fairies surrounded the bus. Lenny? I eyed the fairies that, upon closer inspection, they looked like feral gnomes. And even though they were wearing tights and wings, it did nothing to soften their appearance. Perhaps that's why they darted between the light beams and not directly in them. I think we should leave. Now, right now. Lenny bolted into the bus as they closed in. He slammed the door shut and stepped on the pedal, chugging down the road before the fairies ambushed. Lenny, you know this is crazy, right? You're competing with Fairy Tale Chapel. Even on our best nights, we still can't win.
I've got a plan. Frankie said he'll install a soda machine on the bus. I'll rig cheap boxed wine into the carbonation system to make sparkling wine. Girls love sparkling wine. Tickles their nose and stuff.
Lenny scratched his round belly.
What the hell is a new moon?
I peeked at the 2 cards placed in front of me. King and 2. I really need a vacation. I can't even think how to play this hand. I sighed and tossed the hand to the dealer.
Sighing is a tell.
Roy said. I smiled up at him. How did you find me?
Word gets around, especially if Gloria's yapping. Why are you playing at this dive?
It's not a dive. The backlash is so retro, it's trendy.
Let me buy you a drink and we can talk. You're throwing your money away.
I gathered my belongings and followed Roy to the nearest bar. When we were settled and drinks were 2/3 gone, Roy said,
Spill it.
There's nothing to spill.
Then why aren't you playing at Lost City?
Grayson banned me from Lost City. I twirled the straw in my drink. Roy downed the rest of his and signaled for another, forging strength to talk what was ultimately girl talk. I detected a small shudder.
So, you two had a falling out? That crap happens all the time. Why did he toss you out?
Because I forced my way in to see him. Remember Fiona from that horrible party Maya threw?
The Nadia revival party?
Roy smirked and nodded.
Yeah, she was quite a little number. You didn't go green-eyed monster jealous, did you?
My eye twitched. A little, but it had to do with Daigor. I told him the story of Sergio's family and Daigor's involvement. By the time I finished retelling Daigor's death, we were on our third round of drinks. Roy looked as if he wanted a car to flatten him as well.
So now you can't return to Lost City.
He summed up. Right.
But once he knows what happened, I'm sure he'll let you back in. It's not the same without you. I'm actually losing money.
He chuckled when I shot him a narrow glance. I shrugged. He might have, but I went and did something completely stupid. Roy sighed into his drink.
Lay it on me.
I married his brother. I didn't mean to. I just woke up and... I pulled out the pink plastic vending machine ring from my pocket.
Shit.
I'm pretty sure I said the same thing.
Since you have the ring, I'm assuming you haven't annulled it yet.
I shook my head. I was waiting for Ian to return. He's in Africa.
Have you heard from him?
I have a pile of postcards, but most of them don't have messages. Roy scratched his head. A tuft of thinning hair stuck out from the disturbance. Something across the room caught his attention. I followed the direction of his eyes and froze. Grayson. What's he doing here? I asked, willing my stalled heart to beat again. Roy shook his head.
I don't know, but she's here too.
I watched as they walked through the lobby. Is no place safe from him? I thought for sure he only stayed on the strip.
I guess you were wrong.
We watched as suits from the Backlash met Grayson and Fiona in the lobby. Several handshakes and smiles later, they headed toward the back offices. My eyes trailed their progression, never losing sight of Grayson and his exquisitely tailored suit. Cut to perfection. My mouth dried. Damn him. Why would he need to meet with the executives here? I had an inkling, so I flagged the bartender. Did Backlash get bought out? I asked.
It's still on the down low,
He said with a nod.
Do you need a refill?
Roy winced as my eyes narrowed and my knuckles turned white from strangling the glass.
I think we'll just need the bill.
He said. My safe place. Gone. Desperation for a vacation grew stronger. Dangerously strong.
Just the person I was looking for.
Frankie called. Where are you? I asked, scanning the chapel to locate him in the mass of fabric and stuffing.
I'm up here.
Frankie teetered on a ladder, attempting to hoist the balloon. You're going to kill yourself.
I nearly did 3 times already. Can you raise the balloon so I can hook it?
I gathered the fabric and lifted what I could. Why don't you have Lenny help you?
He's busy getting the soda machine operational.
Do you think you'll win the challenge? Frankie scowled at the fabric.
Of course we'll win. I checked the calendar. The new moon is in 10 days. It gives us this weekend and next weekend to bust ass. You'll need to put in extra hours.
I was hoping for a vacation.
Take a vacation later. It'll give you time to pack and plan. We can still go on the LA vacation.
That would work. I can take on extra hours. I've been somewhat stale at the tables. Will you help me find a different casino? Frankie looped fabric on a hook and glanced down.
It took us forever to find Backlash.
He held up his hand to tick off the reasons on his fingers.
It's not owned by Rotunda. It's off the strip, and it's fairly clean and safe.
Grayson just bought it. Frankie hissed a low breath.
Damn. He's going to be even richer.
I need money, and fast. I have to get out of here. I'm losing my mind. Everywhere I go is a reminder of Grayson.
I have the perfect solution, but you're too chicken.
You mean the fight? I eyed him.
You saw the girl on the website. She's a lightweight.
Frankie climbed down the ladder and marveled at his balloon that spread across the ceiling, giving the viewer a three-dimensional impression of a balloon in flight.
Help me spread the stuffing so it looks like we're floating in the air.
I broke open a bag. Do you think I could win?
You don't have to win, just stay down and they'll pay you $5,000.
I don't want any more black eyes. I tossed white fluff.
We'll practice. Like when actors pretend to get hit. They don't actually get hit, but it looks like it.
I was desperate. It couldn't be any worse than the other gigs he'd signed me up for. I guess we could practice. Frankie tossed fluff into the air in celebration.
We'll be on a beach in 11 days.
When's the fight?
Tomorrow night. They're desperate to find a replacement. One boxer bowed out. Maybe her arm was broken. I can't remember.
Tomorrow night. And they haven't been able to fill the spot with a real boxer? My Frankie alarm blared.
It helps to know important people. I told them not to worry because I have the perfect boxer. I'll fix up my black silk robe for you. It already has a dragon on the back. We'll call you Lady Dragon. Or Dragonette. Oh, how about the Dragon Slayer?
You told them I'd fight before I agreed?
You were going to agree eventually. In fact, you just did. A gig like this is too good to pass up.
Anger flicked and burned. I stomped to the staircase with a growl before my reactive fists could flatten Frankie.
We should practice soon.
Frankie called to my retreating back. Chapter 3. I'm not doing this, Frankie, I barked as he shoved boxing gloves onto my hands.
I told you before you won't get hurt. Just take a dive like we practiced and we'll get paid $5,000. Do you know how many sunsets and margaritas that will buy? Think of sculpted volleyball players glistening with suntan oil and sweat, or toned surfers in skin-tight rubber. We need money for all those sights and sounds. Just get in there and drop as she swings. Make it look real, otherwise we don't get paid. And there'd probably be a lawsuit or two, not to mention, you'd look like an idiot.
Refresh my memory. How did you get this gig? I'm not a boxer and I'm banned from Lost City Casino. I scanned the Lost City main events room, praying a security guard would spot me and escort me from the premises. I never expected my eyes to fall on Grayson. Damn, not again. I figured he was locked in his penthouse playing boss and secretary with Fiona. Or maybe at the Backlash Casino he stole from me.
I know a guy who knows a guy.
Frankie explained, not noticing I'd stopped breathing a minute earlier.
Anyway, you're on the bill as Dragon Breath. No one knows it's you.
Dragon breath? So I'm supposed to slay her with my bad breath? Frankie's nose wrinkled.
Didn't you brush your teeth?
Of course I did. You're the one who named me Dragon Breath.
As in fire-breathing dragon. Oh, I didn't think of that. That's unfortunate.
My eyes followed Grayson as he skirted the room to reserved seats. Fiona was barely a step behind. Her aqua dress clung to her perfect body, accenting her fashionably styled strawberry blonde hair and other ample features. I can't do this, Grayson's here. I fumbled with the gloves. Get these things off, I demanded in a near shrill.
You go in there and show Grayson that you're not afraid of him or his lame ban. Show him how strong you are. You don't need his fancy tailored suits and intoxicating scent.
How would I do that when I'm taking a dive? I bit down on the glove to yank it off. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Then go in there and win. Prove yourself.
He shoved the glove back into place.
Just duck if she comes at your face. There's nothing worse than trying to impress a man with a black eye. Of course.
He said thoughtfully.
He's already seen you with a black eye.
A chiseled man with a clipboard stopped near us. The way his nose appeared broken and healed several times made me suspect he was a former fighter.
Are you ready? We go live in 2 minutes.
We're ready,
Frankie said with a peek at the man's biceps. What do you mean live? I halted the man.
ESPN is covering the fight.
He said and hurried off. You signed me up for a nationally televised fight? My head was drowning. And I'm supposed to lose? Is this legal?
Please,
He tisked.
this is fighting.
I have no idea what that means. Frankie clapped his hand over my mouth.
Everyone's going to think you're chicken.
I shoved his hand away. I am chicken. I'm very chicken. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I'm out of here. I only made it 2 steps when the lights dimmed and a spotlight halted me. I vaguely heard the announcer greeting the fans. Shouts and whistles shot through the arena as I froze to my spot. I should be running, I thought, as my legs remained solid and heavy. Did the announcer just say my name? Frankie grabbed my arm and pulled me to the edge of the ring.
Make it look like you want to be here or they'll make fun of you for years.
He scolded.
Do you want to be known on the blooper reel as chicken breath for the rest of your life?
Thoughts flew through my head, jarring my reasoning. Seething anger pumped through from this situation and all the crap over the last few months. Grayson, sitting smugly in the damn front row with damn Fiona. In that moment, I felt like punching something. Really hard. I guess it'd have to be someone. Frankie shoved a mouthguard into my mouth. I might have an anger management problem, I thought as I jumped into the ring. I'll sort it out after the fight. I heard a few cheers and a couple of catcalls. Grayson's eyes caught mine. His jaw tightened as he made a move to stand. Fiona stopped him and whispered something into his ear, pressing her breasts against his arm. How I wished it was Fiona up here in the ring. Unfortunately, my opponent appeared as her name was announced. A burst of applause carried her up to the ring. Heaven help me. I gulped. She was muscular and mean. Her manly biceps pulsed. Her short black hair was slicked back. Her dark eyes glared as if she wanted to gouge out my heart and eat it raw. Crap. My anger dissolved like sugar in hot coffee. Fear was all that remained.
Damn, she didn't look like that on her website.
Frankie choked.
See, that's why Photoshop should be banned.
A man in a striped shirt popped into the ring and told us to shake. I put my glove out. The woman turned her back. Booing and cheering had me at a loss. I never watched fights. All I knew. We were getting ready to fight. I gulped. Scratch that. She was ready to fight. I was ready to flee. A bell rang. My eyes popped open wide as Muscle Woman came at me with her gloves up. Her feet moved in rhythm. Her gloves covered her face. Narrowing her eyes, she punched through the air, catching under my jaw in a force that plowed me back. I barely had time to find my stance when a blow to my abs blasted the air from my lungs. A right hook followed, landing squarely on my jaw. Teetering and stumbling, I fell to my knees and onto my face. I shook out the internal ringing bells as I attempted to stand. The mat kept tipping and sending me back down. The world was topsy-turvy. The man in the ring began counting.
1, 2,
Frankie made a diving motion off to the side.
3, 4.
I pushed myself to stand. Why am I trying to stand? I can make $5,000 just by lying down on this nice soft pad. It's quite comfortable.
5, 6.
I looked up to see Grayson in his seat, barking into his cell phone. He attempted to stand up. Fiona grabbed his arm, keeping him in his seat. She pointed to the cameras that were still recording.
7, 8.
Recording me lying on the mat like a person who'd lost all hope. I shook my head to clear the dull ringing and pushed up. Fury coursed through me as I found my footing. I don't know how I'll get through this fight, but it will be a fight. Muscle-bound She-Ra came at me with a jab that whizzed by my ear as I dodged. I didn't know I was capable of dodging, I thought, as I dodged another jab, only to get pounded in the stomach. Wind gusted from my chest. Her lips twisted into a mouth-guard smile. She knew she was beating me? I knew it too. Hell, everyone knew it. The bell rang. She-Ra glared as she strutted to her corner. I limped to mine.
Why didn't you stay down?
Frankie scolded as I plopped on the stool. He yanked out the mouthguard. I'm sick of giving up. I'm sick of everything.
Do you know what happens when a fighter gets knocked in the head too many times? She gets stupid, like brain-dead stupid.
A figure moved next to Frankie.
What the hell are you doing?
Grayson barked. Fiona was at his heels, her lips thinned and pressed. Her eyes were as mean as the fighters.
Get out of the ring.
I'm working. What do you care?
Have you lost your mind? You're fighting with a woman known for knockouts. She's as bloodthirsty as they come. Get out now. I'll find a way to smooth this over.
That's what you always do. A dry laugh filled me. Smooth things over and walk away. On to the next project. I'm not your project. Not this time. And back off my casinos. I growled and shoved the mouth guard back into place as the bell rang. Many things happened in that round that I can't recall. I remember her first jab, then my hook. As the hook connected, something happened. Something changed, just like it did when I'd punched Daegor. A burst of subconscious surfaced. It wasn't a fight for money, it became survival. How that switch flipped, I'll never know. The only part I remember was being lifted off a laid-out She-Ra. Her red, swollen face matched mine. The metallic taste of blood seeped from my split lip. The man with the striped shirt counted as I limped away. I won, but it didn't lighten the heaviness that settled like a thick fog.
She's up.
Frankie jabbed his finger to a place behind me. I turned on my heel just as a blow caught me off guard. My head whipped to the side, sending me flailing into darkness.
What was she doing in the ring?
I blinked my eyes open to the voice edged with vexation. I squinted through the bright spotlights to find faces peering down. They were darkened in shadow with bright halos illuminating them. This is not heaven, I muttered.
Are you sure?
A kind voice asked with a chuckle. God wouldn't be so cruel to leave me with an eternal headache.
I'll be happy if all you have is a headache.
I focused on the voice. A man wearing a medical team uniform slid into view. I'm not happy with a headache, I countered, attempting to sit. He pressed me to the mat.
Let's just do a quick check to make sure you're okay before you stand.
Will she be okay?
The exasperated voice asked.
I'm sure she'll be fine, Mr. Miller.
The man said.
We've had worse knockouts.
Grayson, you're due at the Backlash in 15 minutes.
A pert voice said.
We're meeting the CEO.
My gaze slid to focus on Grayson and Fiona standing outside the ring.
They can wait a few minutes,
Grayson said.
The deal could go south if we don't act.
She urged.
They're desperate. They can wait.
The medical officer helped me stand. After a slight wobble, I was able to walk without assistance. An erupting cheer surprised me. The crowd is still here?
Give them a wave,
Frankie said. I gave a wave to show them I had miraculously survived the beating. Applause escorted me off the mat. I held onto the ropes while the medical officer assisted me to the floor where Grayson stood, and was furious. How long was I out?
Just a minute or two. If I leave you with Frankie, will you survive until tomorrow?
I ripped the gloves off my hands. Would it matter? There was a small spark of surprise before he growled.
Don't test my patience, Nadia.
Then don't test mine, I growled back. Fiona touched Grayson's sleeve.
We should go. We're wasting time.
Call them and tell them we're on our way,
he said, fixing his glaring eyes on me.
As for you, if I find you in the ring again, I'll pull you out myself.
He turned on his heel and strode to the exit with Fiona following in his wake. He's an ass, I gritted.
He's got a fine ass,
Frankie said as his eyes trailed Grayson. Chapter 4. I awoke to the sound of the front door clicking shut. I stirred and opened my eyes to find Grayson looking down at me. His narrow eyes were filled with an emotion I couldn't peg. What are you doing here? I asked. How did you get in? I struggled to sit up. Pain clawed through my head, stopping me cold. I sank back.
Frankie let me in. I want to talk.
As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to talk about. You banned me from your casino when I needed your help. Where's Fiona? I asked, wondering if she was hexing poor Gus as he slept on the couch.
She's at Lost City where she's needed. Why did you get into the ring?
I needed vacation money. Had I known it was going to be at your casino with a muscle-bound gorilla, I never would have done it, especially since I'm banned from your precious casino. A muscle twitched in his jaw.
I was angry. I'll lift the ban.
No need. I'll never step foot inside the casino again. And now I have to find a new casino because you stole Backlash. I stopped.
I stole Backlash?
He finished.
How did you know I was buying it?
His gaze hesitated on my bruised face. I saw you. It doesn't matter. I'll find a new casino. It's not like there's a lack of them. All I wanted was for Grayson to shut up and wrap his arms around me. This conversation was going terribly wrong. But when has anything ever gone right? I swung my legs from the bed to sit, catching myself before I toppled over. Grayson sank next to me.
What happened to us?
You hired Fiona and turned your back on everyone. We needed your help.
Just because I'm busy doesn't mean I turn my back on everyone, especially you. I don't see how Fiona has anything to do with this. She's just my assistant.
A laugh rolled through me, brittle with anger. Do you know Dagor is dead? Do you know he almost killed me again? How about Ian? Do you know he was back to see you? He stayed at your hotel. Did you know? My accusatory questions flew. Grayson's brow furrowed.
Ian came back? When did all this happen?
It doesn't matter. No one could contact you. Fiona severed all contact. She placed you in a bubble beyond our reach. Even Remy couldn't get through. Grayson's lips thinned.
That explains why he quit.
He quit? Grayson nodded, running his fingers through his hair.
That's why you tried to knock down my door with a crowbar.
I don't normally force my way into someone's place. Grayson let out a breath.
I think I have a lot to apologize for. To many people, it seems. But mainly to you, Nadia. I'll talk to Fiona tomorrow about the role of an assistant director.
It was a start, but I'd rather see her fired, canned, axed, dismissed, ousted, sacked, given the old heave-ho. His fingers rose to trace a light bruise on my jaw.
You know how to keep a man on his toes,
he said. His fingers trailed, then were replaced by his heated lips, pressing a gentle kiss. There was no anger left, just warmth, except for trepidation that this new beginning would end quite suddenly, with a confession.
Will you play at the casino again?
He asked, nibbling my neck. His hands ran down my back, drawing me closer. I don't know. It was rather embarrassing being kicked out. And then I went and got my butt served to me in the ring. Grayson's head lifted to gaze into my eyes. His gray eyes, which haunted me every night, were warm, like molten steel.
You did pretty well in the ring considering who you were matched against.
A smile hinted, then evaporated.
Nadia, I will do everything I can to make things right again. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help. I want to hear the whole story, but not right now. I just want to hold you, kiss you.
His rough whisper sent a delicious shiver through me as he lowered his lips to mine. As our lips parted slowly, lingering, I knew I had to tell him. I had to tell him about Ian. I knew I'd lose Grayson again. If I could bury the secret, I would. But it was bound to reach his ears. The truth was the only option. The painful option. I was on the brink of losing myself in the kiss. His possessive lips seared mine. His hands traveled, exploring to find the path to unravel me. I broke the kiss, eyelids heavy with passion, which clouded my every thought. Every thought except one. Grayson, we have to talk, I said, attempting to clear my head. He kissed the hollow place on my neck, whisking the air from my lungs.
I think we can wait just a little while.
I pressed my hands onto his chest. Grayson, I want nothing more than to kiss you. But there is something you need to know. Something that you... He paused from reclaiming the space between us.
What is it?
You're going to hate me, I said, willing strength to help me, cursing Ian for leaving so I had to tell Grayson on my own, for marrying me to begin with. Grayson pulled me onto his lap. His brow wrinkled with a worried look I'd only seen a few times before. I smoothed his brow before I settled next to him, relieving him of the awkwardness of having to remove me as he stormed away. I have a feeling you won't want to be near me when I tell you, I offered as the excuse for the distance.
What could be so bad?
A lot happened the night Daegor died. I was tired and drained. Grayson reached to hold my hand. His fingers brushed mine as I continued. And of course, I had to work at the chapel. So, needless to say, I was exhausted by the time Ian walked through the door.
Ian came to the chapel? Why?
He couldn't talk to you. Fiona made it impossible. Grayson froze, his eyes focused on past events. Remy asked Ian to return my phone, and so he did. Grayson slowly resumed caressing my fingers, though I could see his thoughts racing. He was curious how I knew you. He was even more curious how long lost David returned. I smiled. You should have seen Maya when her eyes fell on David. There's no doubt they love each other with their whole hearts. It was touching. He smiled too.
They've been that way since they first met.
Well, anyway, I cleared my throat. He obviously wanted to know more, and I wasn't about to let him crash Maya and David's reunion. So, when he offered to buy me a drink after work, I agreed. Grayson stilled as though he knew the ending. Frankie came with us. I don't remember anything. I just remember. I stalled. The words caught in my throat.
Finish your story.
Grayson demanded. His hand slipped from mine as he composed his armor, shielding himself from my words. I woke up in your hotel with a marriage certificate and Ian lying next to me.
You married Ian?
Grayson growled. He flew off the bed.
My hotel? My bed? Where the hell is he?
Africa. David's trying to find him. I shrank away as Grayson's anger surged.
Did you get an annulment?
No. He spun on me.
Do you love him?
His strong hands pulled me close and captive but did not hurt. Well, not enough to make me wince. His cold, fierce eyes sparked hard like iron. I shook my head. I only knew him for a couple of hours.
That's enough for some people.
He released me, shuddering his emotions. Grayson, I'm sorry. It's not like I planned to get drunk and marry your brother.
No, but you did, and you didn't get it annulled.
Grayson, I said, searching for words.
I think we've said enough.
He headed for the door. One fiery glance back and he was out the door. I sunk numbly on the bed. I lost him. Again. My arm flung out, toppling a defenseless lamp. Chapter 5. I don't feel right about this, I said, scanning the roads. I know what it feels like waking up married to a stranger.
Just keep your eyes peeled. It's nearly time.
Lenny said. Time for what?
Time for us to hit the drunken jackpot.
He said, rubbing his hands together.
We'll start at the bureau first. It'll be feeding time as we head back.
Do you have to make it sound predatory?
Why don't you test out the new sparkling wine dispenser?
No, thank you.
It wasn't meant as a question. Start drinking or zip the lip. This is my livelihood.
Lenny pulled in front of the bureau. Armed with brochures, he gave me a shove out of the bus.
I expect you to round up at least 5 couples.
He ordered, scoping the area for victims. I'll try.
You take that side. I'll take this side. Remember to act pretty.
I'm so glad I have you to remind me to act pretty since I'm not actually pretty, I said, thick with sarcasm.
Not everyone can have looks.
He said with a swipe to his untrimmed mustache.
Some men might take a second glance at you with a proper dosing of alcohol.
Says the man wearing a t-shirt with a tuxedo on it.
There's a couple now. Go sell your wares.
My arm might have flailed a little wide as I veered toward the couple, leaving Lenny sputtering for breath and me happy. I had the couple in my sights. They already had papers in their hands and were ready to get married. They weren't even wobbling or slurring. "Hello, I'm from All Celebrities Chapel," I said, handing them a brochure. "We'd love it if you'd choose us for your happy day." The woman was about to respond when Charming swept the brochure from her hand, letting it flutter to the ground.
A beauty such as this must be married in luxury and style befitting a princess. My beauty, allow me to escort you and your prince to Fairy Tale Chapel in a carriage fit for such happy bliss. Your dream wedding is only minutes away.
She giggled with a blush. Her husband-to-be gave Charming a once-over, but couldn't say no to such a happy wife-to-be. They followed Charming to the pumpkin carriage. Charming turned back with a smirk.
Luck is against you tonight.
And every other night.
This was a dismal night.
Frankie plopped onto the waiting room couch.
The Fairy Tale Chapel had their staff out in full force.
Lenny said. They even went so far as to use Lenny's tactics, I added.
Luring random people off the street?
Frankie asked. Lenny sighed.
It's a sad day when my tactics are used against me.
The Fairy Tale Chapel has 10 times the staff I do.
Frankie said.
There's no way we can blanket the town like they can. We need a new strategy.
Maybe their staff will only flood the streets on the weekends. Perhaps we can beat them during the week to cover the difference, I said. I'm sure we can get Maya to help.
It's a thought.
Frankie puzzled.
You contact Maya and anyone you can think of to help. I'll come up with a promotional gimmick. Lenny, think about how to make the bus more alluring.
It's got lights, music, and free sparkling wine. I don't know how much more alluring I can make it.
We're a vacation hotspot for gambling and drinking. You already have drinking covered. Try something with gambling.
Frankie suggested. Lenny's eyes lit up.
I have just the thing,
he said, racing out the door.
I'll have it ready tomorrow.
This could be bad, I said.
We have to play all angles until the competition is over. Let's see how his idea works tomorrow night.
The next day, I headed to Sergio's moped to scope out different casinos. I should probably start referring to it as my moped since he left it for me to use, and I doubt he's coming back.
Ms. Nadia Wolf?
A man asked with a pleasant accent I couldn't place. When I nodded, he said,
I am Tete Kamara. I am with the Sierra Leone government.
He held out his hand for me to shake. I shook the offered hand. What can I do for you? You're a long way from home, I said, taking in his accent, white flowing outfit, and darkened skin that brought out a pure white smile. I had a feeling he was here about Ian. Why else would an African government employee be standing in Frankie's parking lot?
I dislike having to be so straightforward. I am here about your husband. Do you know where I can find him?
I shook my head. Why do you need him?
It's a delicate matter. I'd rather not discuss it in the open. Do you know how I can get in touch with him?
I hate to admit it, but I don't really know Ian. I don't even have his phone number. We were only married a day before he took off to Africa. I don't know where. I'm assuming Sierra Leone, since you're standing here and he's not. Surprise flashed on his face before he asked,
You have arranged marriages here?
No, just stupid people. Needless to say, I haven't heard from him since we married 3 months ago. I don't expect him to contact me anytime soon. My thoughts briefly remembered the postcards, but they wouldn't help the man find Ian. Should I give him a message if I hear from him?
Do you have a moment to speak privately? I'll tell you the story.
There's a story?
There always is. It won't take up much of your time. Perhaps, given the facts, it might open a way to help Ian.
I'm heading to a casino right now. Why don't you follow me? There's a cafe close by where we can chat for a while. He nodded his assent.
Would you care to ride with me?
I eyed the air-conditioned luxury sedan. Thank you, but I have to drive there anyway. It's only a few minutes away. My jaw dropped to Grand Canyon depth. What do you mean Ian stole a necklace? It must be a mistake. The man gave a small smile as though he'd heard that statement countless times before.
The Matahari necklace is not just a necklace, it was mined on private land that is known for its beauty. The diamonds there are few and far between. What they lack in quantity, they make up for in exquisite quality. The diamonds on the necklace are so large and rare, it's worth more than 15 million. It is one of the most expensive necklaces in the world.
I sputtered into my coffee. $15 million? US dollars? Do you have a picture?
Unfortunately, no. The owner had it mere days before it was stolen.
Then how will you know if you find it or not?
If you saw it, you would know. It's like no other necklace in existence. If I had to describe it, I would say it looks as if a sun and rainbow collided.
And you think Ian stole it?
Beyond a doubt.
Who did he steal it from?
Vivina, a radiant actress, soon to be married to the president, it was her engagement gift.
All I got was a plastic vending machine ring, and I had to get married for it. I plunked the pink ring on the table for emphasis. I have to wonder why I keep it in my pocket like a charm of stupidity. Tell me, why would he steal it?
It's been heard that Vivina and Ian were lovers, perhaps jealousy, perhaps...
Perhaps what? My stomach nodded, thinking of Ian and Vivina as lovers. Not that it had anything to do with me. As things stand now, I'm stuck with the pain in the ass until he returns. Now it looks as though he'll never return.
There are whispers of a thief that roams Africa and beyond, stealing only the most exquisite and rare items.
I swallowed hard. I was told Ian traveled to faraway places, never stopping, never working. Is this how he funds his travel? Tete passed me his card.
If you hear from him, please call me. I'll be in the area for a while looking into other leads.
I pocketed the offered card and watched as he departed. Thoughts swirled through my mind. None of them had a chance to settle before I shook them out and headed toward the casino. It's not my problem.
How was Desert Dave's?
Frankie asked. Horrible. I threw my purse onto the chapel couch. The chairs are so old it feels like I'm falling through them. Something kept poking me too. I told myself it was a broken spring so I wouldn't freak out. I shivered. And the dealer kept calling a timer on me, which is completely bogus. Frankie sighed.
Back to the drawing board. Can't you put aside your pride and beg Grayson to let you play at Lost City?
Absolutely not. I'm not crawling back to him after he acted like a complete jerk. Frankie eyed me as he straightened chairs.
Doesn't everyone act like a jerk at one point or another?
I chewed on my lip. I told him.
About Ian?
I nodded.
How did he handle the news?
I sunk into a chair.
That bad, huh?
Worse.
It's Saturday night.
Frankie exclaimed, pacing the waiting room floor.
We have to make this night count. Maya, you ride with Lenny. Hopefully you can persuade more customers than Nadia did.
I narrowed my eyes.
Nadia, I have posters, flyers, brochures. Flood Vegas with them. Tape them up. Pass them out.
That assignment was much better than having to ride with Lenny. Poor Maya.
Danny, you'll stay with me. Vivian and Bernie will be the witnesses as usual.
What do we do if Charming steals our customers?
Lenny asked.
Am I allowed to?
He swept out his hands with open palms, suggesting his willingness to do anything to stop Charming.
Charming must have a weakness. Danny, dig up information on Charming. I want to know everything about him.
We could just tie him up somewhere for the night.
We're not abducting him, I said firmly. Frankie nodded.
No abductions, but perhaps he's allergic to something. Danny, report back as soon as you can.
Can we think of something that won't harm him? I sighed.
Why? You got a thing for him?
I don't have a thing for him, but I don't want him hurt either.
Do you have a suggestion?
Do you think he could be distracted?
Like with a fair maiden?
Lenny asked, eyeing Maya like a plate of bacon at Sunday brunch.
I have the perfect fair maiden outfit.
Frankie said, bolting upstairs and returning with a costume in hand.
Behold the slutty bar wench.
Maya eyed the garment. A smile played on her lips.
I'll wear it, but I'm not kissing him or anything. I'm happily married and want to stay that way. Plus, if David found out, he'd flatten Charming.
It'd get him out of the way at least.
Lenny said.
Nadia, why don't you wear it? It's not like you have a man who'd be jealous.
I'm married too, I argued, not wanting to wear the costume.
You should do it, Nadia,
Maya said with a giggle.
It's not like Ian's around, and you don't want to be married to him anyway. Maybe Grayson will drive by and see you.
I'm not dressing as a slutty bar wench for the off chance Grayson might drive by and see me. He'd think I'm crazier than he already does.
We'll put it to a vote. All those who want Nadia to wear the costume, raise your hand.
Everyone but Lenny and I raised their hands.
And those who want Maya to wear the outfit?
Lenny and I raised our hands.
Nadia wins.
Frankie handed me the garment.
Go change.
Danny could wear it, I said. She's single and pretty.
And she has rainbow-colored hair. I don't think that's what Charming is looking for in his bar wench.
I don't think he's looking for a bar wench. He's looking for a fair maiden or princess, I argued.
Real men would rather have a bar wench,
Lenny said factually. We're not talking about real men. We're talking about a man who thinks he's Prince Charming. What about the fairies? I asked. They'll be out tonight too.
With Charming out of the way, the fairies won't be a problem,
Frankie said.
Lenny, did you come up with something to help draw customers to the bus?
Lenny grinned and rubbed his hands together.
like moths to a flame.
Chapter 6.
Gather around.
Lenny called to tourists flowing down the sidewalk.
Test your luck with a spin of the wheel.
A few people gathered in front of Lenny's homemade wooden wheel propped in a nude mannequin's arms.
It's free to play. How about you, my dear? Care to tempt fate with a spin?
The woman shook her head and took a step back.
Why don't I have one of my lovely assistants spin first?
Lenny offered to the growing crowd.
Should it be the lovely blonde on my left or the bar wench on my right?
A few answers murmured through the crowd.
I can't hear you!
Lenny taunted.
Who do you want?
Bar wench. The answer was much louder.
I still can't hear you.
Lenny cuffed his hand to his ear. Bar wench! The answer boomed.
You heard the crowd. Bar wench, spin the wheel.
I inched near the wheel, reading the different fates. Free shot, kiss a stranger, show your boobs, get married, and several spots to win money. I'm not showing my boobs, I hissed at Lenny.
I've got this wheel rigged.
He whispered from the side of his mouth.
I'll make sure it stops somewhere else. I don't want to see your boobs anyway.
Placing my hand on the wheel, I gave one of the spokes a tug down. The wheel spun, gradually ticking its way slower as I watched it settle on 0.0. Kiss a stranger. Seriously? I growled. Lenny smirked.
Who will be the lucky gentleman?
There were a few raised hands and shouts. One man pushed through the crowd.
I'll take that honor,
Caleb said. I blinked and took a step back as he stepped closer. He caught me with a sly smile.
Kiss me, or you might find yourself kissing a gross stranger.
My eyes caught on his as he lowered his head, capturing my lips. Warmth flooded as he deepened the kiss. I grasped the back of his shirt, giving in to the unexpected.
I missed you,
He murmured on my lips and took a step back. When my hand still clung to his shirt, he gave a low chuckle.
We're supposed to be strangers, remember?
I hopped back.
Who wants a chance at the wheel?
Lenny called. Women scrambled to the wheel, their eyes targeting Caleb.
Can I steal her for a moment?
Caleb called to Lenny, who was in the middle of a swarm, grinning like he'd hit the jackpot.
Only if you bring her back.
He said, eyeing his first victim. Caleb wrapped his arm around my shoulder and led me from the crowd.
Where have you been? I've called you.
I know. He pulled me into an alcove between buildings.
You could have returned my calls. You haven't even played at Lost City. What's going on?
I bit my lip. I'd have to explain the story one more time. I looked up to find his gaze lingering on my lips. It's a long story.
Then tell me.
His fingers brushed against my jaw.
I see you've been picking fights again. Are you hurt?
I'm fine. It's barely a bruise.
Tell me what's going on.
When I shrugged, not knowing what to say or how to begin, he said,
You can tell me now, or you can tell me tonight in your bedroom.
I hesitated and took a step back, finding myself pressed against the wall. He stepped forward and placed his hands on either side of me, trapping me in the cozy corner.
Tell me.
I sighed, focusing on his chest instead of his piercing blue eyes. If I tell you, will you promise not to get mad?
Whatever happened, we'll call it even for all the dumb things I've done.
I smirked. Fair. His jaw twitched only twice during my confession. He dropped his forehead to mine.
So you're married to a thief?
Technically, I don't know if he's a thief.
The point is you're married.
He growled. You said you wouldn't get mad.
You make it really difficult.
So, what have you been doing? I asked, switching the subject. He wasn't fooled, but answered the question.
I've been working on my Omaha game. There's a tournament in a few days. I'm a bit rusty.
I'm sure you'll be fine. He always is. What are you doing on this side of the strip? He chuckled.
I'm not answering that.
A woman? I said more as a statement. It was his turn to shrug.
I can't say no. Why don't we go out tonight instead?
I'm working, I said, gesturing to my costume. Caleb's eyes flashed to Lenny's wheel.
I don't think they need you.
If Lenny and Maya are involved, I'm sure I'm needed. The temptation to toss responsibility to the wind and spend time with Caleb was overwhelming. He nuzzled my neck.
What if I beg?
A smile crept to my lips. I'd like to see that, but I can't, I hurriedly added. I'm supposed to distract Charming tonight so Lenny can steal his customers. Caleb straightened.
Just how are you going to distract him?
Hopefully with this outfit, I said. He has a thing for fair maidens. His eyes raked over the dress.
There's nothing fair about this dress.
His fingers grazed the bodice's outline. His touch fell on the swells of my breasts barely contained in the tight bodice. A breath shuddered through me. His lips curled.
Are you sure you don't want to take the night off? I'll be your Charming.
Are you hitting on a married woman? I asked, postponing answering his proposition until I could say no.
Do you want to be married?
Not right now. Not to him.
Are you going to divorce him?
When he comes back.
Then there's no problem, is there?
I guess not. But Caleb. His eyes found mine, waiting for me to finish. When I didn't, he brought his lips to mine. I sighed as I wrapped my arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. How could I fight this? While the universe kept throwing well-aimed curveballs, this felt more like a gentle moving wiffle ball. I know it'll hit me eventually, but it won't hurt. I felt his tongue tease past my barriers. I let him take control, forgetting everything except the present moment. His hands slipped down my back, dragging me closer until we were pressed so close together no one could pull us apart. I hung on as warm, tingly sensations rippled through me.
Hey, wench. Time to go. We have a full bus.
Lenny yelled. It took enormous willpower to break free from Caleb. My forehead dropped to his chest, allowing a moment to collect myself. I peeked up to find him staring at me. A caramel-colored lock of wavy hair curled at his temple.
Don't go,
he said. I have to. It's my job. I tucked the unruly wave into place and wiggled free from his arms, giving him one last glance before heading to the bus. He grasped my arm.
If I call, will you answer?
I nodded with a small smile. I will.
I'll call you later tonight.
You have a date, remember?
Not anymore.
He said, releasing my arm. He pressed a kiss to my forehead.
Don't forget I want an answer on our wager.
He warned before vanishing into the crowd. The wager. I had nearly forgotten. I stared after Caleb until Lenny laid on the horn. I jumped at the sound, jolting me from the lingering effect of Caleb's kiss. And the wager. He had originally said the offer stands forever. I shook my head, knowing I could never bet with him again. He always wins. But $1 million versus a year of being his girlfriend. It was tempting. And either way, I guess I'd win. How can one man be so deliriously wonderful and horribly bad for a girl at the same time? I guess Grayson would fall into that category too. Maybe I should stay married to Ian. At least he doesn't bother me or make my head spin. But he has those damn gray eyes and dark looks just like his brothers. He even moves like them. Purposeful and predatorial.
Get a move on it or I'll leave you here.
Lenny shouted. I scurried to board the bus as it rolled down the street. I hopped on and scanned the crowded interior. Is Maya on board? I asked, searching for blonde ringlets.
She's manning the wine fountain.
I can't believe you tricked all these people into getting married.
They spun the wheel.
And you just happened to stop the wheel in the right spot.
Hey, I'll have you know I stopped it on the money spots too. I'm 200 down.
Somehow I think your commission will cover the loss, and I'm sure you stopped on show your boobs a couple of times. His lips twitched up as he picked up the bus microphone.
Brides, it's time to pick your groom. We'll be arriving at the bureau soon. Slam the wine, grab a man, and let the honeymoon begin.
Lenny took a sharp turn at full speed. Brides and grooms tripped and clung to each other, bracing themselves against the force. It paired them nicely, I thought, as I witnessed a few blushes and lingering touches.
It's your job to distract Charming before he steals my paycheck,
Lenny said.
I don't care what you have to do, just do it.
I'll do my best, I said.
You'll have to do better than your best. Tug your bodice down lower.
It's down far enough.
Then fluff your hair, make it look like you just had a tumble in bed.
I resisted the urge to smack him over his balding head. I'll take care of Charming. Just hurry the couples through. He pulled the bus near the entrance and stood to scan the couples.
Did everyone find a partner? Is anyone in need of one?
Lenny led the couples to the bureau, spouting directions on what to do once inside. 2 men broke from the pack and bolted down the street.
Come back, you cowards!
Lenny shouted. Once he realized they weren't coming back, he turned to look at the stranded girls. He grumbled and led them back to the bus.
Don't worry, I'll find you both a groom.
A glittery pumpkin pulled up behind the bus. Charming stepped off, surveying the area. His eyes zeroed in on the mateless girls.
What's this? 2 beautiful women in want of a groom? My beauties, allow me the honor of securing your prince.
They giggled as he strode over, pressing a kiss to each of their hands. Lenny's eyes widened and flashed over at me. He tossed his head in Charming's direction, silently giving me the signal to sell my wares. I sighed. I need a new job. I walked over and tapped Charming's shoulder as the girls were in mid-swoon. He turned and froze. His lips curled as his darkened eyes raked over me.
Temptation in its most carnal form. A beauty made for pleasures.
His eyes lingered on my pushed-up cleavage. Lenny used the distraction to hurry the girls onto the bus. He shut the door, blocking their protests. He then headed to the building, giving me a 10-minute signal. I returned my gaze to Charming. Perhaps he would just stare at my breasts for 10 minutes. It would save an awkward conversation. By the way he was staring, they were a source of fascination. He shook his head from the trance.
Tell me, is it true what they say about wenches?
What do they say? He glanced at my lips, suppressing a shiver.
Lips so soft and educated.
My brow rose. As in talking about educated topics, yes.
But surely lips so red and luscious could send a man into sweet torment.
He stepped closer. I stepped back.
Don't tease, beauty. Come to me willingly.
A cold shiver shook through me. Beyond his creepy words, I could see where women would fall for his classic and handsome features. His tight leggings and wide shoulders revealed he was toned with sleek muscles. He was truly Prince Charming right out of the fairy tale books. But there was something about him that made me itch to run. "What's your name?" I asked, stalling.
Prince Charming, at your service.
He said with a sweeping bow. "Your real name?" There was a flicker in his eyes and a moment's hesitation.
My name is anything you want it to be. The real question is, what's your name, my beauty? I already know you work for Frankie, and I know you're trying to distract me.
A smile slid into place.
I don't mind. You're the best distraction he could have sent. I'm willing to concede one night to your charms. It won't affect the outcome of the battle.
Frankie plopped down onto the waiting room couch.
This was the best night we've had in a long time. Whatever you did to flood the chapel with customers worked.
Thanks to my wheels and Nadia's outfit, we couldn't lose.
Lenny chuckled.
You should have seen Charming chase Nadia around the bus. I thought for sure he'd have given up after the first few times around.
Did he finally catch you?
Frankie asked. I pulled off my shoes and let them fall to the floor. Yes, but luckily, Lenny yanked me on the bus and floored it.
I didn't want Charming to get his fill. We'll need to distract him again.
And here I thought you'd saved me out of concern. With a bark of laughter, he said,
I only wanted to save the dress. He looked as if he was going to tear it off. We need to keep it safe. It's his kryptonite.
Lovely. I'm heading to bed, I said, moving toward the staircase.
Nadia, there was a woman here to see you. She said she'd stop by tomorrow morning around 10.
Do you know her name?
She didn't say.
Did she say what it's about? Frankie cocked his head.
Do I look like your secretary? I was a little busy tonight in case you didn't notice. The only thing I can tell you is she's pretty, wealthy, and she has a look in her eye.
What kind of look? Frankie thought for a moment.
It's hard to explain. You'll have to meet her tomorrow and tell me what you think. It's like an intense gaze with a million thoughts zapping through as she takes in everything around her.
Maybe she's a robot from the future sent to kill you.
Lenny offered with a smirk. Chapter 7. At 10 o'clock, I made my way downstairs to see if the mystery woman had showed. As I neared the chapel, I could make out Frankie's laugh. I peeked into the waiting room to find Frankie and a woman sitting on the couch in conversation. I took a moment to watch her before I made my presence known. She was probably in her early 30s, though could pass for 20-something. She had shimmering blonde hair, honey-colored eyes, and dressed with flawless, effortless style, as if she woke in the morning and was completely perfect. Totally not fair. I think I might hate her. I entered the room with a small cough.
You're finally awake,
Frankie said as I made my way to the couch.
We were just talking about you.
I eyed Frankie, who normally didn't greet the morning so early after a long night of work. With a pleasant smile, I introduced myself to the woman. She shook my hand and introduced herself as Gwen Miller. My brain stalled. Miller? It's a common name, I reasoned, but... Are you related to Grayson Miller? She gave a slight nod.
I'm his sister-in-law.
But David's married to Maya. Does he have a brother I'm not aware of?
I'm Ian's wife.
My brain flatlined. Ian's wife? Her eyes carefully watched as I processed the information.
He's married?
Frankie gasped. He shook his head in dismay.
You can't trust the rich and handsome.
If you're married to Ian, that means... I attempted to gather my thoughts.
It means he's a two-timing SOB.
Frankie filled in the blank. But it also means I'm not married to him, right?
He married you?
Gwen asked, scanning me. A few months ago. I've been waiting for him to return to annul it. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I hate to say it, but I'm relieved he's already married.
You don't want him?
She asked as though I might have a screw loose.
No, she's hung up on Grayson.
I can see why.
She said thoughtfully.
At least you would know he's busy at work. With Ian, he's off on adventures and marrying other women.
She said dryly.
Why did you marry him if you'd rather have Grayson?
Frankie tisked and leaned in to confide.
Grayson needed to be dropped a peg. He's been hiding in his penthouse with his hot little assistant. I figured what better way to make him jealous than by marrying Ian and Nadia.
Frankie, you were drunk when you married us. It had nothing to do with a plan to make him jealous.
But when he found out, the veins in his neck began twitching, didn't they?
He nearly bit off my head. Frankie smiled.
You can thank me later.
A smile played across Gwen's perfectly structured face with perfectly applied makeup.
I'd like to stick around and see how this plays out. Unfortunately, I need to find my husband. It seems as though I'm always one step behind.
I was reminded of the man from Sierra Leone. There was a man here looking for Ian. I think Ian might be in trouble.
Did he say what he wanted?
Gwen asked. He said Ian stole a necklace. Gwen was thoughtful for a moment before saying,
It might be true.
I can't believe it. Not that I know him well enough to make a judgment one way or another, but I'd like to think he'd steer clear of illegal activities with David as a brother.
David can be a formidable older brother. His heart is in the right place. It just makes it more imperative I find Ian. Did Ian happen to leave anything behind?
No, he was never here. I watched her features as her composure remained calm and impassive. How could a wife find out her husband married another woman and stole a necklace, and not want to punch someone? I didn't mean to marry Ian. I don't even think we slept together. I mean, we slept in the same bed. But I don't think we actually did. This is awkward.
I don't hold it against you, Nadia. I married Ian knowing full well his faults. If he gets in touch with you, please give me a call.
Gwen said, handing me her card. I will, I said. If you didn't know Ian married me, how did you know to come here? She smiled and headed to the door.
He leaves breadcrumbs wherever he goes, and I know he was here.
She slipped on her sunglasses and stepped out the door. I glanced down at the card, flipping it over a couple of times. Frankie peeked over my shoulder.
Classy. Is that extra heavy cardstock?
I don't want to call her.
You probably won't hear from Ian. Why would he come back to wife number 2 when wife number 1 is on the hunt?
True. I guess I should talk to a lawyer to make sure I'm not married. But, I said, glancing at the card, I think I'll call Maya and see if she knows anything about Gwen.
What do you mean he's already married?
Maya demanded.
How is that possible?
My eyes darted around the cafe. No one seemed to notice the high-pitched outburst. She said her name is Gwen Miller, and she's married to Ian, and she's not the first person to come looking for him.
I just can't believe it.
She shook her head.
I was so excited that you were my sister-in-law. Now I have a different one?
I think you're missing the point.
No, I'm not. I want you as a sister-in-law.
It doesn't look like that's going to happen. I'm going to annul the marriage. She sipped her tea.
There's still Grayson.
No, Grayson nearly ripped my head off. Again.
He just needs time to process everything.
Have you heard from David? I asked, switching the subject.
No, I'm going to yell at him when he comes home. He runs off to play G.I. Joe and forgets about me.
Do you know anything about a necklace?
David scolds me for having too many.
That's not what I mean, but I'm sure he's right. I smiled when her mouth popped open. A man from the Sierra Leone government is looking for a stolen necklace. He thinks Ian stole it. Maya gasped.
I can't believe it. Ian wouldn't steal a necklace.
With David as a brother, I wouldn't think he'd attempt it. But there's one thing that keeps bothering me. How can he afford to travel? He doesn't work, does he? Maya's mouth twisted in a thoughtful pout.
I've never heard of him working, but he must get money somehow.
By stealing valuable objects?
I refuse to believe Ian stole a lousy necklace so he can travel.
According to the man, it's not a lousy necklace. It's rare and worth 15 million. Maya's mouth opened and closed like a gasping fish.
I might be able to believe that.
That he stole a $15 million necklace instead of a lousy one? She nodded.
It's not that I think he would steal normally, but if that necklace was dangled in front of him, he might swipe it. Heck, I might swipe it too.
I don't think it was dangled in front of him. It was an engagement present to some hoity-toity woman. A smile formed on Maya's lips.
Then I know he stole it. He can't resist women. Add the expensive necklace and he's bound to make a move. I don't know Ian as well as his brothers, but I do know he likes to collect rare items.
Where does he keep it all?
I'm not sure.
Where does he live?
I wish I knew. I have a card for him every Christmas, and I never know where to send it.
Well, it seems as though it's out of our hands. I'm sure David will be able to help. Maya laughed.
I don't think Ian will want David's help.
Probably not, but at least we won't have to worry about him. I peeked at my watch. I have to be at the lawyer's in a few minutes.
Lawyer? I hope it's not bad.
No, with Gwen in the picture, I don't know if I'm married or not. I don't want any surprises down the road, and it's time to end the marriage. I was too angry before. Now I just want my freedom.
I understand. Call me and let me know how it goes.
I nodded and stood to leave. I hesitated as a thought swirled. Maya, does Ian send you postcards?
No, I wish he would. It'd be fun to see where he goes. But I'm sure he knows it's one more way for David to keep track of him.
I sat cross-legged in my living room, pondering Ian's postcards that were spread across the floor. There were at least 20, each with a different African animal. Why would he send these? I turned over the giraffe. Besides my address and a stamp, there was only a letter B. I turned a few more over to find letters and numbers. Only the zebra had a message. It was the first postcard I had received from him. I read the message again, looking for some kind of clue.
My sweet wife, I had to leave. I'll be home soon and make things right. Yours, Ian.
Frankie burst through the door. I jumped at his sudden intrusion, flinging the postcard across the room. Knock next time, I scolded, clutching my skipping heart.
This is too important. Look what I have.
He bounded over the postcards and shoved a card under my nose. All Celebrities Chapel Frequent Marriage Rewards card, I read, my brows furrowed. Why would anyone need a frequent marriage rewards card?
It's perfect for everyone, look.
He pointed to my name written on the card.
I started one for you and gave you credit for Ian. Now all you have to do is get hitched one more time and you'll get the third marriage for free.
No one wants to start out their marriage thinking they'll divorce and actually use this card. It's like giving them bad news on their wedding day.
We both know the divorce rate statistics, and we both know our clients are drunk 90% of the time.
Still, it's bad juju. He turned the card over.
That's why I've added renewing vows. So those that are delusional will keep the card. When are you divorcing Ian?
I met with the lawyer today. There should be cliff notes for lawyer lingo. All I know is that she's going to fix it and send Ian the bill.
Where did you tell her to send the bill? It's not like you know where he lives. Suitcases don't come with addresses.
I grinned sheepishly. I gave her Grayson's address. Frankie's eyes bulged.
Do you have a death wish?
I chuckled. Perhaps I do.
Pushing buttons until you get a response, huh?
I shrugged. I guess. I'm still angry. I want him to be angry too.
You're poking a hungry lion. By his reaction at the fight, he already wants to take a chomp out of your hide.
And after he's done his worst, he can help Ian.
Is that what this is about, getting Grayson's attention or to help his brother?
Look at these postcards. No one else has received any. Just me. Why would he send me all these blank postcards when he's on the run? Frankie flipped a few postcards over and puzzled.
Why does this one have a number 3 and this other one has an R?
Exactly my point. It doesn't make sense.
They look like they're all sent from the same post office.
If they're mailed from the same place, maybe that's where he's hiding.
Are you going to tell anyone?
No, Ian sent these to me on purpose. He obviously doesn't want anyone else to know.
What are you going to do? Buy a plane ticket to Africa and try to find him?
There's no way I'm traipsing through Africa looking for a married thief, but I will try to figure out this riddle, then let David sort it out.
I'm not good at solving riddles. Maybe put them in order by date and see if they spell anything.
That might work. I scooped up the pile and began sorting. Frankie's pocket crooned with a song I didn't recognize. He pulled out his phone and scanned it.
That damn frog has higher numbers.
Frog? I eyed Frankie as he paced the floor. He shoved the phone into his pocket only to pull it out and scowl again.
Charming sent over his numbers. They're beating us. How is that possible? Our numbers were great, and you distracted him long enough for Lenny to fill a bus.
He had the rest of the night to lure other couples. Are you sure those numbers are accurate? Maybe he's lying to you?
I don't think he would lie. He knows it would spur me into action. That's the last thing they'd want if they were behind, which they're not. With numbers like these, he doesn't consider us competition.
We could lose gracefully. Maybe he won't proceed with the billboard if we end things amicably.
Not likely. Along with the numbers, he sent me the preliminary billboard design.
Let me see. Frankie passed his phone to my outstretched hand. I suppressed a smile when I saw Charming's booted foot on a subdued Lenny ogre, while his sword jutted upwards, piercing a vicious Frankie dragon. Frankie's face was twisted in agony at the deadly blow. I was depicted as the saved maiden kneeling at Charming's feet, bosoms pressed against his thigh, swooning at his broad, sparkling smile. It's not bad, I said, ignoring my churning stomach. You've told me there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'd rather not be clinging to Charming, but there are worse fates.
He put my face on a dragon and skewered me.
Would you rather be the ogre? I'm sure he'd allow the switch. Personally, I think Lenny is more of an ogre.
I don't want to be either.
Then you'll have to be the maiden, Frankie mumbled. I didn't hear that. He mumbled again. I picked up the word maiden. Frankie, I pealed with laughter. Do you want to be the maiden? He bristled.
No, I want to win. I refuse to have this billboard go up.
I watched his face turn crimson as he resumed frantically pacing back and forth. I've never seen Frankie worked up into such a tizzy over something so silly. You have a crush on Charming, don't you? I asked in wonder. He stalled and turned to me.
I don't have a crush. I don't want to be a dragon or an ogre. Or a maiden. We are going to win this stupid challenge, even if it kills us. Be prepared to work around the clock.
He barked and stormed out. Interesting, I thought and stifled a laugh. I turned my attention back to the postcards and laid them in order. It only confirmed my suspicion. These postcards are useless. Gus waddled over and plopped down, sprawling across the postcards. Do you need attention or food? I asked. Since he never moved for something as trivial as attention, it must be food. Do you want more diet nibbles? He played dead, except for a scowl that I'm starting to think is permanent. Chapter 8. I stood in front of the dirty flamingo. The cracked building facade was just the beginning of the possible horrors that lie within. Roy told me to meet him here. I'm doubting his judgment. I glanced at my phone to see Caleb's number flash across the screen. I pressed ignore for the third time since the other night. I didn't trust myself to talk to him, even though I'd promised I would. The $1 million wager simmered through, calling to me. I shook my head. I could easily slip into the role of Caleb's girlfriend. It would be easy. Too easy. And too easy for things to go horribly wrong. Would Caleb let me out of the relationship if it went sour before the year was up? What if it was great, and I wanted to keep the relationship going, but he didn't? I couldn't ask him to stay because the relationship was only based on a wager. What the hell am I thinking? I can't accept Caleb's wager either way. And what kind of gambler thinks of the loss and not the win? The $1 million win.
Hey, short stuff.
Roy called from the door.
Are you coming inside or what? I've got 2 seats saved at the donkey table.
I followed him into the smoky building. We wove around a bar wrapped in shag carpeting, surrounded by an island of slot machines. They had to be from the 70s. Not one new item graced the dirty flamingo. Why are we here? Is it safe? I asked, keeping only a half-step distance between us.
They have the best hold'em tables, and the action is hot at the donkey table. You'll see.
If it's so hot, why didn't you tell me about it sooner?
You were happy at Lost City. I didn't have to worry about you there.
He waved at a man in a threadbare Hawaiian shirt. A black flamingo emblem was peeling off the front. The man gave a nod and pointed to a table at the far end.
Our table is ready. He's a genius when it comes to setting up a proper table.
How does he know the player's style?
There are a lot of regulars, but this guy has a 6th sense.
Roy stated in near awe.
He can predict day to day what a player's stack will be.
Why is he so amicable and giving you the donkey table to prey on?
He owes me. And it's not praying if the players are too stupid to know when to lay down.
A smile slid into place as we approached the table and took our seats. Roy was 2 spots away. I, unfortunately, was wedged between 2 large burly men who crowded my space with tank tops and exposed armpits. If the action wasn't free-flowing, I was out of there. No money was worth this torture. The men surrounding the table broke into wide grins as I was dealt in. I held back a smirk. If they think I'm the donkey of the table, they have a surprise coming. Donkeys can be easy pickings. They play emotionally and can't throw down a good hand when it's clear someone has a better one. It's easy to get sucked into their playing style and lose money. I just have to remember to play by my rules and keep my wits. However, I can help them stumble. I winked at the player with the largest wolfish grin. His eyes widened. Roy grimaced. He might not be a fan of my tactics, but we'll see who walks out with the heaviest pockets. Why do I only have 2 cards? I mumbled audibly as I gathered the cards from the table and held them, exposing the hand to prying eyes behind me. Roy shot a warning look. My lips tilted into a smile that made Roy rub his chest as heartburn crept in.
That table was hot,
Roy said with a full-tooth grin as he cashed in his chips.
I've never seen such action.
The thick bundle of cash in my pocket had me grinning ear to ear. I've never seen players toss chips at each other. Not only did they play like donkeys, they were so on tilt they couldn't see the cards in front of them.
You started it. They thought you were going to be easy pickings. I wouldn't attempt it again. If the players found out, you wouldn't be able to come back here without an altercation.
I won't. That was a one-time show. And now I have enough to pay rent for 2 months. That was an awesome haul. After Roy collected his money, we walked to the parking lot.
We should leave while we're still able. A few of those men looked ready to skin us alive when we took our chips and walked.
They should think before they put their money on the table. Roy's eyes flicked over.
Get in the car.
I turned to find the 2 large men I was crammed between coming at us. One cracked his knuckles while the other pulled brass knuckles from his pocket and slipped them around his fingers. Holy! Words were lost as Roy and I scrambled to his car. We jumped in and slammed the doors as one of the men closed in. With brass knuckles, he bashed Roy's window, shattering it. Go! I screamed over the breaking glass as Roy revved the engine. Thick, burly hands reached in for Roy. I screamed again as a man shattered my window, pelting glass. He reached in to unlock the door and drag me out. Roy floored it. We flew out of the furious men's clutches, I grasped my chest. I thought we were goners. I can't believe they were attacking an innocent woman. Roy frowned.
They just found out you played them like a fiddle. I doubt they consider you an innocent woman.
They shouldn't play if they're not prepared to lose.
Yes, but you poked their weakness.
You always tell me to get inside a player's head. I have to play the player, not the cards. A deep chuckle rippled through as he flicked glass from his lap.
Stop listening to me, it's bad for our health.
He smoothed back his few ruffled hairs. Do you think it's safe to go back for my moped?
We'll circle the block and see. So much for my winnings. By the time I pay to replace the windows, I'll only have a few bucks left.
I'll help pay for the windows. If it wasn't for me, we'd still be at the table slowly bleeding them dry.
I have a feeling this would be the outcome either way. I've never seen a full table on tilt. This is one for the memoirs.
Do you think we'll be able to step foot into the Dirty Flamingo ever again?
We'll have to wait a few months before their ruffled feathers are smoothed.
What if we play horribly and give their money back? Roy's eyes slid to me.
Do you give a treat to a misbehaving kid? No, we'll wait this out. Next time they play us, they'll play cautiously.
So they should thank us for this learning experience. Roy barked with laughter.
Did you thank anyone for all the times you've been spanked at the table? Remember when I first met you? You barely limped away from the worst play of your life.
How would I know he had the nuts? I had a straight flush. There was nothing on the table to indicate he had anything better.
You wagered everything on that hand. In fact, you wagered more than you had. They were going to keep you there until you paid.
Yeah, I remember. I grimaced. It was a seedy dive that no novice player right off the bus from Colorado should have stepped into. I had thought I'd make my mark and quick cash. Instead, I lost everything and nearly had to pay what I owed in fleshy pleasures. Roy showed up at the tail end and saw what happened. He paid the difference and chauffeured me to the rat hole motel I grudgingly rented until I could afford an apartment. I thought for sure he'd demand something from me. Pleasures. Payment with interest. He didn't. Instead, he showed me the ropes and let me pay him back gradually. He even fronted me cash and introduced me to the Lost City Casino. A reasonably safe casino and my home away from home ever since. Until recently. Roy circled around to the parking lot. Is that my moped? I asked.
Not anymore.
We gave the twisted, broken moped a last farewell glance as Roy pulled away. Lenny's brows furrowed.
Why am I the ogre?
I glanced at him, wondering if he really wanted an answer.
We're all depicted as something we don't want to be.
Frankie winced at the photo.
Nadia got off easy.
Lenny muttered. I'd rather not be clinging to Charming's leg, I said.
But that's a woman's natural position.
My eyes targeted him. I had so much to say to that comment, but I only asked, then why isn't a woman clinging to your leg?
I'm saying it's a woman's job to worship a man and to get on her knees every once in a while and show some gratitude.
I flexed my fingers instead of curling them into the fist I wanted. Why waste the energy? Lenny would never learn, and I needed to work on my anger management. My boiling point lurked just beneath the surface. Frankie's eyes slid between the two of us.
Lenny, you'll never learn,
he said, mirroring my thoughts.
And Nadia, you can't say you've never been on your knees.
His hand flew up to stop me from protesting.
We're missing the point. This horrific billboard isn't going up. We're going to win using whatever method we can.
I was momentarily distracted from Lenny as my Frankie alarm sounded. What do you mean, whatever method? I asked.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win this competition.
Lenny rubbed his hands together with a grin.
Now you're talking.
I don't want to wear the wench costume. The few circuits Charming has left nearly short-circuited. And nothing illegal either, I added. Frankie sighed.
I'm not asking you to hold couples at gunpoint. I'm just saying it's time to unleash the big guns. Totally different guns.
What big guns did you have in mind? I asked. Frankie pointed to his head.
This big gun.
Lenny stopped rubbing his hands.
Are we using guns or not? I have a great squirt gun that looks like a sawed-off shotgun.
Frankie meant his brain. Lenny's hamster wheels creaked and groaned as he thought. Can we get on with this? I asked, reining in my slipping temper.
Yes, and I've called in backup.
Who did you coerce this time? I asked. Or did you have to blackmail them? Frankie tisked.
Next time I see Mr. Grayson Fineass in Armani Miller, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. He's got you so strung out you're like a grizzly bear that awoke cold and hungry in February. I don't think I'm going to let you come on vacation. Maya and I can have fun by ourselves.
You have to take me since it's my vacation money.
We could accidentally leave without you.
He put his finger to his lips and thought.
We could wrap you in a bow and leave you at Grayson's door. Let him deal with you for a while.
Goosebumps rippled up my arms and neck, leaving a chilling tingle. I narrowed my eyes, gauging Frankie. I wouldn't put it past him or his sidekick, Maya.
By the way, a foreign guy was looking for you.
Why am I stuck with you again?
Lenny asked as he pulled the bus near the bureau. The vibrations from the ear-splitting sound system shook the bus with each bass beat. The question is, why am I stuck with you?
Just fill this bus. I'll have to do a roundup in the tourist spot soon.
Frankie had positioned 4 teams in the busiest tourist areas. Lenny and I were sent to the bureau to shuttle between the groups for pickups. I hopped off the bus to search for couples. I spotted a couple exiting the building. Perfect. Are you in need of a chapel? I asked, nearing them.
We've already picked one out.
The man said. That's wonderful, I said, plastering a smile. Which one did you choose?
The Fairy Tale Chapel.
The woman gushed. That's wonderful, I repeated with the same plastered smile. I stepped aside to let them walk by. Lenny rushed over.
This way to Fairy Tale Chapel,
he said, herding them onto the bus. He popped up next to me a moment later.
You almost let them get away.
They plan to go to another chapel. I can't ruin their wedding. He shoved his thick finger in my face.
I refuse to be an ogre. This is war. Steal Charming's clients or...
He sputtered like a water-doused fire. Or? I asked dryly. His red face puckered as he thought. His wagging finger stilled as his eyes bulged. Are you having a heart attack? I asked, with an ounce of concern. Maybe only half an ounce. It's hard to conjure sympathy for Lenny. He pointed to a spot behind me. I turned to find Muffin dragging a petite man toward the bureau entrance. Her tall, bulky frame loomed over the man. There was no doubt he was overpowered by her size and strength. I sighed. With her determination, I doubt there would be anything I could say to make her release him. But, by the way the man's eyes darted, searching for an escape, I had to attempt to reason with her. I hoped it didn't bite me in the ass. Muffin, I called. She twisted around, swinging the man.
No time to talk, Natalie. I have to get married before midnight.
I jogged over. It's Nadia. Is this about money? She eyed me under her heavy brows.
You know the drill.
I do. Perhaps your grandfather's will can wait another week. Frankie needs help and is willing to pay. She thought for a moment before shaking her head.
I think I'll stick to marrying this guy.
The speck of hope in the man's eye turned into a tear. Now I know what men feel like when women cry. It's uncomfortable. There's no need to marry him tonight. He can wait a week. The man stared at me as if he wasn't sure if he wanted to punch me or hug me.
You're wasting time.
Lenny hollered, keeping a safe distance from Muffin.
Get them on the bus.
Why's Lenny's nose all out of joint?
You remember Lenny's name but not mine? Do you know I still have a giant hole in my kitchen wall? I gritted.
You should get a husband. Then you won't have to worry about holes in your wall, Nikki.
It's Nadia. I don't see how having a husband will spare me from holes in my wall.
That's their job, to oversee a woman's comfort.
I don't think that knowledge has spread through the male population.
It will when I'm through.
I eyed the imprisoned man, wished him well, and turned to leave.
Neptune, wait. You didn't tell me what the fuss was about. Why does Frankie need help?
It's Nadia, and we are in the midst of an unhealthy competition with Fairy Tale Chapel.
What are the stakes?
Whoever marries the most, couples wins. The winner gets a billboard to slam the loser.
What's in it for me?
She asked. A legal occupation for the duration of the competition? Her lips puckered in thought. It wasn't enough. And free wedding ceremonies for life, I added. May God rest my soul. The man wilted with relief when he saw Muffin's toothy grin.
It's a deal,
she said, releasing the man who turned and fled as though he was racing a charging bull. I was impressed with the way his knees lifted to his chin.
Tell me what you need me to do.
Round up as many couples as you can. The Fairy Tale Chapel already has a lead, and they aren't afraid to steal our couples.
Is that why I've been seeing princesses around town?
They brought out the princesses?
Lenny overheard with a gulp.
Oh, this is bad.
My brow arched. It just means they have extra helpers, but we have Muffin. With her size and hooded eyes, no one would say no. Lenny didn't look convinced.
You don't know what the princesses are capable of.
Do they sing songs and attract fuzzy woodland creatures? I asked. I'm not sure that will help find couples. A tinkling laugh filled the air. I looked over to find a woman in a ball gown. Red rouge dotted her cheeks, and her golden hair was swept up to a sparkling tiara. Lenny flinched. She looks harmless, I said as Lenny stepped back. Muffin glanced at the woman.
She's rather small. Maybe she's the runt of the litter.
Then you don't know women. The smaller they are, the more volatile,
Lenny said. My eyes slid from the princess to Muffin. I don't know how you came up with that theory. Muffin could take her any day. Muffin nodded.
I can't argue with that,
she agreed, cracking her knuckles.
Just steer clear of all princesses. The less friction, the better,
Lenny said, keeping the princess in his sight as he moved toward the bus. Let's go make rounds, I suggested. There's no one here now.
So how will Frankie pay me? Per couple?
Lenny gets a commission. I'm sure he'll give you the same deal. Perhaps we should split up so you don't have to share commissions on the same couples.
Good idea,
she said, heading to her vehicle.
Keep your phone on. I'll call with pickup details.
Do you have my number? I asked.
It's programmed into my phone.
I paused. You have my phone number, but you can't remember my name.
No need to start grunting like a rooting piglet. Your name is programmed in with the phone number. See, right here. Nancy.
Nadia.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Where in the world did you find so many couples?
Frankie asked, collapsing into the chapel couch. You'll have to thank Muffin. She found them and Lenny heisted them, I said, glancing at the clock. It was 5:30 in the morning, breaking all previous late-night records. I'm exhausted. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll walk with you,
he said, attempting to roll off the couch.
Help me up, my feet are dead.
I tugged his arm, but his dead weight didn't budge.
Forget it, I'll sleep here,
he said, tipping over.
Just tell me where Muffin found the couples.
You don't want to know. You'll have nightmares, I said.
Then tell me tomorrow.
He yawned.
Can you put my legs on the couch? I can't seem to move them.
I took pity on Frankie, who looked like a child that had a very long day with no nap. I lifted his feet to the couch and slipped off his shoes. Before I could even say goodnight, he was in a deep sleep. I trudged up the 2 flights to my apartment. I didn't bother turning on my lights or saying hello to Gus. Stripping off my clothes as I made my way to the bedroom, I slipped into bed with a sigh and snuggled in, ready to drift into blissful slumber. Something stirred on the bed. Good night, Gus, I said, reaching to give him a head pat. My hand came into contact with warm skin. I froze. Before I could register shock and an escape route, an arm reached around my waist, dragging me to the source.
Good night, Nadia.
A rich voice sleepily murmured. It was Caleb. I knew he fell back asleep instantly. His warm, tickling breath was deep and steady. Since I was in his warm embrace and to the point of passing out from exhaustion, I relaxed against him, allowing my dreams to take me where they would. Chapter 9. Warm kisses traveled my neck and shoulder. My eyes fluttered open as soft lips pressed against my neck, sending a stampede of shivers. Sunlight poked through the shades. Awareness jolted as Caleb's arm, still wrapped around my waist, pulled tightly against me, pressing me into the length of him. My eyes popped open wide as I realized we were both naked. "Caleb?" I asked, my voice rough with sleep.
How did you know it was me?
He asked, nipping my earlobe. "You said goodnight in your sleep."
And you came to bed naked?
I thought I was alone in bed. You scared me half to death. He slid back, allowing the cool air to seep through the covers. I winced. Before I could curl back to sleep, he gently turned me to face him. His arm slid around and pulled me close again. But this time, we were dangerously front to front and coming to life.
I didn't mean to scare you. You've been avoiding me again.
How did you get in?
Frankie gave me the key.
I sighed. Snuggled with a warm Caleb, I couldn't even muster anger toward Frankie.
Can I see you tonight?
I have to work again. In fact, I have to work every night until this stupid competition ends.
We can have dinner before.
I nodded. He pressed a kiss to my forehead.
What casino will you be playing at? I can pick you up.
I don't know. I haven't found a casino.
Text me when you know. I have to leave soon for a tournament. It starts in an hour.
Omaha?
Yes.
After a soft, lingering kiss, he groaned.
This is torture.
What is?
Having to leave you while you're in my arms naked. I could forget the tournament and stay in bed with you all morning, or what's left of it.
You should go. Otherwise, your manager will hunt you down. He smirked.
Do you want to fool around first?
No, you'll be late.
Will we ever fool around?
Maybe.
What about our wager?
I groaned and snuggled in tighter, making him groan.
You're killing me. I want an answer tonight.
You said the offer was open forever. He sighed.
It is. I'm just impatient. I want you, Nadia. It's killing me to be so close and yet so far.
His lips nuzzled my lower lip.
I want you to be mine.
You know I could actually win the wager. There's a possibility your infallible luck could falter.
It's possible.
He agreed.
You could win $1 million. Think of what you could do with all that money.
His tongue grazed my lips. Damn. What's the harm in a wager? I like wagers.
It's a lot of money.
His hands slid down my back, down to the swell of my hip, pressing himself against me to feel his hard length.
This is what you do to me every time I see you, think about you, see the same shade of green as your eyes. I even had an extremely uncomfortable time in the produce aisle one day.
Why? I peeked to see his amused blue eyes and seriously sexy stubble along his jaw.
Because I was buying tangerines. I took a sniff and was instantly hard.
How is it my fault you have a fruit fetish?
You smell like tangerines.
Oh, it's my body wash. Watch out if you take a shower here. You might hurt yourself. I smirked.
Funny girl.
He chuckled as he tickled my sides, making me convulse with giggles. Stop, I begged between gasping laughs. He ceased and looked at the clock.
I have to go. Do you promise to think about the wager?
I nodded. He kissed my forehead before he slipped out of bed.
I'll see you tonight.
I didn't think it was possible to fall back asleep after Caleb left, but I did.
Wake up!
I cracked my eyes open to see two large eyes floating a few inches away. I flinched, tossing the covers aside to escape. Realizing I was naked, I yanked the pillow in front of me.
Why are you naked in my bed?
Muffin asked. It's my bed. Why are you here? I demanded.
I need a place to crash. It's only temporary.
How many days?
Just a few.
What's a few?
365.
That's a year. You're not staying here a year.
I sublet my apartment to marry my new husband, which I didn't do because of you.
I internally cursed, knowing I did this to myself. I should have never stuck my nose into her business. I should have allowed her to marry that tiny, petrified man, served him to the devil with whipped cream and a cherry on top. How did you get in here? I asked, wondering how my apartment had become a beacon for unwanted guests. Well, perhaps 2 out of 3 were wanted.
I have a key, remember?
I'm changing my locks, I muttered. With Frankie letting in strays and Muffin's reappearance, there was no telling who would come in next.
That's a good idea. It's good to change your locks every once in a while. Make sure to leave a key, otherwise I'll have to jimmy the lock.
She rolled into bed. The springs creaked and groaned under her linebacker frame. She plucked the pillow from my hands and turned over with a satisfied sigh, fluffing the pillow under her head. Muffin, I was sleeping.
And now it's my turn,
she muttered, rapidly succumbing to dreamland.
Make sure there's breakfast,
she added before a snore sawed through the small room. I snatched clothes for the day and stomped to the bathroom, muttering a string of curses. I did this to myself, I acknowledged repeatedly. I should have known getting Muffin involved would kick me in the derriere later. I glanced at the clock before ducking into the shower. It was 11 o'clock, which meant I had roughly 6 hours of sleep. With my consistent anger surging in colossal waves, I'd been attempting to sleep a full 8 hours. It helps keep the demons at bay. Today, I'll have to allow a wide berth for myself and take a nap before work tonight. And dinner with Caleb. I smiled warmly. I knew he was interested and willing to chase what he wanted. I'd be blind not to see something so obvious, though a part of me was shocked to know just how determined he was. Did he really think the chase warranted so much time and effort? Or did he like me more than I perceived? The wager. It hovered through my mind like a balloon playing in a gentle breeze, never straying far, sometimes dipping in and out, always shocking me with my desired answer. An answer that I could never say out loud. I watched as a tow truck hauled my car away. From my Dirty Flamingo winnings, I had enough money to finally fix my clunker and give Roy money for his broken windows. However, there wasn't much left over. The fight's $5,000 prize money would be coming soon, followed by a much-needed vacation. I smiled and called a taxi. There's a casino on the strip I'd been meaning to check out. The Tropical Rain is in direct competition with Grayson's Lost City. It opened only a year ago, and I heard the management is stellar, giving rewards and extras to their players, making even the lowest limit table players feel like they're in the high-stakes room. It was a place worth checking out, even though it's right across the street from Lost City. I doubted Grayson would bother to look out his penthouse window. A taxi pulled into the parking lot. I hopped in and gave the driver instructions. As I sat back, I wondered if Grayson had received the bill from the lawyer yet. I contemplated his reaction. Everything from hunting me down in a tornado of rage to tossing it into the garbage without a flicker of emotion played through my mind. I shook out the images and wondered if David had found Ian yet. Where is he? And why did he send the postcards? There must be a reason. No one sends a person they barely know a pile of random postcards with no messages. I felt as though I should be doing something with them. I just didn't know what. When the taxi stopped at the Tropical Rain entrance, I paid and hopped out. Breezing through the entrance, I was immediately welcomed by the sights and sounds of a tropical rainforest. The high ceiling was painted like the sky, barely seen through the enormous leafy trees jutting out from strategic locations. A waterfall was near the front bar. It was as if I'd stepped into a jungle, a perfect place to hide. I wandered through the casino, absorbing it fully. It was perfect. If the play at the tables was decent, this would be it. My place. I smiled and nearly hugged myself. I should have tried this place months ago. A security guard made his way closer to me. I nearly dismissed the sight of him until I realized he was looking directly at me. I froze, wondering what I did to catch security's attention. Maybe I'm banned from all decent casinos. How far does Grayson's influence extend?
Nadia Wolf?
The security guard asked. I nodded since my words had jumbled as soon as he neared.
Please come with me,
he said, leading the way through slot machines until we reached the back. Why am I following him? I could refuse and leave. My tight rein on anger began slipping as I thought of the indignity of being led away, as if I'd done something wrong instead of what I was doing. Standing and gawking innocently in the middle of a casino. Did Grayson buy this damn casino too? Can he not leave anything alone? Where are you taking me? I demanded.
to the security office.
I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you taking me there? The guard glanced at me as he held open a door that led to a staff hallway. I'm not going in there, I said.
I've been asked to escort you to the security office.
His arm waved through the door as if that was going to make me follow its path. I stood rigid. If he wanted me to go back there, it would be by force. I glared, daring him to make his next move. My hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike if he neared. He was on the large, muscular side and could easily overpower me, but not until I made a few marks.
You're not in trouble,
he said, keeping the door open. Then why should I go back there?
Honestly, I don't know. You'll have to ask the security director. He asked for you personally.
I don't know him. Tell him to come out here. Visibly resisting the urge to roll his eyes, he sighed. He pressed a button on a device in his ear. Must be the radio, I thought as I listened.
Cooper to office. We are currently at the staff hallway entrance. Ms. Wolf refuses to go farther.
His eyes slid to me as though I was making his life difficult. I wasn't too concerned. A door opened at the far end of the hall. Remy popped his head out.
Jet, get your ass in here before I come and carry you.
Remy. My scowl turned into a beaming smile. I scurried past the security guard and raced down the hall. Remy chuckled and shook his head as I grappled him into a hug. He awkwardly patted my back.
Come into the office, Jet.
I followed him, settling into a chair next to his desk. How did you know I was here? I asked. He flipped his computer screen around.
I saw you walk in.
Is that what you do all day?
No, but I keep my eye on things.
You're the security director?
I've had the position for a couple of months.
He eyed me with a pondering thought but didn't vocalize it. I heard you quit Lost City.
Who told you?
Grayson. Remy eyed me.
He contacted you?
Not initially.
Then you got in touch with him?
Not really. He rubbed his hand over his shaved head.
Jet, you're doing it again.
Doing what?
Making my head hurt. Tell me the story from beginning to end.
It might take a while. He let out a calming breath.
Start talking.
I did. I told him the story from beginning to end, watching as he tried to control his facial expressions. At the end, he relaxed into his chair, pondering again.
You'd be safer locked up. I told Grayson that several times.
Very funny.
So, other than getting your ass served to you in the ring, we seem to have a missing husband.
Technically, Ian is Gwen's husband.
Either way, he's missing. There's been no word from David either.
He gave me that pondering glance again. What? Why do you keep looking at me like that?
Trouble follows you. You're like a magnet.
Trouble doesn't follow me. It follows the Millers, and I get stuck in the middle. But not this time. I'm staying out of it. And that was the truth. I'd been through enough because of those 3 men. Their murder on women. How Maya survives, I have no idea.
Good. Can I stop by your place and see the postcards?
Sure, but Muffin is staying there. He grimaced.
Did she force her way back in?
I wouldn't use the term force since she had the key, but it'll be hell trying to get rid of her, I sighed. If I have to, I'll threaten to go to the police and claim the reward still on her head. Right now, she's helping the chapel win a contest, so I'll let her stay. Then I'm going on vacation.
Where to?
I'm heading to the coast. I'm going to sit on the sand and forget everything. He nodded in understanding.
Why don't we meet later? Bring the postcards and I'll buy you dinner.
My head cocked to the side. Remy, are you feeling okay? You don't buy women dinner unless... Well, I'm not sure you'd buy them dinner afterward. His lips curved into a dangerous smile.
Did you think I was hitting on you now that Grayson is out of the picture?
My eyes crinkled with mischief. Remy is very clear about his view on relationships with women. There are no relationships. He places women high on the shelf in single-serving doses. He has no inclination to attempt even a casual relationship. I thought maybe you were lonely not following Grayson around. I know how you loved being his right-hand man. Maybe the strain of the break was too much, so you're looking for compassion to fill the void in your broken heart.
Jet, you're pushing my buttons again.
He warned. His warm olive skin twitched under his clenched jaw. He stared hard, making me squirm in my seat. Maybe I hit the mark a little too close. I was kidding, I insisted, inching out of my seat, ready to bolt. His gaze leveled on me.
No, you're right,
he said thoughtfully, and a little too calmly.
I've wanted you since the first moment I laid eyes on you. You were a vision standing in front of the naughty shack trying to hide your kinky purchase. I'm relieved Grayson's out of the picture. He stepped into another man's territory. My territory. I'd hate to have to hurt him.
Remy stood, hovering over me. His hand cupped my chin, raising my face to his.
You're mine.
Chapter 10. You're mine? My brows shot up so high they were lost in my scalp. Remy's features cleared as his head fell back with an uncharacteristic chuckle. His laugh filled the room. You jerk. I swatted him. I didn't know you had the capacity to tease. I nearly fell over. He chuckled, dodging my swats.
You should have seen your eyes. I wanted to keep the charade going, but I thought you were going to pass out.
You were too convincing. I have enough man problems without adding your sorry ass to them.
So you admit you were interested enough to think about me in that way?
His eyes crinkled.
Interesting.
In what way?
You know what way. Don't worry. You're safe from me. I have select tastes.
And I'm not on the menu. I grinned.
Not even an appetizer.
Glad to hear it. It makes me wonder about the menu, but I'm happy in ignorance. His smile sobered.
I am sorry about what happened between Grayson and you. It's one of the reasons I quit.
How bad did it get?
Bad. Fiona began chauffeuring him under the pretense that limos were too visible to dodge the media. I was hired to protect and drive. If I couldn't do either, there was no reason for me to stay.
When I talked to him, he seemed to finally understand what Fiona was up to and why you quit.
Is he going to fire her?
I shook my head. It sounds like she'll stay on board. Grayson said he would advise her on the assistant director role.
Somehow I don't think the lecture will help. She's one bird short of a cuckoo clock. It makes me wonder about Grayson's sanity to not see her actions for what they are.
Remy ran his hand along his jaw. His biceps stretched the seams of his security polo. I reached over and poked his arm. The muscle twitched. His muscle is so big, It has a mind of its own, I thought. Remy sighed.
What the hell is going through your cluttered brain now?
I don't have a cluttered brain, I argued. But your arms seem bigger than what should be physically possible.
I've been working out,
he stated. Me too. He raised a single brow. Really, I have.
Come to the gym with me tomorrow. I want to see this phenomenon.
I put my hands out with a shake of my head. No, I'll embarrass both of us, I said, thinking of the times I'd let my anger take control.
Be at the gym at 5. It's on the 2nd floor.
I guess I can be there tomorrow night. I'll think of an excuse later.
You mean tomorrow morning?
He corrected. 5 a.m.? He gave one nod. Remy, that's the time I went to bed last night.
Then it will be an excellent bedtime routine.
Why must you torture me?
Exercise is important. Bring the postcards with you.
What happened to you paying for dinner? I asked, knowing I couldn't have accepted since I'm having dinner with Caleb.
This is better. Exercise first, and then I'll buy you breakfast.
Fine, I conceded. I'm only coming to bring the postcards. I guarantee I'll be passed out on the stationary bike in less than 2 minutes.
Just keep those pedals moving as you're snoring.
I don't snore. He eyed me.
Keep telling yourself that.
After playing at Tropical Rain for a few hours and then picking up my car from the mechanic, I raced home to change. Dinner with Caleb had been running an extended marathon through my mind all day, making my head spin at the table. Overall, I'd had a decent day, earning enough to call it quits before I made a donkey play while thinking of Caleb's hands. And mouth. And I bolted through the chapel and upstairs to find Gus sitting outside my apartment door. Gus, what are you doing out here? I asked as I opened the door.
Stop!
Muffin hollered. What's going on? I asked, stepping inside. My shoes cemented to the floor like a fly stuck on sticky paper. Muffin, where's my carpet, and why are my shoes stuck to the floor?
Did you know you have hardwood floors under your carpeting?
She asked from the bedroom door.
Really nice stuff. So I ripped out the living room carpet.
And why are the really nice hardwood floors sticky? I couldn't close the door with my stuck shoes. I eyed Gus, making sure he wouldn't dash for his couch or food bowl.
I know a flooring guy. He said it would only take an hour to make them shine. He even came over to do it for free.
They're not shining. They're gelatinous.
Yeah, well, he might still be holding a grudge. I wondered why he insisted I take a nap.
She shrugged.
Can't pass one up. It's a good thing I used your slippers when he was finished. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have escaped.
I glanced at the floor near the bedroom door. Yep. My fuzzy slippers were adhered to the floor. Tell me he wasn't one of your victims. I attempted to pry out my shoe. It didn't budge.
When a man marries me, he's not a victim. He's damn lucky.
And I suppose that makes me lucky when you take over my apartment and destroy it. I attempted to jump, nearly toppling over when my shoes remained planted.
Damn straight! You have an open concept apartment because of me.
It's a hole in the wall with exposed wires.
You have wood floors.
That I can't walk across, and now the door is stuck open. I'm supposed to have dinner with Caleb in a half hour. I have to shower and change.
Shower at Frankie's.
What about my clothes? I can't go in a hoodie, shorts, and bare feet.
Hang on, I got this.
She ducked back into the bedroom. I heard drawers open and slam. She poked her head out.
I'll throw them to you.
Wait! I hollered as she threw the first item, which kamikazed 3 feet in front of her. I covered my eyes. Muffin, those were my best panties. She looked down at the panties now permanently adhered to the floor.
Be thankful it's your good pair. It'd be embarrassing to have your old holy undies plastered to the floor, and you've got lots of those. When was the last time you went shopping?
I don't have money to shop.
Good thing you're seeing Caleb tonight. He's got money. Skip the panties and go commando, know what I'm saying?
she said with a dramatic wink. I can't go out with him in these clothes. She snapped her fingers.
I got it!
She ducked into the room. Muffin, forget it. I'll cancel. Muffin poked out her head.
Get ready to catch.
I blinked at the contraption she readied. It was a bra hooked on both ends of a hanger. A wad of clothing was held in the bra, ready to be catapulted. She held the hook in one hand and pulled the bra back with the other. No. I cried as clothes tumbled through the air and plopped unceremoniously on the ground between us. She looked from the clothes to her makeshift catapult.
Huh. I thought for sure it would work.
Just forget it. I'll head to Maya's. She'll loan me clothes. I carefully stepped out of my shoes and into the hallway.
Wait.
Muffin called.
How do I get out?
I have no idea, but you better fix this floor before the cops find you trapped.
That's cold, and after I saved your life?
Just fix the floors. I have an anger management problem I'm working through, and this isn't helping, I gritted.
Ever since I met you, you've had an anger problem.
Gee, I wonder why, I said dryly, heading downstairs.
Hey!
Muffin yelled.
Order me a pizza. I don't have a phone in here.
I rolled my eyes. Come on, Gus. You get to stay with Uncle Frankie tonight. He has that velvet duvet you like to fur up. I was halfway downstairs when I realized he wasn't following. Come on, Gus. His eyes narrowed. I don't have any hot dogs, I explained. You'll have to come downstairs without bribery. He sunk down on his haunches and settled in. We stared at each other for a moment until my phone rang. I blew out a breath and answered.
Are you ready?
Caleb asked.
Should I pick you up?
I'm far from ready.
You're not thinking of canceling, are you?
No, but I've stepped into a sticky situation. Quite literally. I have to go to Maya's first.
I'll take you there.
No need. I'm heading there now.
Good thing I'm here,
he said in stereo. I whipped around to find him 2 steps below me. What are you doing here? I asked, pocketing my phone.
Just checking on you. I cashed out early.
Afraid I wasn't going to show? I asked. His lips curved.
You've been hard to catch.
His eyes flickered past me.
Why is Gus in the hall?
I'm trying to get him to Frankie's apartment. He's being stubborn. His smile turned wry.
Just like his mother. So why is Frankie cat-sitting? Are you planning on staying out late?
His eyes delved into mine. I blinked, clearing the trance. Muffin turned my floors into a human fly strip.
Is that why you don't have shoes?
Yes, I muttered. They're stuck in the doorway. He chuckled and skimmed past. He bent to pick up Gus, glancing at my felled shoes. Careful, I warned. He gets testy when he's not on the couch or baited with a hot dog. Caleb gathered Gus and carried him downstairs, as if he weighed no more than a feather. As he passed, Caleb said,
All kittens like me.
I wouldn't say he falls into the kitten category. Caleb shrugged, placing Gus at Frankie's door. He turned to me and tapped my nose.
No, but you do.
Caleb, stop looking at my feet, I said, curling my toes to hide them.
I can't help it, kitten.
He pulled them onto his lap.
You're wearing a hoodie and shorts. All I can see is your smooth legs and adorable toes.
Dangerously, I had let him talk me into going to his place for dinner. Maya wasn't home to lend me clothes, and without shoes, my options were limited. As we were waiting patiently on his couch for Chinese delivery, Caleb had taken up a fascination with my feet. His fingers lazily played and tickled. Contracting muscles arched through my back. I swatted him away and curled my legs underneath me.
You know, if you take away my toys, I'll find something else to play with.
He grinned. I grinned back. How can I keep running from Caleb when he's so wonderful? Why should I run? I can't deny our attraction. If I allow myself to relax, it could be a fun and an easy relationship. I should be ecstatic that he wants this wager with me. He wants me for a year. A year. My pulse kicked up to turbo. A year is a long time. There are so many what-ifs.
You're thinking about the wager, aren't you?
Caleb asked. I nodded. A year is such a long time, and $1 million is so much money. Maybe we should change the stakes. 3 months versus $250,000.
There's no point in wagering if there isn't risk.
There's still risk involved.
Not the kind that steals your breath and makes your body hum with anticipation for the final card. The one card.
His fingers brushed through my hair, curling around the back of my neck. He pulled me in until I could feel our breath mingle.
You're a gambler. The stakes are set. What's your next move?
Before I could answer, his lips closed on mine. All thought vanished as long-suppressed desire pooled and swirled. A rush filled my ears, drowning all coherent thoughts. A nip to my lower lip made me groan, knowing he could take all that he wanted. My defenses crumbled. My mind was numb. There was only Caleb. Chapter 11. Through dry, blurry eyes, I handed Remy a stack of postcards.
You look like shit. You're even wearing the same clothes.
I was working at the chapel all night, I said. Thankfully, Frankie had me working at the front desk instead of traipsing around Vegas with the rest of the crew. I think he took pity on me since I was shoeless. You're lucky I'm here at all. I nearly had an accident trying to get these cards from my apartment.
Sit down.
He ordered.
You're starting to sway. Forget exercising this morning. Do you need a ride home? I don't think I trust you to drive yourself home.
I'll grab some coffee on my way out. Let me know if you figure out the postcards. I turned to leave. I had to get home. And soon. The room seemed to tilt. My eyes were dry slits, and my stomach started protesting from a lack of food. I just wanted my pillow. That muffin was sleeping on. I whimpered. I felt an arm wrap around my shoulders.
Come on, I'm taking you home. You need a bed and a change of clothing. And shoes. Why aren't you wearing shoes?
They're glued to my floor. Don't worry, I'll just sleep in my car. Muffin is in my bed anyway.
Glued to the floor. If anyone else said that, I'd be wondering about their mental stability. Somehow, coming from you, it's normal.
I shuffled through the door and down the hall before my feet slipped out from under me and I was upside down. My cheek pressed against Remy's back. What the hell happened? I asked.
You walk too slow. I don't have all day.
I'm not exposed, am I? I asked, feeling a breeze in my shorts from being tossed over his shoulder.
I don't know and I'm not looking.
He shifted my weight to speak into his radio.
Born to Straitland. Bring a rollaway to my office as soon as possible.
Your last name is Bourne? I didn't know that, I mumbled. The motion of being carried was lulling me to sleep, even if I was slung over his shoulder like a bag of manure. I listened to voices. They were too muffled and too far away to hear. I listened closer. I felt sure they were saying something important. My eyes cracked open, blinking against the light. Remy paced the office, talking in muted tones to a security guard who glanced at me. From Remy's pinched facial expression, something was wrong. He spotted me tracking his movements and stopped with a jerk. He motioned for the security guard to leave.
Go back to sleep,
Remy urged.
You've only been asleep for a few hours.
I wiped the sleep out of my eyes and sat up with a heavy head. He sighed.
Can't you follow one simple request?
I'll be fine. What's going on? Did you figure out the postcards? He sat in the chair next to the rollaway.
If I had to guess, I think these postcards indicate Ian is in trouble and David walked right into it without knowing.
I blinked, shaking the lingering sleep from my head. What do the postcards mean? Why were they only sent to me? What do we do? I rolled out of bed, holding onto Remy's shoulder to steady the spinning. He pushed me, sending me back onto the bed with an ungraceful flop.
Take it easy. I'm working on it. Have you heard from Maya?
No, I haven't heard from her. I tried yesterday, but she wasn't around, and she didn't show up for work at the chapel.
She's working there?
Only for a week so we can beat the fairy tale chapel.
I don't like this. I can't reach David or Maya. Do you have Ian's phone number?
No, I don't have his number or address. He took a calming breath before directing his eyes at me.
You married the guy.
The simple statement of fact lit a fuse, burning through my facade and blowing through all barriers until it reached my very core of anger. I know that. I'm an idiot. A big, giant idiot, I barked. Every time a Miller walks into my life, it comes back and bites me in the ass. I'm sick of them. I don't give a damn what happens to them. It's their fault. They can deal with it. I'm sick of sticking my neck out and getting trampled. As a string of curses flew, I knew Remy was right. I didn't sleep nearly enough. I couldn't stop the words. Remy just sat back with one eyebrow raised and lips that twitched as he tried not to smile. After the last curse catapulted, I drew in a long, shuddering breath. Sorry. He shook his head in wonder.
I didn't know you had it in you.
What? We've already established that I'm an idiot. And now I sounded like one too.
Not that. I had a pretty good inkling about that.
He smirked.
I'm glad you're angry.
I'm not glad. I've been trying really hard to control it. It's consuming and flares up at the worst times. I should have never yelled like that.
Jet, you're only human. The Millers haven't given you a break between rounds. This one is on me. I'll find everyone.
Thanks, Remy.
Do you want to go home or sleep some more?
I'll head home. I have a floor that needs attention. Or a miracle. I knocked on Frankie's door. He hesitantly peeked out. Muffin isn't with me, I said.
Where is she?
He whispered as if she might be hiding behind a corner, ready to spring. Probably still sleeping. He widened the door enough for me to squeeze through. How's Gus?
He hasn't moved from my duvet. There's probably an inch of matted fur stuck to it.
I'll have it cleaned. Can he stay here a little longer? At least until I fix the floors? Frankie plopped down on the couch with a darkened brow.
I don't care,
he muttered. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, making me wonder if he'd been to bed yet. Why aren't you sleeping? I asked.
I can't sleep. I keep trying to think of new ways to attract business.
He glanced out the window.
They're going to win, and I can't do anything about it. Every day we get further and further behind. Their staff is 10 times bigger than mine. They have 3 chapels in their building while I only have 1. I can't compete with them.
He shook his head. Would it really be so bad if we lost? His eyes sliced through the air.
Yes.
He dragged out his phone and tossed it. I caught it and glanced at the picture on the screen. Oh, I see he's changed the billboard design. Frankie glowered and crossed his arms with a huff. It's not too bad, I offered, cringing inwardly.
Not too bad?
I looked at the photo again and read the caption. Who would you trust with your special day? Handsome and polished charming was paired with Frankie, decked out as a drag queen who apparently forgot to shave. A fairy was paired with Lenny. Unfortunately, the fairy was sweet-looking, and Lenny was scratching an exposed portion of his hairy belly. I was placed next to a princess. My wild eyes glared. Did I really look this crazy when I was in the ring? I asked, looking at the media shot of the fight.
You looked possessed. I thought your eyes were going to turn red with brimstone.
Delightful, I grimaced. Frankie, I'm sure by the time the contest is over, he'll have a different photo.
That doesn't make me feel better. How the hell did he get this photo? It was taken before I opened the chapel 5 years ago.
I glanced back at the photo. He did look slightly younger. Why were you in drag?
Prior to opening the chapel, I worked for Celebrity MASH one night a week.
I've never heard of it. What is it? He gave a disgruntled snort.
I'm not surprised you've never heard of it. It's a vaudeville act with celebrity impersonators. A complete mess.
Why did you do it? After a small shrug, he said,
It paid a little. The experience was worth it and led me to opening the chapel.
How far behind are we?
We're nearly 100 couples shy.
That's not as bad as I thought. We can still win. He shook his head.
There's no way. They pull more into the lead every night. I was able to bridge the gap for a little bit, but then they changed their tactic.
Then we need to change ours.
We don't have the manpower.
I know you'll think of something. You're the most imaginative man I know. If there's a way to win, you'll figure it out.
I do have an amazing imagination,
he admitted, unfurrowing his brow. You do. Design our billboard and send it to him. He grinned.
That would set him back a little.
He stood with a stretch, then slumped over.
I should get started.
First, go to bed, I ordered, heading to the door.
I have too much to do.
You'll think better after some good sleep, I said. When he didn't look convinced, I added, It will get rid of those dark circles under your eyes. They're going to turn into bags soon. His hand flew to his face, touching the dark circles.
You're right.
He dashed into the kitchen for cucumber slices and shooed me out the door. I trudged upstairs, knowing a hazard waited. And the floor, too. My shoes greeted me at the entrance, propping the door open. I swung it wide open and gasped. A trail of clothes led from the door to the kitchen, down the bedroom hallway, and stopped at the bathroom. My clothes. Not having many clothes to begin with, I was sure there was nothing left. Muffin, I growled, following the trail to the bedroom to find her sprawled on my bed. Her face was buried into the pillow, squishing her cheek like an aunt squeezing a child's cheek. She was no cute child, and she was drooling. Muffin! I shouted, shaking her awake. She awoke with a snort.
What you want?
She grumbled, swatting me away. You ruined my clothes.
I had to get out somehow. The panty disaster gave me the idea.
Did you use all my clothes?
No, you have an outfit left.
One outfit. Great. You're buying me new clothes. I stomped to the closet and flung open the door. I whimpered. All the hangers were empty except for one. A horrid Christmas sweater hung on it. I ripped it off the hanger. The bells jingled and the ribbons waved. This is what you left for me to wear? I barked.
And that.
She pointed to a plaid skirt on the dresser. You left me a Christmas sweater and a plaid skirt? I bellowed.
I couldn't put a Christmas sweater on the floor. It's not Christmas. And that plaid skirt is just ugly.
My body shook as I attempted to control the storming fury. A Christmas sweater, a plaid skirt, a ruined floor, a crater in the wall, drool on my pillow. Before I could stop myself, I launched at Muffin. One sweep of her arm deflected me, sending me tumbling across the floor into the wall. Ouch, I groaned. The consequence of my less-than-sane action at least knocked sense into me. Don't attack someone who can pummel you with one fist.
I should have warned you. I have killer reflexes.
She stood with a stretch, padding toward the bathroom.
I'm gonna take a shower. Go get breakfast.
I have to take a shower. Let me go first.
Too late,
she said, swinging the bathroom door closed.
You'll want to wait at least an hour before coming in here,
she warned through the door. I hurtled toward my punching bag with clenched teeth and curled fists. Maya, I spoke to her voicemail. Where are you? Call me back as soon as you get this message. I'm worried about you, and I need to shop for clothes. I ended the call knowing that if Maya listened to the message, I'd hear from her. She can't pass up a reason to shop. I looked down at my outfit with a sigh and walked to the car.
Oh my,
a feminine voice exclaimed. I twirled around to find Gwen crossing the parking lot, gawking at my Christmas sweater and plaid skirt. Hi, Gwen. What brings you here?
Just wondering if you heard from our husband,
she said. Our husband? She said it as if it wasn't a problem that we were both married to Ian. No, I haven't heard from Ian, I said. I spoke to a lawyer to proceed with the annulment. She nodded, still stealing glances at my outfit. My other clothes are ruined, I explained. I'm heading to the store.
I try not to judge by appearances, but that outfit is making it difficult.
Believe me, I'd rather not wear it. It's either this or nothing. I accidentally bumped a button on the sweater and it began playing Jingle Bells.
I'm wondering if you chose wisely.
I sighed. Have you heard anything from the Millers?
Nothing. I guess I didn't expect to find Ian. He can be invisible when he wants,
she said.
I've decided to head home.
Where do you live? She laughed.
Where don't I live?
Do you want to have dinner tonight?
Caleb asked. I held the phone as I browsed for clothes. I don't think I can. I'm shopping right now, and then I have to fix my floors. Tonight, I'll be working at the chapel. We're getting murdered by Fairy Tale Chapel. I'm sure Frankie will come up with a plan. He always has something up his sleeve.
Do you want help?
I'm sure Frankie would love the help.
I'm asking you, not Frankie.
I warmed. It must be the sweater. I yanked on the suffocating monstrosity. Jingle Bells began playing.
Why do I hear Christmas music?
If you come over to my place in an hour, you can see for yourself.
I can't say no to that.
Dropping the shopping bags in the hallway, I glared at the floor. I guess there's no time like the present, I thought as I dug through the hardware store bag. After many strange looks and questions about how my floors became the consistency of tar, the hardware store employees had suggested a few products that might help. They stressed, might. I snapped on a pair of protective gloves and knelt on my favorite jeans near the door. I used a spray to cover the floor and let it sit for a minute before scrubbing. The rag stalled. I yanked to find it adhered to the floor.
That's a nice look,
Caleb said behind me. I sat back to look up at Caleb. It's the only outfit I had left. Muffin sacrificed my other clothes. His eyes crinkled as they scanned.
I was talking about you bent over in a skirt.
He chuckled as I threw a spare rag at him.
Is this what was singing Jingle Bells?
He pressed the button on my chest. The song began playing, lighting his eyes with mischief.
Kinda catchy, isn't it?
No, it's horrid. Even Muffin couldn't bring herself to use it on the floor. He pushed the door open wide and looked in. Make sure to walk on the clothes. I can't afford to reimburse you for shoes.
Muffin did this?
No, her vengeful victim did.
I hope she doesn't have any more. This guy ruined your floors. They'll have to be stripped.
Crap. How do you strip a floor?
I can tell you how to strip a woman.
He smirked. I crossed my arms, accidentally pressing the song button again. He chuckled and kissed the top of my head.
I'll be back in 20 minutes. I expect dinner after this.
Where are you going? I asked, fearing he might not come back.
I'm going to borrow proper tools. I'll be back.
He stopped midway down the stairs.
There will be a price, not just dinner.
I gulped as he rounded the corner and went out of sight. Last night, he'd ended the night early since I had to work. He didn't want our physical relationship to escalate past the point of no return. Not when our wager was looming. I sighed. The price would be the wager. And that's okay, I decided. In fact, it was sinfully wonderful. Glancing through the apartment door, I wondered how many more of Muffin's victims would take their revenge. She must have pissed off many men in order to make it to the police's bulletin board. It sparked an idea. A wicked idea. Oh, this could send me to the Black Gates. I bounded downstairs and rapped on Frankie's door. "Frankie, I have an idea," I shouted. Chapter 12. I listened for slippered feet as I pressed my ear against Frankie's door. After a moment, the door cracked open.
This better be good,
Frankie muttered, barely able to hold open his dark eyes. It is. We've been trying to beat the Fairy Tale Chapel. We can't beat them. It's impossible. Like you said, they have more employees and more chapels. They're better than us,
Thank you for repeating what I already said.
he said dryly.
I'm heading back to bed.
I wedged my foot in front of the door as he was closing it. We could have them down for the count by tonight with no way for them to reopen for business until next week. Frankie slowly brightened.
Which would be after the competition. We could win.
He beamed and hopped in place.
Tell me the plan.
Muffin?
Muffin?
He asked with an arched brow. His smile fell, and he attempted to close the door again. I shoved through. Just hear me out.
I don't see how Muffin can help. All she does is destroy.
He shuffled to the kitchen to pour a cup of coffee.
Want some?
Yes, please. He handed me a mug and sipped from his. He sighed.
Do you know I had to reorder my special coffee blend after the last time she was here? They were out of stock. I finally received my order this week.
He took a long sip.
Daddy missed you.
It's very nice, I agreed, though not nearly as infatuated. He eyed me.
It's nicer than your outfit. What the hell are you wearing?
The remnants of another muffin rampage. He nodded in understanding.
See? She destroys everything. How could she possibly help? Except to force couples down the aisle. And I'm even starting to feel guilty about that.
This will be better, and you don't have to feel guilty either. Well, maybe a little. We'll aim her natural ability to annihilate at the fairy tale chapel. His face widened with a devious smile.
She destroys and rampages wherever she is. And if she happens to be at fairy tale chapel, destruction galore.
Add her angry exes, and we have the power to bring the chapel to its knees.
I love it. How do we get her over there without raising suspicion?
Well, she fancies herself as a do-it-yourself remodeler. Perhaps a few hints and she'll head over there. Once she's in, there's no way they'll get her out. We looked at each other and snickered. After Frankie and I had our plan laid out, I returned to my apartment. Hearing noises coming from upstairs, I was sure Muffin was up to no good. I found the door wide open, and Muffin standing in the kitchen with her mouth hanging open. I thought she was prowling for food until I saw what she was looking at. Caleb. He was shirtless and working the floor with a scraper. His back muscles rippled with each movement. It was mesmerizing. The work looked as if it came naturally to him, like he had done it all his life instead of sitting at a poker table or chasing skirts. How can I help? I asked, snapping my jaw back into place. He peered up and wiped a drop of sweat from his brow with his forearm. His really firm forearm. If he asked me about the wager right now, I'd say yes. Not even yes, but hell yes. A please let me lose, yes. Of course, I already planned on saying yes. Oh, brother, I'm in trouble.
Are you listening to me?
He asked. Huh? I peeked up from where my eyes had roamed to his chest. He grinned.
Kitten, I asked for the sander.
I browsed until I found what I thought was a sander. This thing?
Yes, that thing.
He took the sander from my outstretched hand. Do you know what you're doing? I questioned.
Afraid I might sand a hole all the way through to Frankie's apartment?
Anything is possible.
I promise whatever I do will turn out better than it is now.
I think it would be impossible to make the floor worse. How can I help?
You can scrape while I sand behind you.
He winked.
You might want to change. I'm sure you'll ruin your clothes.
I eyed my garments. That would be a blessing. I took the scraper and knelt on my favorite hoodie.
Wear these.
I took the offered gloves and slipped them on. How do you know how to strip a floor?
Usher flooring and cabinetry,
He stated.
Marry me and you'll be the recipient of new floors and cabinets every time you sneeze.
You own it?
My dad, he commandeered all nights and weekends when I was in school.
That explains. I dropped off, contemplating his form.
Explains what?
He asked, amusement playing in his eyes. I waved at his physique.
My?
He was going to make me say it.
She's saying you're built like a stag.
Muffin called from the kitchen.
What you need is a woman built to complement your strength, make you work harder. Take me, for instance. I could have you on your back in 2 minutes. You'd like it too.
He's mine, I clipped, intending to ward her off from throwing him over her shoulder and stampeding down the aisle, but it sounded rather territorial. I'm just trying to save your sorry butt from Muffin, I whispered, attempting to wipe the smirk off his openly amused face. It remained. Get back to work.
I'm afraid you'll both ravish me while I'm innocently working,
He teased. You're safe, I said dryly.
I wouldn't be so sure,
Muffin said. It must have been a trick of the lights, but I was sure I saw her teeth glistening with hunger. Muffin, Frankie wants to see you, I said, turning her attention.
What about? I'm not working extra hours. My talent only comes in 3 to 4 hour bursts.
It's about your stellar remodeling skills.
Oh, in that case, I'll head down now.
She plodded past, nearly toppling Caleb and me into the sticky muck.
I wouldn't want him to start without me. He has horrible taste.
I couldn't argue with that. As I began scraping, a sticky layer ribboned and glommed. I flicked the scraper, trying to remove the goop. It stuck like gum on a shoe.
Scrape it off into the bucket,
Caleb instructed, pointing to a bucket on the other side of him.
I'd pass it to you, but it's stuck for now.
I stood and stepped over, straddling him as I reached toward the bucket.
Is all your underwear on the floor?
He asked with a groan. Yeah, why?
Hard not to notice when you're standing over me in a skirt.
I hopped back. How embarrassing. Sorry, I muttered.
You should be. The sight will haunt my dreams for weeks.
I'm sorry it was so traumatic, I bristled.
Bad choice of words. More like torment. You're already in my dreams. Now I have an extra vision to keep replaying.
You dream of me? I asked, trying not to beam. His eyes flicked over.
Yes, you're always there. Sometimes it's just your green eyes. Sometimes it's more.
He focused on a patch of floor, the sander working a little too hard on an already clean spot. I began scraping, letting the moment pass. It was safer than reenacting whatever dreams he had and becoming a permanent fixture on the floor. As we worked, I thought about our wager. Of course. But I also thought of Maya. She's been known not to pick up her phone, but with David and Ian missing, it grated against my intuition. I never put too much stock in womanly intuition, but it was there, nagging at me like a ticked-off junkyard dog. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. I yanked off the gloves.
You don't think it's break time already, do you?
Caleb teased. I have a bad feeling about Maya. I'm calling Remy to see if he's found out anything. My brief call to Remy left me anxious. He wasn't any closer to solving the postcard riddle, nor was he able to contact any of the missing people or Grayson. No surprise there. I itched to storm Lost City again. Grayson obviously didn't fix the problem. Fiona was still pulling strings and shielding Grayson from the world. You're a son, I said, thinking out loud. Caleb blinked.
That's a pretty sound conclusion.
Who are you afraid of? I asked.
Jessica,
he stated. Jessica is his PR manager. I'd have to agree with his choice. She's like a viper in heels. No, who are you afraid of in your personal life?
You.
I gaped. I'm not scary. He chuckled.
All women are scary, but you stepped in the ring with one of the scariest and nearly had her.
You heard about that? I winced.
I watched it. Well, as much as I could. I think I had my eyes closed for most of it. They had a live feed in the high-stakes room.
I buried my head into my hands. How much was wagered?
I lost 1,000. At first, I was just being supportive, hoping you'd win. But in the second round, your eyes.
He paused.
Let's just say I feared for the woman's life. I thought you were going to win.
I'm sorry you lost 1,000. He shrugged.
I won it back after a few hands.
And that is why Caleb sits at the high-stakes table and I don't. I don't really scare you, do I?
No, I'm more afraid of myself when I'm around you. However, my mom could scare the pants off me when I was in trouble. She wielded the wooden spoon like she meant business.
Did she ever catch you? He smiled fondly.
No, I don't think she would have ever used the spoon, but she threatened like she was going to.
Did it stop you from getting into trouble? He grinned.
What kind of son would I be if I didn't keep her on her toes?
I smiled at the image of Caleb as a child. What a handful he'd be. And if he was a handful, I couldn't imagine the Miller brothers. What kind of mom raised them, I wondered. Perhaps a woman who could get the job done.
Does everyone know the plan?
Frankie asked, pacing the parking lot the next day.
We distract Charming and his freaky fairies. Muffin goes in and does her business.
Lenny said.
We're in, we're out. Bim, bam, boom.
There's a little more to it than bim, bam, boom.
Frankie said.
This is gonna be fun,
Muffin said.
I called in favors from my exes. The castle will be remodeled by nightfall. I've got some big plans.
That's great,
Frankie said, appeasing her for the sake of the crackpot charade. She still didn't know we were using her for her destructive powers.
Nadia, make sure to keep Charming occupied for as long as possible. Once the work starts, we don't want him back on site. Pull your bodice tighter.
He stepped over and reached for the strings. It's fine, I argued, slapping his hands. I'll need as much air as I can get. Last time, Charming had me running circles around the bus, and that was only for 5 minutes. I can't imagine what he'll do with more time, but I have Mace tucked in here somewhere, just in case.
That's probably wise. Lenny, you know your job. Caleb, thank you for helping. You know your job, right?
Caleb grinned.
The princesses.
Frankie gave him a once-over.
In that outfit, you'll have no problem. All girls like bad boys, especially princesses.
Frankie's gaze raked over him again.
And me too.
I wasn't sure about Frankie's logic, but Caleb was dressed in fantasy garb that could be very convincing if he acted the role. The pirate costume was from Frankie's chapel closet. Since Caleb is larger and more muscular, the costume fit snugly. Snug enough to give hot flashes to women passing by.
Turn around, let me see how that looks,
Frankie said. I shot Frankie a look as Caleb turned in a slow circle. Frankie fanned himself.
Dear Lord, they'll be swooning like tweens at a boy band concert,
Frankie said, clearing his throat. Ripping his eyes from Caleb's derriere with a whimper, he addressed Danny.
You know your job, right?
Yes. This is the worst half-baked plan I've ever heard. I'm running as soon as the cops come,
She said with a snap of her bubble gum, which was the same shade as her orange hair.
I have enough dings on my record without adding this nonsense.
Charming went too far. He has to be stopped,
Frankie said.
If Caleb is willing to tarnish his reputation, then you should be too.
Caleb leaned over to whisper in my ear.
I'm tarnishing my reputation.
It's already ruined, I whispered back. What's a little added tarnish?
I think these pants are cutting off circulation.
They do look tight, I said, trying not to stare. Once we head to the chapel, change into jeans.
And risk missing swooning princesses?
I rolled my eyes. I don't think I've ever seen a person swoon.
I could make you swoon, kitten,
He whispered, tracing his finger down the side of my neck.
Nadia!
I jumped at Lenny's bark. What?
Stop making googly eyes. We're heading out.
Chapter 13. I don't see Charming, I said, peeking through the bush we were huddled behind.
Muffin, get down. We don't want them to know we're here,
Frankie ordered.
I thought I was here to put my talent to good use, not hide behind a bush.
You will. It's a surprise.
We don't need to hide for the surprise.
Muffin tisked.
The remodeling unveiling will shock them.
You ain't kidding, I muttered.
There's a ferry.
Lenny spotted a fairy exiting the front door.
I'll handle this.
He grinned, snatching his super soaker. How is a super soaker going to keep the fairies away? I asked.
I used your floor goop and thinned it so it can spray. It's now the consistency of super glue. Once it flies, it sticks like the original goop.
I winced. Don't spray it on their skin. Or eyes, I added.
Don't worry, I got this. Danny, you're on backup. Make sure to lead them away from the chapel. We don't want anyone turning into statues on the front yard.
Danny pumped her super soaker.
Locked and loaded.
Lenny ran from the hiding spot with a warrior cry. Halfway to the ferry, he slowed as he wheezed to catch his breath.
I guess I'm up.
Danny shook her head as we watched Lenny stop and brace his hands on his knees for support. She bolted from the bush and descended on the ferry, luring him away with a squirt. It caught the other fairies' attention. They filtered from the chapel to see their comrade fall as Danny blasted the super soaker. Lenny's eyes widened as they circled him. I can't watch. I buried my face into my hands. Caleb laughed.
He's okay. He just soaked them. Their wings are stuck together. That worked better than I thought it would.
I peeked through my fingers to find the fairies stuck together like a giant log. Lenny used the super soaker to prod them away from the chapel. Their curses filled the air, drawing more eyes to the front.
Caleb, you're up!
Frankie called.
I'm only doing this for you, kitten.
He said with a wink before sauntering toward the princesses in his sexy pirate swagger. Damn, Frankie and I said in harmony as we watched his retreating form. As he neared the princesses, two giggled, two gasped, and one tugged her bodice lower.
Look at him,
Frankie said in awe.
He's stealing their breath and hearts with one sultry glance and a dimpled smile. I wouldn't be surprised if they hiked their skirts for him. If I could bottle his sex appeal, I'd make millions. I'd save myself a bottle, too. Just a little dash to spice things up.
He doesn't have a dimpled smile, though I think you're right about them hiking up their skirts. The one on the end is ready to pounce.
He has a slight dimple,
he argued.
It comes out when he's mischievous.
You must have seen a shadow. He doesn't have dimples.
I don't care if he has a dimple on his face or butt.
Muffin huffed.
I'm getting cramped hiding behind this bush like a hungry raccoon.
She fidgeted, shaking the bush with her movement.
That brings up a good point. I'm hungry.
Only Charming is left. As soon as we flush him out, we'll head in and order a pizza.
With one lumbering movement, I found myself on the other side of the bush.
Go get him!
Muffin called. You didn't have to push me through the bush, I growled, picking a leaf from my hair, and one from my bodice. I dusted off and made my way to the entrance where Caleb and the princesses stood. His eyes fell on me as he spoke with the princesses. They didn't notice my approach, but he was tracking me. I used a hand signal to wave him away from the front so I could get inside. He flashed a dimpled smile at the princesses and wrapped his arm around two of them, leading them away. Where did that dimple come from? I was sure I hadn't seen it before. However, before I could wonder more about the elusive dimple, Charming stepped out.
What brings you here, my lovely?
He asked. His eyes roamed the length of me.
Not that I mind your visit, but it seems my staff has disappeared.
He stepped close, cutting off the path to the door. His eyes flicked over my shoulder.
It seems I underestimated you. I'm not sure what your plan is, but leading my princesses away with a common pirate won't make them forget their duties.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, I said, inching back. A single eyebrow rose.
You wouldn't happen to know why Frankie and Is that a woman?
I glanced over to watch Frankie frantically attempt to keep Muffin at bay. She batted him, flinging him through the bush. As she barreled toward us, Frankie jumped on her back, which proved to be useless.
Get out of my way,
she said, plowing through to the front door.
I don't have time to sit behind a bush all day. I've got business to take care of.
She stopped at the door and turned to Charming.
Where's your bathroom?
On the left,
was all he could utter.
Good. I hope you got a plunger. All that squatting behind a bush makes a person's plumbing cockeyed.
She breezed through the door with Frankie still clinging to her back. Charming's composure slipped. He no longer wore his veneered smile. His eyes were assessing.
What's going on?
He asked, turning his piercing gaze to me. Muffin wants to remodel your chapel.
Why?
He asked, stepping closer to effectively block my escape route. I scanned for an alternate route.
Don't go in there for an hour.
Frankie stumbled out, waving his hand in front of his nose.
The stench could peel paint off a wall.
Charming whipped around to Frankie.
What are you up to, Garza?
Nothing.
Frankie said innocently, sidestepping Charming. Charming cut off his path, allowing me to escape. I did. Hurrying to the parking lot, I turned to find Frankie and Charming glaring nose to nose.
You couldn't win fairly, so you thought you could sabotage me.
Charming growled.
You taunted me with those horrible billboard designs.
Frankie gritted.
What was I supposed to do?
Lose honorably. And they're not horrible. You just don't like the fact that they're true. My chapel's better than yours.
Charming poked Frankie's chest.
My staff is better than yours.
Poke.
And I'm better than you.
Poke.
You only have one theme. I change mine daily.
Yes. Jack of all celebrities, master of none. But I'm the master here.
You think prancing around, batting your eyelashes, and calling every female a fair maiden is being a master? I could outcharm you any day.
Charming's eyes flashed.
Outcharm me? You couldn't charm a woman if your life depended on it.
Yes, I can. I can charm the socks off any woman or man. You can't claim the same.
Frankie barked.
I only turn on my charm for women. Men don't count.
That's because you can't charm them. Admit it.
Charming blustered.
I could charm a rock if I had to.
I felt a hand on my back and turned to find a very sexy pirate standing next to me. With the scene unfolding at such a rowdy decibel, I didn't hear him approach.
They've attracted quite a crowd,
Caleb said. I peeked around to find an audience filling the sidewalk and front yard. Even the fairies hopped back into the yard to watch the two chapel owners squabbling like children fighting over the last popsicle.
Do you think they'll start slapping each other with gloves?
Caleb asked. That's how we got in this predicament.
You're kidding.
When I shook my head, he chuckled. The sound tickled my senses. How come you only have a dimple some of the time? I never noticed it until you smiled at the princesses, but then you just laughed and it wasn't there. I scanned his cheek, looking for the mysterious dimple.
If I tell you, you can't repeat it.
Why not?
Promise first.
I promise. Now tell me, I urged, which earned another laugh.
I don't think I could ever say no to you. The dimple is my one and only tell,
he explained, referring to the poker term. How is that possible? He shrugged.
It's always been that way. If I'm not smiling sincerely, a dimple appears, causing the woman I'm not being sincere with to like me that much more. It's a vicious circle, but it explains why you've never seen it.
Does it come out at the table?
Sometimes, but not often. Most of the time, I enjoy my interaction with the other players. Luckily, most men don't notice whether I have a dimple.
Frankie noticed.
He's not like most men.
You're not kidding, I muttered, turning my attention back to the argument that was growing louder and more animated until a resonating crack brought silence. Frankie, run! I screamed. Frankie paled and grabbed Charming, diving to the side. Another crack sent a turret plummeting to the ground in a crash of splintering wood. Frankie, are you okay? I jogged to the debris. Frankie poked his head up.
I thought we were goners.
Charming's smudged face popped up next to Frankie's.
What happened?
We looked up to find Muffin standing where the turret had been.
Did you know these turrets are fake?
She asked.
If I hadn't already gone to the bathroom, there would have been a serious accident of a different nature.
You nearly killed us, woman.
Frankie bellowed.
I'm remodeling.
You tore down my turret.
Charming roared. Veins were swelling and throbbing.
You have 3 more?
Charming shook with fury.
Stay where you are. I'm calling the cops.
Muffin scurried, searching for a way out. Charming whipped around to Frankie.
This isn't over. This is between you and me. The new challenge has been accepted.
What new challenge?
Frankie asked, backing away.
You and me, tomorrow night.
Frankie raised his brows.
On a date?
Don't be absurd. The one that can charm a woman and a man wins.
What are the stakes?
We'll keep them the same with one addition. The loser becomes the winner's servant for a week.
Frankie's eyes narrowed.
You're on.
Meet me tomorrow at 7. We'll pick location and subjects.
The next day, I called Remy. I was anxious to hear news, but I didn't want to pester him either, since he promised he'd call if he found a lead. I wasn't confident he would follow through with his promise, however. Well? I asked after he answered on the 5th ring.
No luck. I can't make heads or tails of the postcards, and there are no leads on the Millers. Can you think of anything that Ian said before he left?
He said, "Good morning, my sweet wife," just before I ran out the door. Remy exhaled.
Anything before that?
Not that I can recall.
Think on it and get back to me.
Okay. Remy, did you get in touch with Grayson?
I tried. Nothing has changed. The dragon's still keeping him hostage.
I thought for sure he would talk to her.
He very well could have. She doesn't strike me as the type to give up control so easily. She's had her way for months.
Do you think Grayson knows?
Don't worry about Grayson. There's nothing you can do.
I hesitated before saying, actually, there might be.
I don't like that sound in your voice. It reminds me of times when you did something stupid.
I don't do stupid things.
Would you care for me to list them? I could start alphabetically or chronologically. Your call.
It's not that long of a list.
So you're agreeing that there is a list?
I could hear him smirking on the other end. I didn't agree to anything. Are you going to listen to my suggestion or not? He groaned.
I know I'm going to regret this. Lay it on me.
It's simple. We call the one person we can get a hold of, the one person who has the clout to get through to Grayson.
I always assumed you had enough clout, as you say.
Well, we were both wrong on that point.
Who is this person who has so much power?
Mrs. Miller. Remy paused for so long I had to look at my phone to see if we were still connected.
Damn.
He finally said, "It's a good plan, right?"
Hell no. You can't call a grown man's mama on him.
Got some mama issues?
No, but that's some cold, underhanded shit we're talking about. You don't call the mama when you're in the schoolyard, and you definitely don't call when you're an adult.
I couldn't help but envision Remy as a young kid. He'd be smart-mouthed and tough. Perhaps he'd even have a head of hair. Remy with hair? What color is your hair?
What?
He sputtered and coughed. He must have just taken a drink. I had a vision of you as a troubled youth. Did you shave your head then, or did you actually have hair?
Jet, you should thank your lucky stars you aren't in front of me right now.
He growled.
Can we stick to the topic, please? You aren't calling Grayson's mom. You aren't going to call me unless it's important. And I have brown hair.
Dark or light brown? I asked, just to needle him. I heard half a curse before silence. He cut me off. I pocketed my phone. I don't agree with Remy, I thought, as I paced my beautiful wood floors in my peaceful apartment. I wonder where Muffin is. She didn't return last night to steal my bed. Maybe Charming's threat to call the police scared her off. I grinned. I still couldn't believe how my floors turned out. I'm almost thankful Muffin destroyed them. Besides looking hot while shirtless and performing manual labor, Caleb did a killer job. I allowed a moment of eye candy reflection. What do I do? This isn't a simple schoolyard squabble. There are 3 people missing and a stolen necklace. Postcards were sent in hopes I could help or find someone to help. Without understanding the postcards, my only option is involving others. Do I call Grayson? Do I have any other options besides calling or walking away? I'll give him one last chance, I thought as I dug into my pocket to retrieve my cell phone. I took a deep breath and pressed Grayson's number. Chapter 14.
You've reached Mr. Miller's cell phone. How may I help you?
Ugh, Fiona. I'd like to speak to Grayson, please. I attempted politeness, even though I knew it wouldn't be returned.
He's in a meeting right now. May I take a message?
Fiona asked. It's really important that I talk to him. When will he be free?
I really couldn't say.
Will he be free in an hour?
No.
Will he be free in 4 hours?
No.
I clenched the phone. Will he be free at 8 this evening?
No.
Fiona, this is important. When can I speak with him?
Never. I heard you married his brother. Very calculating of you, but you forfeited the grand prize.
Exactly. Grayson is all yours, I gritted. I just need to speak with him.
Sorry, not going to happen. Maybe on your 1-year anniversary.
It was no use spinning my wheels. I'd need punching bag therapy for a month if I continued. You win, Fiona. I'm done trying to call Grayson. He's all yours.
It's a shame you had to learn the hard way, but it's for the best. I'm his perfect partner.
Yes, I'm sure the Millers will delight in a non-medicated psycho as a new addition to their family, I said, pressing end so I didn't have to hear her retort. Clearly, Grayson did not regain control of his office or penthouse. 3 months ago, it would have taken an hour in front of the bag and a gallon of sweat to compose myself. Now, it just took a deep breath and a phone call to his mom. Schoolyard Vegas style? I grinned. How to proceed, I wondered. There had to be thousands of Millers. I didn't know her first name, and I didn't know where she lived. This could prove to be a challenge. I dialed Maya on the way down to Frankie's. When the call went to voicemail, I stuffed my phone into my pocket and rapped on Frankie's door. I wasn't expecting Maya to answer the phone, but it was worth a shot. I hoped she was okay.
I'm busy,
Frankie shouted. Frankie, open up! I need your help!
Didn't you hear me? I'm busy.
His voice was high-pitched and frantic, which meant Frankie was nearing a meltdown. Open the door and let me help, I said, shaking my head. Whatever laid beyond that door was going to take a yachtload of patience. The door wrenched open.
You can't help. Go away.
It's about Charming's challenge, isn't it? I asked as the door was swinging shut. It stopped an inch from the jam.
It might be.
I eased the door open. Let me help you. Frankie threw up his hands and paced the living room.
This competition is about charm. You don't have an ounce of charm. How could you possibly help?
I shook off the dig since he wasn't too far off base. Do you have a plan? Some secret inner mojo?
My mojo is out of this world.
Maybe that's the difference between Charming and you. He oozes while you flaunt.
I should ooze?
He asked, appalled. I'm just saying you should take your gift and use it to serve you, I explained, using the word gift lightly. Charming can sweep a girl off her feet, but can he do the same for men? I don't think so.
But I can.
Frankie's eyes rounded.
I can do something he doesn't have a clue about.
Exactly. His whole act is gushing flowery sentiments to women. Anyone can do that. You have the advantage. I doubt any man will be charmed by such obviousness.
He has looks going for him. His fair complexion is enough to make his words superfluous.
So do you. He arched his brow.
I know I'm handsome, but he's got something more.
Nonsense, I retorted, giving me time to whip together an argument. What you need is inspiration and practice.
I get enough practice,
he said, ruffling. You hit on girls?
Well, no.
On straight men? I questioned.
I dabble here and there.
No, you don't. You give them one-liners that you know will bounce right off.
I give them the look, too.
I've seen that look. It won't win this competition. Frankie exhaled and threw his arms in the air.
I give up. What do you think he'll make me do for a week?
Fix the turret, shine his shoes, bring him coffee, clean the chapel. Stand outside with a sign that says, "All celebrities sucks. A massage."
Enough! I get the point. I'm doomed.
You'll be fine. I'm calling in reinforcements. Then I'll need your help. Danny stood wide-eyed, staring at Frankie as if he'd grown 3 heads.
You're supposed to swoon,
Frankie ordered. Danny glanced at me for help. Frankie, you know how to flirt. You're forcing it. Just be yourself, I instructed.
Yeah. I've seen you throw down lines that could make a sailor blush,
Lenny said. Frankie turned and whispered,
I thought you were calling in reinforcements. How are Lenny and Danny supposed to help?
If you can charm them, you can charm anyone. I called Caleb for inspiration. Frankie brightened and looked over my shoulder.
Speaking of inspiration.
I followed his gaze to find Caleb in the doorway. He stopped when he realized all eyes were on him. His questioning gaze settled on me.
What's going on?
He asked, crossing the living room with his dimple showing. I smirked, knowing I now had the power to read him. He leaned to whisper,
You said I was meeting you to discuss our wager.
You are. I'm wagering on our wager. He eyed me with a broadening smile minus the dimple.
A double wager? I'm listening.
Frankie has to win the charming competition tonight. He needs your help. If you can teach him your moves and he wins, then I'll wager with you.
Full million versus a year?
He questioned. I nodded.
And if he doesn't win?
No wager. He paused, sizing up Frankie.
Counter wager. I'll agree to this on one condition.
What? The look in his eyes dried my throat and curled my toes.
Frankie will do whatever I tell him, no questions asked, and we finish our wager tonight.
That's 2 conditions, I said. He didn't budge. Counteroffer. Frankie will do whatever you say, and I will be wherever you tell me to be after my vacation.
When are you coming back?
We leave in a couple of days. We'll be back in a week.
If I ask you to come to my place at midnight?
I'll be there, I promised.
Deal. Kiss on it.
What? I was dragged into his arms and kissed. His arms wrapped around me, deepening the kiss. Before I was lost in his warmth and touch, a cough reminded me there were people still in the room.
Before you two start going at it like rabbits, can I just say this will never work?
Lenny said.
Frankie and I should swap places. I can charm the skivvies off anyone.
Skivvies?
Caleb and I exchanged glances.
No, I have to do this,
Frankie said.
Caleb, I'll do whatever you say.
Hang on.
Lenny interrupted.
This guy might be able to charm the ladies, but there's no way he can charm a man.
He's got me hooked,
Frankie said.
Yeah, but pretty boys are your thing. How about a real tough man like me?
I cocked my head to the side. Frankie crossed his arms. I guess he has a point in a very broad sense. He turned to Caleb.
Could you actually charm Lenny?
Caleb scanned Lenny.
I can try. I've never tried to seduce a man. Kind of goes against the grain.
Frankie nodded.
That's what I think about women.
Caleb, you turn on the charm every day you sit at the table, I said.
That's to get their money, not their phone number.
Think you can't do it? I asked, throwing a little taunt in there. He grinned.
If it means winning our wager, I'll do just about anything, kitten.
Then woo Lenny.
Danny chimed in. Caleb eyed Lenny and scratched his chin. He gave a shrug and walked over to Lenny, whose eyes were popping out of his head.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're close enough. Don't be trying to cop a feel of these quality goods.
Caleb smirked.
Believe me, there'll be no touching of any goods. I'll just say this.
He leaned over to whisper something in Lenny's ear. What started as a look of terror turned into intrigue, and then a grin. When Caleb straightened, Lenny said in awe,
This guy could talk the skivvies off a nun.
I'm in,
Frankie stated. What did you say to Lenny? I asked as Caleb neared.
Only what he wanted to hear.
Which is? I asked. Not that I really wanted to know what could cause Lenny to abandon his skivvies, but it was like watching a bad movie. I still wanted to know the ending.
Something to the effect that I'd empty a swimming pool and fill it with money so he could jump into it without skivvies.
That did it?
Game on.
Caleb smirked, pulling out his phone.
Jessica? Yeah. No, I don't have time to go over my schedule right now. Do you still have the suit that was too snug for me? Great. Bring it to all celebrities as soon as possible. We can talk later.
He ended the call and turned to Frankie.
Show me your moves, hit on me.
Frankie stared wide-eyed. Was he blushing? He was certainly stammering. Frankie, you've hit on Caleb before, I said, wondering at his sudden shyness.
It's not the same.
Yes, it is. Would it help if we left and gave you and Caleb time to work together?
Actually, that would be perfect.
Caleb said.
Can you keep an eye out for Jessica and bring the suit up? I have a feeling Frankie will be a whole new man once he wears it.
One of your custom-tailored suits?
Frankie asked with a sparkle of hope.
Yes, I was supposed to wear it to an event. The tailor made it a size too small. I think it will fit you perfectly.
Frankie beamed and turned to me.
He really does know how to sweep a man off his feet. You guys run along. We'll be just fine.
He shooed us out the door. As Lenny, Danny, and I made our way downstairs, I asked, "Do either of you know how to find a person using their last name only?"
It's difficult,
Danny said.
Who is it?
Mrs. Miller. Lenny gave a low whistle.
You're stalking the rich man's mother.
No, but I would like to get in touch with her. I think she should know her family has disappeared, I explained. Though it did feel as though I was squealing on Grayson.
You won't get into Grayson's pants by calling his mommy,
Lenny said. I'm not trying to get into his pants. I'm trying to find his family.
Don't you think his mom already knows her family is missing?
Danny asked. I won't know until I call her.
I'll try a web search and see what I can find.
It was nearing the time to head to Treasure Island to meet Charming for the face-off. I had delivered the suit to Frankie's apartment an hour ago. There was no yelling or crying. That was a good sign. Do you think we should head out? I asked Danny. She nodded.
If Frankie isn't charming by now, there's no hope for him. We can only hope that a fraction of Caleb rubbed off on him. But really, I have a feeling Vivian will be performing ceremonies for a week while Frankie is pressed into servitude.
We might as well get it over with. Let's go get them, I said, glancing over at Lenny, who had been snoring on the foyer couch for the last 30 minutes. We'll leave Lenny here. Danny and I walked up the stairs and knocked on Frankie's door. Are you ready? It's time to go. Caleb opened the door with a wide grin aimed directly at me.
You should never wager with me.
I peeked past him. Where's Frankie?
Over here,
Frankie said. I looked toward the voice and saw a handsome man in a fashionable suit with an open collar. His dark, medium-length hair was loose instead of slicked or tied back. The crisp white dress shirt brought out his white smile and his tan skin. His dark eyes were penetrating. It was almost as if he was replaced by Grayson. Danny's mouth swung open.
Damn, Frankie!
Frankie cocked a smile. I blinked. What did you do with the real Frankie? I asked Caleb.
He's role-playing. I never realized how well he could throw himself into a part. But once I explained how he should act, he took it and ran with it. I think he's trying to imitate a Latino Grayson. It works in my favor,
he added. I think it's the suit. We should go. Frankie crossed the room and flashed a smile at Danny, who nearly stumbled. Sheesh. If Frankie had this kind of power, the world was no longer safe.
Caleb and I are taking the Porsche. We'll meet in front of Treasure Island.
Caleb gave a wink and followed Frankie downstairs.
Dude, Caleb must be practicing some dark arts,
Danny said as we trailed them.
He sucked out Frankie's soul and replaced it.
I think he's just acting, like Caleb said.
I wonder how long it will last this time. Remember when he was stuck in the role of Worf from Star Trek? That lasted a month. I still have nightmares.
I remembered. It was the longest month in Chapel history.
I was going to tell him about the information I dug up on Charming,
she said. You might as well wait. Frankie is in the zone. What did you find out? She smiled. Chapter 15. We waited for Charming in front of Treasure Island.
I could be picking up couples right now and making money.
Lenny complained, watching the newest batch of fresh pickings stroll along the sidewalk. Frankie shut down the chapel tonight, remember? We're here to support him, I said.
And I need to support my habits.
I don't want to know about your habits.
I wasn't going to tell you anyway.
Hey, look at all the women eyeing Frankie,
Danny said.
They're barely giving Caleb a second glance.
They gave him a first glance, I said.
But normally they turn to give him a second look. They aren't doing it. Frankie's getting the most attention.
It's the suit, I said. It fits him perfectly.
It's the hair and dark looks,
Danny said.
He looks like the perfect bad boy.
Bad boys can be perfect? I questioned. She nodded vigorously and began explaining her theories on the perfect bad boy. I shook my head, stopping her. Sounds confusing, and we're still talking about Frankie.
I know, but these women don't. They're trying to capture this perfect bad boy's eye.
Thankfully, Charming showed up, distracting Danny long enough to forget the conversation. He was dressed in a similar fashion to Frankie, though Frankie's suit had the advantage of being exquisitely cut. Behind Charming were two of his associates. The man and woman looked familiar, but without their costumes, I wasn't quite sure if I had seen them before. Charming scowled at the transformed Frankie. He quickly composed himself.
I see we're all here. How should we proceed?
Frankie gave him a casual, unaffected smile.
This is your game. Why don't you tell us?
I think the fairest way is to let us choose your male and female. Your team can choose mine.
What's the objective?
To obtain a phone number.
What if we tie?
Then we keep playing rounds until someone finally wins.
And the stakes remain the same?
Charming gave a nod. Frankie flicked a glance through the crowd, landing back on Charming.
Agreed, let's get on with it.
I watched the two men in wonder. It was almost as if they'd swapped personalities. If Frankie could retain his new character throughout the competition, we could win.
Women first,
Charming stated with a flick of his hand, sending his team into the crowd.
Caleb, can you please find a woman for Charming?
Frankie requested. Caleb scanned the crowd and narrowed on a target. Why Caleb? I asked. Frankie turned with a sleek smile.
Because he can lure any woman. The woman might not be happy when she's been lured to Charming after receiving Caleb's attention.
He gave a carefree shrug.
Either way, it's better than what Lenny or you could turn up.
That actually made some sense. I studied the two competitors. They both could easily sway a female. But a man? I sighed. Only Frankie could end up in such a ridiculous competition. It wasn't long before a woman found herself in front of Frankie. A nun? I blinked. Lenny blew out his breath in a low whistle, Danny gaped, and Charming grinned. Frankie glanced down at her with a dazzling smile. He altered his voice as he said,
Such a beautiful woman with such a beautiful faith. I'm spellbound by such a rare jewel.
Shit, we're going to hell,
Danny said. I seconded that thought. Surely Frankie wouldn't push past the line of impropriety with a nun. I debated if I should start praying, or would that be considered a slap in the Almighty's face? Frankie stepped closer, brushing the nun's cheek with the back of his fingertips. Danny and I grasped each other for support and watched helplessly as he leaned in and whispered something that made her blush. Frankie straightened as she dug through her purse to find paper and a pen. Frankie took the offered number with a smile and wink. She hurried away but gave him one last blushing glance. Frankie, did you just send us to hell? I demanded.
No, she's an actress wearing a theater costume. I recognized it right away.
He said low enough so Charming couldn't hear. It didn't matter. Charming was occupied with his own challenge. He wasn't focused on us, but rather on a cigarette-puffing elderly woman with a walker. Charming was having a hard time feeding the woman lines. She kept asking him to repeat himself.
I said your eyes are the color of a tranquil sea foam,
he shouted. The woman cocked her head as if he might be a little daft.
That's glaucoma, not foam.
We're going to hell for sure,
Danny said, shaking her head. I glared at Caleb, who smirked back. He whispered,
She's about the only person who can't be seduced by charming.
No, she's not. If I can see through him, there must be others. Caleb brightened.
Interesting.
What?
You're on deck for the next round.
No way! I'm not going through that torture again. Anyway, isn't it against the rules?
You heard the same rules I did. I can pick whoever I want. I pick you.
I glowered at him. The only good part about that plan was that we'd stop dragging innocent people into the competition. And if Charming fails with the elderly woman, we'll be ahead. Hope Dolphin leaped through my insides until I saw the woman give Charming a piece of paper with her number on it. Danny's hand strangled my arm as we watched in suspended horror. Once she shuffled away, both teams glowered at each other. They immediately went to find their next challenge, men.
I don't know if I can watch,
Lenny said.
If the women are any indication of what the men will be like, I don't think my delicate insides can take it.
I arched my brow but refrained from retorting. I scanned for Caleb. He was aimlessly wandering through the crowd until he bumped into a man with his wife or girlfriend. He spoke briefly and led them over to Charming. Charming's eyes flickered between the couple, and he nearly lost his composure. He straightened his suit and flicked imaginary dust from his coat as he prepared himself for a very awkward seduction. We openly gawked, waiting for him to make his first move.
I can't watch. It's like offering up a sacrificial lamb,
Danny said, squeezing her eyes shut. Charming's team brought over Frankie's challenge, a towering man complete with a thick beard and a scowling, heavy brow. Frankie glanced up at the man with hardly a wince. Of course, Frankie doesn't discriminate when it comes to men. This hardy lumberjack might be right up his alley.
These guys said you want to talk to me,
The man said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder to point at Charming's giggling team. Frankie nodded politely before asking,
Do you want me now? Or later?
I sputtered. Caleb barked with laughter, and Danny and Lenny backed away. The man's scowl deepened until his thick brow covered his face.
Perhaps I've made a mistake,
Frankie said with the same light tone.
I could have sworn I've seen you before.
I'm not from around here.
I stepped back with Danny and Lenny. I think I'm having heart palpitations, I said. Someone has to lose and fast. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Frankie flashed a smile.
I know where I've seen you. Are you sure you don't want to have a drink later?
No.
The man gritted and tried to sidestep Frankie. Frankie blocked him with one easy step and touched his arm. The man jerked away. My eyes slid to Caleb, who wasn't as cheerful as he was moments ago. Frankie wasn't deterred. His smile never faltered. He said something quick and low to the man. The scowl lifted to arches. The man palmed Frankie a business card.
10 o'clock tonight. Be there.
Frankie pocketed the card as the man disappeared into the crowd. What was that about? I don't know if it counts as anything except a very odd and disturbing encounter, I said.
I have his phone number,
Frankie said. Caleb shrugged.
I think that counts.
How do you know him? I asked. Wait, I don't want to know. It was too late.
He's a peekaboo boy.
A what?
Lenny asked.
He works down at the Peekaboo Club in one of their shows.
That guy?
Danny gasped.
He's their star. Just think of him in tiny jean shorts and suspenders.
I'd rather not,
Lenny said. I need to move. This city is too much for me, I muttered.
Oh yeah, I've seen him. He's not too bad,
Caleb said. We all turned to him with quizzical eyes.
Hey, when you wager on everything, you're bound to see everything. However, this one caught me by surprise.
Wagering. That's the meat of Caleb's life. However, I have to admit he's come in handy several times so far and has taken everything in stride. He's been willing to help no matter how ridiculous the situation. Would Grayson do the same? No, I can't say he would. He'd get whatever was needed done, but not by putting himself out there. Caleb fixed my floors. Grayson would pay someone. Caleb dressed up as a pirate to flirt with princesses. Grayson would have a meeting and show up at the last moment with his lawyer's card to deter Charming for suing for the turret damage. Caleb was helping Frankie carry out his challenge, albeit to get one step closer to his wager with me. Grayson would stop the challenge with his lawyer's business card. Is that accurate? I asked myself. Grayson is a businessman. Of course he would handle any situation as such. I'm being too hard on him. If he had stepped in, none of this would be happening. And I wouldn't know about the Peekaboo Boys. That would be a plus. Either way, something positive did come from tonight's experience. Caleb proved he's rather amazing. I think I've only seen him through the eyes of a poker player and haven't given him a fair chance. Tonight, I see him in a whole different light. I'll give him his wager whether Frankie wins or loses. 3 rounds later, we were haggard and ready to quit. Only Frankie and Charming didn't seem to notice as they glared pointedly at each other. I'd had enough. Even tourists were starting to distance themselves. We've seen that you both can be very charming and obtain phone numbers from even the most unlikely people. But we need to call it a draw before someone calls the cops, I said.
There was a cop here,
Frankie said. Yes, and you got his phone number. But you know what I mean.
One more person for each of us, and then we'll call it a draw,
Charming countered. I rolled my eyes as they resumed glaring. The energy waves rolling off of them were heavily charged. I've got a better idea, I said. Frankie, you charm Charming. If you can, then we'll know you're the better charmer. They both shot their laser stares at me.
Are you insane?
Frankie asked with flaring nostrils. Suave Frankie was gone. Real Frankie was back. Caleb saddled up next to me.
Are you trying to sabotage my efforts?
If anything, I'm helping, I said. Charming smirked.
I agree. There's no way Frankie can charm me. In fact, I'll add an extra week of service into the mix.
Frankie pulled me to the side.
Are you crazy? I can't charm him.
I think you can. In fact, I know you can.
How?
He demanded. Do you remember the photo he used in the billboard design?
Don't remind me.
He groaned. How do you think he got it? Frankie shrugged. It's from his personal collection, I explained. Danny dug up information on him today. He used to work with you at Celebrity MASH. Frankie's eyes widened. Whipping out his phone, he scrolled to the billboard design.
I should have known. Look, he cut himself out of the picture. The only part left is his shoe.
Do you remember him? Frankie nodded and slid a glance over to Charming, who was pacing nearby.
I would have never recognized him. We used to sing a duet together. His name is Mark Frank. We joked that if we ever took the show on the road, we'd be Frank and Frankie.
That's cute, I said.
Well, back then, life was different. I still don't see how this will help. He's changed. I've changed.
Frankie, you left to open a chapel. He followed your lead and opened a chapel and became your top rival. He's been acting a role all these years, just like you've been acting tonight. He might have lost himself along the way. I'm not saying he's mentally stable, but you can break through to Mark Frank.
I can't believe it.
Frankie shook his head.
I never recognized him. Had I known, we could have been great business allies.
You still can. Awaken Mark from Charming's spell. I think you're the only one who can. Don't think of this as a competition anymore. Think of it as helping a lost friend. Frankie gave a sober nod and placed his phone back into his pocket. He straightened his suit and crossed the distance, slinging his arm around Mark's shoulder. Before Mark could protest, Frankie said,
I always thought Frank and Frankie would have been sensational.
Mark's mouth dropped open. His face paled. Frankie laughed.
Don't worry, my friend. It's a nice night for a walk, isn't it?
Frankie asked, steering Mark down the sidewalk.
How did you know?
Caleb asked. Danny told me. It all started making sense.
Instead of wasting the entire evening, you could have picked Charming right away and ended this competition.
I smiled. Neither of them were ready to talk. Just like little kids, you have to wear them down first. Caleb chuckled and wrapped his arm around me, steering us in the opposite direction.
Now I'll never know if Frankie won or not.
He did. Caleb glanced down at me.
You're calling it?
Frankie won.
So that means I won.
I smiled. He won, hands down. I was sleeping blissfully in my own bed without Muffin or Frankie's competition looming over me. That was until the phone woke me up at an unnatural hour. I glanced at the clock. Oh, 10 o'clock, still too early. I answered the phone with a yawn.
This is Mrs. Miller. I'm returning your phone call.
Chapter 16. My eyes popped open as I scurried from the bed. Hearing Mrs. Miller's voice had my heart racing along with my legs. Get it together, I thought as I raced around the room searching for a robe. I knew she couldn't see me through the phone line. But still. Thank you for returning my call, Mrs. Miller.
It's no problem. I was going to call you.
I stopped in my tracks. You were?
It seems I have a daughter-in-law I didn't know about.
Her voice was matter-of-fact and gave nothing away. Ah, so you've heard, I breathed. She must have been in contact with Ian or David. Is everyone okay? I've been so worried.
That's why I'm calling you.
Did you talk to David or Ian?
No, I can't get in touch with any of my sons or my daughter-in-law, Maya. And if you know Maya, you know that it's odd when she's not chattering your ear off.
Yep, I knew.
Since I can't pop around the corner and ask why they haven't responded to calls or emails, I hired a private detective to check on them.
Did the detective find anything?
He found out I have a daughter-in-law I didn't know I had, and my sons are missing.
Not all of them. Grayson is at his casino.
I figured as much. I heard his secretary doesn't let any calls through.
Fiona Watkins is the new assistant director. And you're right, she won't let any calls through. Mrs. Miller sighed.
I thought I taught my boys to look beyond lace and smiles. I think I failed them all.
Was that a jab at me? I shoved the thought away. Mrs. Miller, I called because I think you might be the only person who can help. There's something I want to show you. Do you think you can fly here? I wouldn't ask if I didn't think it was important.
The detective told me all the leads were dead ends. He's unable to continue unless we can find a new lead.
I have one.
I'll be right over.
When?
10 minutes. I flew in last night.
Meet me at the Tropical Rain Casino. Remy has the postcards I want to show you. Do you think we should call Gwen too?
Who's Gwen?
Ian's first and current wife. Believe me, I had no idea Ian was married.
The detective only came across your marriage record. If Ian is married to Gwen, which I doubt since the detective would have found some trace of her, then it wasn't a legal marriage.
Crap. I need to call my lawyer again, I thought. Give me 30 minutes and I'll meet you at the casino. When you arrive, ask a security officer for Remy. I politely ended the call and sent Remy a quick warning text before jumping into the shower.
Jet, I told you not to get Mrs. Miller involved.
Remy scolded. She called me, I said. She hired a detective and found me. I left out the part about how I initially called her. It seemed a moot point when she was going to call me anyway. Plus, the vein in Remy's neck was pulsing. Maybe she can help with the postcards. Remy grunted a curse and pulled out the stack from his desk drawer.
She might. I can't make heads or tails out of them. He's using numbers and letters. I looked for codes and GPS coordinates. I put them in chronological order and then in reverse. I even looked up information on African animals. Nothing.
I want to know why he felt the need to send them. Is he in trouble? Did he know something before it happened?
The Millers have their issues like all families, but they are also smart.
I know they're smart.
Not just smart. Clever.
Is there a point?
There's a reason behind everything they do. Everything.
And we're back to the postcards. Of course, Ian sent them for a reason, but what is it?
To find the diamonds.
A feminine voice said from the doorway. Remy and I turned to find Mrs. Miller. It became quite apparent who the Miller boys resembled. From her gray eyes and dark hair, to her tall, sleek stature, she was without a doubt their mother. Only a few fine lines around her eyes and mouth gave her age away. Otherwise, she was elegant and timeless. A beauty wrapped in expensive clothes with a respectable amount of fine jewelry. Mrs. Miller, thank you for coming. I'm Nadia Wolf, I said, crossing the distance to shake her hand. She held onto my hand firmly while studying me.
You mean Nadia Miller?
She finally said, releasing my hand. That should be cleared up soon, I muttered, tossing a glance at Remy for help. He moved around his desk and shook Mrs. Miller's hand.
I'm Remy Bourne. I worked for Grayson until a few months ago.
Mrs. Miller nodded.
I know who you are. Grayson has mentioned you in the past, and you're a subject that Maya loves to chatter about.
Remy's jaw twitched.
I'm sorry she makes me a topic of conversation. There really isn't anything about me worth talking about.
Mrs. Miller smiled slightly.
You gave my detective the slip several times. Apparently, there is something worth talking about, but I'm not here to put you on the spot,
she said, watching Remy's obvious discomfort.
I'm here because my sons are being held hostage.
I froze. Remy gaped. We watched Mrs. Miller as she crossed the room.
Do you mind if I sit? It's been a busy morning.
Of course,
Remy said with a thick voice. Can I get you anything? Did you eat? I asked, trying to be helpful. But the real question burst forth. What do you mean they're being held hostage? Where's Maya? She sunk into the chair and took a moment to compose herself before saying,
I was called this morning with ransom demands for Ian and David. The man didn't say anything about Maya.
What is he asking for?
Remy asked.
The Matahari necklace, or its equivalent in cash.
How are we going to come up with $15 million in cash? I asked. Mrs. Miller eyed me.
How do you know it's worth so much?
The Sierra Leone government agent told me. He said Ian stole it. Mrs. Miller shook her head.
Ian doesn't steal.
Whether or not he stole it, they think he has it,
Remy said.
Do you have any idea who called you with the ransom demand?
No. I was told to have the necklace or cash within 48 hours, or they will kill both of my sons,
she said as her voice cracked. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something about her that made me want to help, but not waste my breath with sympathetic words. She had an unyielding strength. Even though I saw glimpses of emotion, she acted businesslike. Perhaps that was her coping mechanism. The pit of my stomach rolled with nausea. I could only imagine what hers was doing.
Did they say anything about police involvement?
Remy asked.
If I try to find help, they will not hesitate to kill one of my sons.
Do you know where the necklace is?
Mrs. Miller shook her head.
I don't know.
Where does Ian live? I asked.
He doesn't have a home. He travels.
Are all his possessions inside a suitcase? I asked. She shrugged helplessly.
He loves the freedom.
A man who loves the freedom of living from a suitcase wouldn't need to steal such an expensive necklace, would he? The only clues were the postcards. I gathered the stack from the desk and handed them to Mrs. Miller. These are the postcards Ian sent. Remy and I have no idea what they mean. She flipped through the postcards, studying each one as if to imprint the image in her memory.
If Ian sent these, then he knew he was in trouble. As for the meaning, I'm not sure.
We've looked at every different angle trying to find a clue. We've come up short every time.
Remy paused, rubbing his head in thought.
We have 48 hours to come up with enough cash.
Or the necklace, I added.
Jet, With the looming deadline, I'm not worried about the damn necklace. Let's just give them the cash. Ian can sell the necklace when he's freed.
That's assuming he has it, I said.
He has it,
Mrs. Miller said.
I don't think he stole it, but these postcards lead me to believe he has it.
Either way, let's just get the cash and worry about the necklace later,
Remy said.
I don't suppose you have 15 million in your account, do you?
He was obviously speaking to Mrs. Miller. My account only has 200 earmarked for necessities, I thought dismally. Mrs. Miller gave a soft laugh.
I have plenty of money, but not nearly that much.
What about Mr. Miller? I asked. Actually, why wasn't he here?
I hold the accounts. Let's not worry about him at present.
We need to get in touch with Grayson. Only he will be able to get his hands on that much cash. Mrs. Miller, I'm afraid you're about the only person who may be able to reach him.
And if I can't?
Mrs. Miller asked.
Then we send in Nadia.
Remy stated with a gleam.
She doesn't look like much, but get her angry enough and she'll take on the entire casino barehanded.
I grimaced at the image. It wasn't barehanded, I muttered.
I almost forgot about the crowbar you swindled from the cab driver.
Anyway, I interrupted. Mrs. Miller, Remy can take you to Lost City. I'll work on solving the postcard riddle.
You don't want to come with us?
She's banned from the casino,
Remy explained. He might have lifted the ban, but he got mad again.
You married his brother,
Remy said dryly. Remy, just go. You're wasting time. Mrs. Miller stood and gave me one last studied glance before following Remy.
Don't touch anything, Jet,
he yelled from the hallway.
Why do you call her Jet?
I heard Mrs. Miller ask.
I'm sure you'll have the occasion to find out,
was his answer before their voices were swallowed by the casino. She will not find out anything of the sort, I promised. I was going to help and be on my best behavior. The Miller boys have seen me at my worst. I was not going to let Mrs. Miller see my monstrous faults as well. I stared at the postcards and swore. How could this be happening? Are they being fed? The sickening thought of torture scratched through. I shook it off. I have to focus on the cards. I laid them out by date. Since Remy and I both studied them in that order, I took a quick second glance. Nothing. I reread the first postcard.
My sweet wife, I had to leave. I'll be home soon and make things right. Yours, Ian.
As I studied it, the word home looked bigger. But why would that be? Maybe he just wanted to emphasize that he was coming home. What home? We don't share a home. Is he saying he wants to? Once again, I found myself with more questions than answers. Arranging them by date wasn't the answer. I am Ian, I told myself. I know my time is limited, and someone is after the ridiculously expensive necklace that I may or may not have stolen. I probably hid it somewhere so no one can find it. In case I get caught, I'll send clues so someone can help. This person married me while drunk, so she's not too smart. I should make the clues easy, so easy a child could figure it out. The role play didn't help. I only felt stupider. Wait, more stupid. My head fell into my hands as I thought. I really hoped Mrs. Miller could speak with Grayson. I turned the cards over to look at the African animals. I smiled at the giraffe with its long neck. What would life be like as a giraffe? I wondered. A heck of a lot simpler than mine. Although I wouldn't want to be chased around by a hungry lion. Focus! I paced around the room, feeling like a caged lion. I pulled out my phone and dialed Caleb.
Hey, kitten.
He greeted. I heard the clicking of shuffling chips in the background.
I was just going to sit down at the table.
Go ahead. Call me later, I said.
Hang on,
he said, halting my finger from pressing end.
Did you need something?
Not really. I just wanted to talk something through and thought you might be free to lend an ear. I'll call Frankie.
Where are you?
I'm at Tropical Rain.
Doesn't Remy work there now?
Yes, I'm in his office.
What's going on?
Caleb asked. Don't worry. Everything will be sorted out eventually. Hopefully within the 48-hour deadline.
You don't sound right. What's going on? You're not thinking of backing out, are you?
This has nothing to do with our wager.
Does it have anything to do with the amazing kiss last night?
No, but it was an amazing toe-curling kiss. And then he left so our wager could decide our fate instead of the kiss. It was as frustrating as these damn postcards.
Hang on,
he said. Muffled voices asked him to join the table or give up his spot.
I'm in. Take the blinds from my stack.
Caleb, you can go. I'm sure Remy will be back soon.
I want to know what's going on.
They're taking your blinds. You're losing money as we speak.
Kitten, it's just a blind. Gunther is sitting at the table. I'll have him wiped out by the time the blind reaches me again.
Poor Gunther, I thought. He'd be wiped clean of $100,000 or more. However, Gunther was so rich, $100,000 was chump change. I'll try to be quick so you can have more playtime with Gunther, I said. Let's say you are a child and you have to solve a riddle. The only clue you have is a stack of postcards with animals. On the front is the animal, and on the back is either a letter or number. How would you solve it?
Is there an alligator?
I think so. Why?
Is for alligator. You always start with the alligator.
He explained the simple concept only a moron wouldn't figure out. And as leader of the morons, I grinned. This could be the answer to breaking the code. Chapter 17. I promised Caleb a kiss and ended the call. Spreading out the cards, I found the alligator and placed it on the desk. I searched for an animal that started with a B. I found a baboon. Or is it a monkey? Crap, I'm already stuck on B.
Jet?
I looked up from the desk to an empty office. Remy? Where are you?
I'm heading back.
He said through the speaker on his desk phone. Were you able to speak with Grayson? I asked.
No.
Figures. What's the plan?
Mrs. Miller and I are following him to L.A.
Wait, he's in L.A.?
He's building a hotel out there. He left 2 hours ago. Mrs. Miller and I are going to jump on a plane and try to find him.
I'll come with you.
No, just stay where you are. I'll be there in a minute to collect a few things and then I'm heading out.
But I can help. I think I've cracked the postcard code. Though I'm not sure if this little guy is a baboon or a monkey.
Jet, listen to me carefully. You are not coming with us,
he said, emphasizing every syllable. I can help.
No. Sorry, Jet, but Mrs. Miller specifically requested that you stay out of this.
45 minutes later, I was sitting on my apartment floor with postcards scattered around me. Remy and Mrs. Miller were probably boarding an airplane. I could have helped, I thought, as I continued my quest to break the postcard code. But Remy was adamant, and Mrs. Miller didn't want me around. I wasn't going to argue and risk them missing their flight. They can find Grayson, and I will break the code. This blasted, childish, pain-in-the-ass code.
Are you playing with those postcards again?
Frankie asked as he slipped into my apartment. I always knock on your door, I stated.
And I always let you in.
Is this stupid animal a baboon or a monkey? I asked, holding the postcard up with fingers gripping onto my last thread of patience. I'll have monkey nightmares for a month after this.
It's a chimpanzee. Now who's the stupid primate?
He chuckled. How do you know? I asked.
I have a Jane Goodall outfit complete with a stuffed chimp.
Not a real one, I hope.
Ew.
He grimaced.
No, I bought it at Fluff and Stuff. I even bought him a little sailor outfit, but it doesn't quite go with Jane's outfit.
He shrugged. Since you're so smart, help me put the animals in alphabetical order.
It doesn't take a genius to put them in order. Look. A is for alligator.
I already know that one. As Frankie sorted through the cards, I asked, how did last night turn out with Mark?
We reminisced for hours.
Are you friends? No more competitions? I fielded the question with bated breath.
We're good.
He didn't say any more, and I wasn't going to ask any more. I was good just knowing the feud was over. There was a soft courtesy knock on the open door.
Are you Nadia?
Yes, I said, crossing over to the man standing in the doorway.
I'm Sam Usher. I was told you need a new kitchen.
Usher? I asked, studying the man who was older than Caleb by a handful of years and had similar facial features, though his hair was darker and straight.
Yes. From Usher Family Flooring and Cabinetry.
Are you related to Caleb?
I'm his cousin.
Did he tell you I need new cabinets? I asked, wondering what Caleb was up to.
He said you needed a new kitchen.
Sam stepped around me.
And now I can see why. Did you do this?
He asked, pointing to the gaping hole in my wall. Yes. Every full moon I enjoy tearing holes into the wall and yanking out hazardous wires, I said dryly. His eyes widened with surprise before he grinned with dimples. Sheesh.
I'll just need to take a few measurements.
I can't afford to remodel.
It's on the family account.
I'm not family, I countered, wondering if this wager was something more than a simple year versus $1 million. Simple. That was an understatement. It still didn't place me on the family tree or the family account.
You'll need to talk to Caleb. Did he do these floors?
I gazed down at my pretty floors. Yes, he did a great job.
I knew it. He's gifted when it comes to flooring.
Sam agreed.
Any thoughts on how you'd like the kitchen to look?
I just want a functional kitchen with no hole in the wall, I said. After Sam is done measuring, I'll call Caleb and tell him to stop the work. I can't accept such a gift.
I have them in order,
Frankie said, eyeing Sam as he bent down to measure. Yep, lots of family resemblances. Poor Frankie was mesmerized. Great! I regained his attention. Let's turn them over and see what they say. We turned over the cards and sat back to read.
There are a bunch of numbers and then A and C plus a bunch more,
Frankie said.
It's still a big jumbled mess.
I groaned and slumped over, resting my head on the floor. I thought for sure this would work. We've tried every way possible.
I can't think of any other way to look at them except to throw them in the air and see what happens.
I stared at the cards from my slumped position. Even that didn't work. What about the word jumble game? Are there any letters that spell a word? We puzzled over the letters.
I see the word beach. Can you believe we'll be on the beach in a couple of days?
Frankie asked with a grin that ran ear to ear. I don't know if I can go. Frankie's grin was washed away by a scowl.
Don't you dare back out.
He fumed with crossed arms.
With Maya missing, you're the only one left.
Believe me, I want to go. The sooner we figure this out, the sooner I can go on vacation. Where's the word beach?
It's right here.
He pointed.
See? It's backwards. In fact,
he said, cocking his head to the side.
Look, it says Laguna.
Our eyes locked. Laguna Beach, we said in stunned unison. Hurry, put them in reverse order, I said, frantically switching the cards.
Done.
We both sat back and read.
It's an address in Laguna Beach. Do you know what that means?
He squealed. It means I have to get there fast.
Exactly. If this is Ian's mysterious pad, I want to see it. Do you think he has a pool?
Frankie chuckled with a wave of his hand.
What am I thinking? Of course he does. Everyone in California has a pool.
Sam looked up from measuring with an arched brow. I'll be packed in a few minutes, I said, heading toward the bedroom. How long will it take you?
I've been packed and ready for a week. Packing a wardrobe isn't an easy task that you can do in minutes. Maya knew that,
he said with a wistful sigh. Frankie glanced at me as if wishing he could blink me into Maya for his vacation partner. What about Gus? I stalled. I didn't plan on who would take care of him.
Amateur,
Frankie said.
Leave a note for Danny to check on him. I'll make a call to Vivian so she knows she's on deck.
The sound of heavy breathing and solid footsteps clomping upstairs had Frankie and me scurrying around the room. Close the door! Lock it! I cried.
She'll pound me like a nail. I can't have bruises on vacation.
It was too late anyway. Muffin tromped up the last stair and stepped into the apartment.
You really need to install an elevator,
She wheezed. Sam froze. The tape measure's tape still sticking out.
Are you getting your kitchen redone?
She asked, crossing over to Sam.
Did she tell you what I had in mind?
Sam shook his head.
It's a good thing that I came,
she said, settling into a kitchen chair. Give me 5 minutes, I mouthed to Frankie and slipped into the bedroom. Since I didn't have many clothes to choose from, packing was a snap. I stuffed everything into a bag and was ready to go in a few short minutes. Returning to the living room as quietly as possible, I stooped to snap a photo of the address and then gathered the postcards. Sam, I have to leave. Just lock up when you're done, I said, carrying my bag to the door. Where's Muffin? I thought she'd be talking your ear off.
She left with the guy that was here.
With Frankie? He nodded and moved to take another measurement.
I should be done in a minute. Is it okay if we remodel while you're on vacation?
Sure. The extra key is hanging near the door, I said, heading out. Caleb knows how to get in touch with me if you need anything. I hurried downstairs and stopped briefly at the chapel desk to write Danny a note. I fumbled through my pockets to find a crumpled $5 bill. I placed it next to the note for Gus's hot dog expenses. Rushing to the parking lot, I found Frankie loading his lime green suitcase dotted with hot pink hibiscus flowers. He had changed into a Hawaiian shirt and cargo shorts from the junior department. Large sunglasses were propped on his head. We're going to California, not Hawaii, I said, depositing my bag next to his. Gently closing Lucille's trunk, he gave an exasperated sigh and ticked off items on his fingers.
There are beaches, there are men, and there's alcohol. It's called vacation wear. You should get some.
Okay. Let's get going. We have to get to Laguna Beach as soon as possible. There are lives at stake. Frankie paused by the driver door.
This is vacation. What do you mean there are lives at stake?
I'll tell you on the way, I said, opening the passenger door.
Hey, this is my seat.
Muffin barked.
Get in the back.
I shot a glance at Frankie above the car. Can I speak to you for a moment?
We're speaking now.
Shutting Muffin's door, I whispered. Why is she in the car?
Put your fangs back in. We have an open spot since Maya isn't coming. Muffin might as well use the hotel room we booked. Personally, I'm going to stay at Ian's. I bet it has a veranda.
Do you know what a veranda is?
No, but I'm going to use it.
I narrowed my eyes at Frankie. I don't buy it. You're not telling me something. He jerked his head to the side, motioning for me to follow him a few yards away.
She's like a stray animal that keeps coming back. What better way to get rid of a stray than to introduce it to a new environment with new suckers?
He let his hands spread open as if to say anything was possible. You're planning on stranding her there, I stated, seeing the picture very clearly. As much of a thorn as she is, we can't strand her.
Talk to me after we ride 5 hours with her.
We won't have to ride an unbearable 5 hours if you'd tell her to get out of the car.
What's taking so long?
Muffin yelled from her window.
I'm already getting saddle sore.
You're not going, I said.
Yes, I am. I even have the map ready.
That's a Disneyland map.
That's where I'm going.
You're not going.
Then make me get out of the car.
I cursed. We're wasting time. I stomped to the car and plopped into the back seat. When Frankie slid into the driver's seat, I said with a voice clawing its way back to calm, It's imperative that we get to Laguna Beach quickly.
We'll be there in 5 hours,
Frankie said, pulling out of the lot and heading to the freeway.
Since we have so much time, you might as well tell the story.
Before you do that,
Muffin interrupted.
Where's the road trip basket?
I was about to ask what a road trip basket was when a billboard caught my attention. A mechanical arm moved up and down, spanking Charming on his protruding bum. The caption read, Fairy Tale Chapel got spanked by all celebrities chapel. I chuckled. Frankie, Did you put up that billboard? He smiled.
It's great, isn't it? They charged me an arm and a leg for the quick turnaround. It was worth every penny.
I thought you ended things amicably with Mark. Won't he get mad and start the feud again?
After his 2 weeks of servitude, he can be as furious as he wants. I won the challenge.
Does he know that, or are you just saying you won?
He programmed every single phone number, email address, and social website account he has into my phone and told me to call him. I think that counts as a victory.
When will he become your servant?
After vacation. I can't have a man tagging along with me on vacation. He'll slow me down and give off the wrong signals.
Did we bring a road trip basket or not?
Muffin interrupted, clearly agitated about the lack of a basket.
What road trip basket?
Frankie asked.
The one with the snacks, drinks, and little games in it.
We'll grab something along the way.
Stop the car at the next store,
she insisted.
I'll grab a few things.
Let's get some miles under us first, I urged. Then it will feel good to stretch and grab a bite to eat.
Some miles? Do you know what's out there? Desert. A whole lot of sand and nothing else. When I'm hungry, I don't want to be forced to gnaw on some prickly cactus like a damn turtle.
You could gnaw on the turtle instead,
Frankie offered. Someone shoot me. Chapter 18.
Let me drive!
Muffin insisted for the 10th time.
We'll be on the beach in an hour.
That's impossible,
Frankie said.
And no one drives Lucille except me. You can't come between a man and his automobile.
Muffin stared pointedly at his oversized sunglasses blinged with little rhinestones.
You're using that word loosely,
she muttered and crossed her arms.
Hey, Nutter Butter, toss me a bag of chips from the basket.
Speaking of using words loosely, I dug through the giant box, not basket, of snacks to find her chips. The box was so big it took up nearly the entire back seat, leaving a nook to wedge myself in. I didn't complain. It would only slow us down, and the clock was ticking. Instead, I left a message for Remy to call me back. I also called Caleb to cease the remodeling work. Thankfully, he was playing at a table and the call went straight to voicemail. I handed Muffin a bag of chips.
Give me some of those double-stuffed cookies, too.
My taste buds withered. You want chips and cookies at the same time?
Sometimes the salty is too salty and the sweet is too sweet. My nutritionist said I should eat balanced meals. The bear needs grub.
The bear?
That's my stomach. If I don't keep him fed, he can be quite ornery.
The thought of eating both chips and cookies makes my stomach hurt.
That's because your stomach is more like a sloth compared to my mighty bear. Maybe if you gave it a voracious nickname, you'd gain a pound or two.
She could name her stomach the blue whale,
Frankie offered. Why the blue whale? I asked.
Seriously, don't you know anything about the animal kingdom? The blue whale can eat 4 tons of krill every day. That's the mightiest appetite ever.
Too mighty for me, I said. I'd rather not resemble a blue whale.
Are you saying I resemble a bear?
Muffin asked, twisting in her seat to take a swat at me. Luckily, her hand caught on a bag of chocolate-covered pretzels.
And here's dessert,
she said, bringing the bag to the front, completely forgetting about me. I pressed my forehead onto the side window and breathed deeply. Only 3 more hours. We'll arrive at Ian's house and find the necklace. All will be well. Perhaps Mrs. Miller and Remy found Grayson at his new hotel. I wonder what it looks like. In fact, I wonder why it's not in Las Vegas. Perhaps he bought everything he could in Vegas, and now he's spreading to new locations. Luckily, Ian's house, Grayson's hotel, and my vacation are all approximately within an hour of each other. Luck? Or fate?
We have to stop,
Frankie argued as he pulled into the hotel parking lot.
We have to check in before they give our rooms away.
We've stopped 100 times, I complained. The 5-hour trip took us over 10 hours. We'll get a different hotel or stay at Ian's.
That was Muffin's fault. Lucille was making good time. Anyway, did you ever think that the mystery address might just lead us to a storage locker or some fleabag trailer park with broken-down trucks and gutted cars? Then where would we be? No place to sleep. This is a brand new hotel. Look at it. It's shiny. I bet the linens haven't even been stained yet. We'll check in and let Muffin get her land legs.
Muffin groaned and rolled out of the car.
I'm never riding in a car again.
Frankie grinned.
See? Everything's working out.
Just hurry, I pleaded. He popped the trunk and lifted out his colorful suitcase. Can't we take our bags to the rooms later?
We'll deposit our bags in Muffin. Do you really want her tagging along?
We could have left her home like I suggested and been here 5 hours ago.
When we return home, I'll take your advice. People can be so careless as to what they leave behind,
Frankie said mockingly.
It's such a shame.
I snatched my bag from the trunk before he gently closed it.
Get a luggage cart,
Muffin ordered as she sprawled across the parking lot. You don't have luggage, I said.
It's for me. If I move, I'll throw up.
You already threw up the cookies and chips hours ago.
But then there were the ding-dongs and cheese curls.
My stomach flipped. I'll get the cart, but you have to help push, I told Frankie. Between the two of us pushing, we were able to wheel Muffin through the hotel. I had a fine sweat glistening on my brow by the time we delivered her and the road trip basket to her room. Her face blanched to a pale green when she eyed the box.
I'm firing that damn nutritionist,
she said with a drawn-out belch. Frankie and I backed out of the room and found our own rooms just 1 and 2 doors away.
You can have this one,
he said, giving me the room next to Muffin's. You brought her. You take this room, I argued.
I brought her along for a humane reason. I should get the room farthest away from her.
How is it humane to leave her here? I questioned.
It was either that or hire an exterminator to get rid of her infestation at the apartment.
I rolled my eyes. You're taking the room next to her.
Do you know how loud she snores? I can hear it all the way into my apartment. This is my vacation. I need time to rest and get my groove back.
I snatched the key from his hand. We don't have time for this. Meet me right here in 1 minute.
I need a potty break.
Fine. 2 minutes or I'll tear down the door and come in after you. Or, I said with a thin smile, give me the car keys and I'll go by myself. The short drive alone would be heaven.
Please.
He scoffed.
You couldn't even figure out the postcards by yourself. How are you going to find Ian's hideout?
GPS.
I'll be out in 2 minutes.
Are we going the right way? I asked, scanning the darkness.
Maybe there's a nearby cove that he stashed his stuff in,
Frankie said, glancing out at the ocean as we weaved along the coast. A cove doesn't have a postal address, I said. It has to be a house or building.
According to the GPS, we're really close.
Then we saw it.
Sweet baby pickles.
Frankie gasped. Is that it? I asked in sheer awe. Frankie glanced at his GPS.
We've arrived.
He pulled Lucille in front of a large black iron gate.
How do we get in?
I don't know. I don't have a code. I cursed.
Where are the postcards?
I have them in my purse. I took a picture of it before we left.
Good thinking.
It's just an address, I said, showing him the picture. There's no code.
Do you think you can jump the gate?
No, you're taller. You try.
I'm on vacation.
So?
I only brought sandals and 1 pair of my best Italian leathers,
he said as if I should have known.
Let me see that address.
I handed the phone to him. As he puzzled over the address, I surveyed the gate that blocked our path to the sleek, modern home. The house was 2 stories and sat like a white guardian on a bluff overlooking the ocean. The windows were wide and expansive. A lighted path illuminated the meticulous landscaping and hand-set stone driveway. If this was Ian's, he was leading a double life. A vagabond traveler wouldn't own a multi-million-dollar home. What secrets are hidden here, I wondered.
Something's not right,
Frankie said. I peeked over. What's not right?
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. There must be more to this address than just an address.
Great. Another riddle. I calculated the remaining hours in my head. We were down to the remaining 36-hour mark. I'm going to try to jump the fence. Frankie looked up at the towering gate.
I don't think that's wise.
Can you give me a boost? I asked, wondering if I'd ever heard him debate whether something was wise. That should have been a red flag.
Only because lives are depending on it. You owe me a manicure if anything happens to these beauties.
Your nails will be fine. Lock your fingers together for me to step into.
Let me see the bottom of your shoes.
Why?
You could have stepped in dog poop. I'm telling you right now, Muffin's car sickness will pale in comparison if I have dog poop on my hands.
I lifted my shoes to show him they were clean. After a quick inspection, he bent and locked his fingers together. Be ready to give me a boost, I said before I put pressure on his hands.
Just get up and over already.
I grabbed the iron bars and pulled myself up. There was still a foot or more before I could grasp the top. Give me a boost, I said. Frankie's arms shook as he lifted upward. My fingers clawed at the top, but I couldn't get a firm grip. More!
I can't, woman,
he growled. Just an inch. He let out a deep-throated groan as he muscled one more inch. I grappled the top with a firm hand. Frankie let go with a satisfactory sigh. My body hung pencil-straight from the gate. Give me a push, I said, as I unsuccessfully attempted to swing my legs up and over.
Don't you have any upper body strength?
He asked, giving me a boost. Apparently not. Hey, watch where you're touching.
Stop being dramatic and get your butt over the gate. You're the last person I'd want to cop a feel on.
I swung my leg over and pushed myself up. Sitting on the gate, I glanced down. It's a long way down.
Just hang your body over the other side and then drop to the ground.
I clung to the top while I swung my leg over. As soon as I lowered myself to pencil position on the other side, I let go. That worked better than I thought it would.
Is there a gate opener anywhere?
Frankie asked. Surveying my surroundings, I couldn't see too much. The lighting was for decoration, not to assist with breaking and entering. There must be a sensor somewhere, I thought out loud. How would he drive out if the gate controls were only on one side?
Dig through the bush over there.
Why would it be in a bush?
Would you want some gaudy sensor sticking out like a sore thumb when you have this beautifully landscaped house?
Frankie asked, gawking at the house between the bars.
You owe me big time. I expect parties and soirees.
I don't even know what a soiree is.
Neither do I, but it must be fashionable entertainment.
As I poked around in the bush, I asked, why would I owe you?
For setting you up as part owner of this fabulous house.
I'm not part owner, I said, sneaking a peek at the house and feeling a pang of jealousy toward Gwen for having such a house with Ian. Though, her husband did marry another woman, but she could still get this house in a divorce. That almost makes it worth it, I thought. I shook my head. I think I'm in love with a house, and I haven't even seen the inside. I don't see anything in this stupid bush, I said. Wouldn't the bush mess with the sensor? One gust of wind and the gate would open and close like on the Addams Family.
That's true. Can you get into the garage? I bet he has an opener on his car.
That makes sense, I said, heading down the driveway. Damn.
What?
I need a code for the garage.
Are there any open windows?
Would you leave your windows open on a house like this?
I'd never leave if I had this house. Just look for open windows.
I tested the front windows and a couple of the side windows. The back windows overlooked a steep bluff. I peeked over, and the sight made me catch my breath. Sweet baby pickles, I repeated Frankie's words in awe.
What is it?
Frankie called. There are 3 stories all facing the ocean with nothing to block the view. It's amazing. Oh my. I glanced over to see a swimming pool protruding off the cliff. The pool lights softly illuminated a patio with comfortable lounge chairs. Frankie, you have to see this pool. The side facing the ocean is clear.
An infinity edge?
Frankie jiggled the gate and whimpered.
Take a picture.
I snapped a shot before heading back to the gate. I slid my phone through so he could see.
Do you think he needs a pool boy? I could be a kick-ass pool boy.
I think he's got it managed. I stared at the house. How are we going to get inside?
Let's come back when it's light. We can't see anything in the dark, and this house begs to be seen in broad daylight.
We're running out of time.
Break a window,
he suggested. He's bound to have an alarm. The only thing I'd accomplish by breaking a window is landing in jail.
True, but it'd be a California jail. Just think of the stories you could tell about your California vacation.
I'm not going to jail. In any state, I added for clarification.
And then let's wait until morning.
Morning won't open a window.
Neither will standing here talking between a gate. Our hotel has a swanky martini bar. Let's grab a drink and plot.
David and Ian are being held hostage. We don't have time to drink, I argued.
Standing here arguing doesn't help them either. We had a long drive, we're tired, and we're not thinking clearly. Let's take a break, get a drink, and relax.
A turbulently building curse burst forth as I rattled the gate with fisted hands. Frankie arched his brow. Who knows? I sighed after my outburst. Alcohol and Ian seem to be a common theme. Let's give it a try. I'll give Remy a call on the way back to the hotel. Hopefully he's found Grayson. I reached for the top of the gate and realized I had no one to give me a boost. Frankie's eyes widened.
You're trapped.
What do? I panicked. Frankie crossed over to the gate controls and pressed buttons.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Nothing happened. That's ridiculous. And why 5 numbers? It could be a 4-digit code.
Now who's being ridiculous, right? A fancy house like this has to have 5 digits.
Just get me out of here.
Climb the tree over there.
I'm not climbing a tree.
Then you're stuck.
Damn it. Chapter 19. Frankie picked a leaf out of my hair as a server brought our martinis.
You should have taken 5 minutes to clean up and brush your hair. You look like a cave woman. You also looked like a cave woman when you were fighting that bush.
He chuckled. I wasn't fighting it. I fell into it.
I distinctly witnessed a kick.
That was after I was free, I growled, taking a long sip of my appletini. It deserved it. The stupid bush swallowed me whole after I fell from the tree. Twice.
You know what I was thinking?
What?
It's a good thing Ian doesn't have a watchdog.
It never crossed my mind. I doubt he's ever home long enough to own a pet.
What do we do now?
Frankie asked. Drink and plot. Only 1 or 2 drinks.
Remy hasn't called back, has he?
No. He's deliberately shutting us out. We could all be working as a team, but instead he's making it harder.
Did you tell him we found Ian's house?
I'll tell him once we're inside. Otherwise he'll swoop down, snatch our information, and tell us to go home.
I want to know where Maya is. If she was taken hostage, wouldn't she be included in the ransom demands? 3 hostages are better than 2.
It is odd, I agreed. I just don't know where she could be and not have her cell phone. Wouldn't she at least call us about the vacation? It's just not like her. We sat and stared at our martinis. 2 martinis later.
What if we fly over and pick up David and Ian?
Frankie asked. Pick them up where? I asked, 1 martini short of thinking it might be a good plan. Another martini later. Frankie stared blankly, then blinked.
Can I tell you something?
About Mark Frank? I giggled. Was that me? Are you 2 an item? Frankie's eyes glazed over into a dream world.
Do you think he could be charming everywhere?
I snickered into my glass, then watched as Grayson's face floated through the bar. That couldn't possibly be Grayson. I inspected my empty glass and concluded that I might have had too much. I wonder where Grayson is.
He's probably charming someone too.
Frankie gasped and bolted up, jarring the table.
He's with Mark. They're being charming together. Bastards.
Last martini that I remember.
I want to move here.
Frankie bubbled.
Such a happy place.
I don't. Grayson's head keeps floating around. I hiccuped. Why can his head float, but mine can't? Frankie cocked his head to the side.
Wiggle your head.
I gave it a shake, then hung on to the table for dear life.
Nope, doesn't float.
See, there's his head again. I pointed to the far side of the lounge.
Oh yeah, I see it too. What the hell did they put in this stuff?
He tittered into his glass. Wait, his head is coming closer. My eyes crossed as I tried to follow him.
Uh-oh, there's the witch's head too. Off with her head.
Frankie sputtered with a giggle. It's already off. She's a floating head, I explained.
Nuh-uh. She has a body and a killer dress. Ooh, look at those fine heels.
I grimaced. I look nice too.
Yeah, that twig in your hair is nice. It's like accessorizing with nature.
Grayson and Fiona headed to the hotel lobby. You know what? I asked, pondering. I think they might be real.
We should follow them.
Good idea, I said, scooting from my chair.
Wait, we should fist bump like they do in cop shows.
He held out his fist. I took a shot at it.
Ow! You hit my face!
You sure? I'll try again.
No way. Now wiggle your fingers like stardust.
I tried.
We'll work on it. Let's go.
Although I was clearly walking straight, Frankie kept bumping into me. Can't you walk straight? I complained, latching on to the lobby's topiary trees for support.
I am. It's you who can't walk a straight line. Look, they're heading out the door.
We zigzagged through the lobby, staying inconspicuous. Hiding behind a full luggage cart, Frankie peeked over.
They're getting into a car. Quick, to the taxi mobile.
Where?
At the front door.
We hurried to the cab. We piled in as Grayson's car drove out of the parking lot, but not before I felt the singe of his gray eyes. I think he saw us.
He can't see us. We're invisible.
Frankie explained.
Taxi man, follow that beautiful man's car with chrome detailing.
The taxi pulled onto the street.
I can't see the car. He must have turned a corner. Do you know where he went?
Somewhere to be charming.
Frankie tisked.
He's got a posh lair around here somewhere.
Unless you have the posh lair's address, I can't help you,
the driver said. Frankie crossed his arms with a pout. I handed the driver my phone. Take us to this address.
It's a bit of a drive,
he said, returning my phone.
And the zip code is wrong.
I stared at the photo. The zebra was in the right spot. How is it wrong?
I don't know anything about a zebra. Zip codes in California start with a 9.
This one starts with a 5.
It's the code.
Frankie gulped and grabbed the phone.
See? It's 5 digits, not 4. Damn rich people get an extra digit.
I awoke to a blood-curdling shriek. I bolted without looking, plunging into deep water. Sputtering and gasping, I climbed out with sopping clothes. My eyes darted, taking in the swimming pool and patio. From the pool, I could see the ocean. It felt as if I was floating over it. Where's Frankie? The scream I heard came from inside. I raced through the house calling for him.
In here,
he shouted, though it sounded muffled. Where?
I don't know,
he shrieked.
There's something on my head.
I plowed through the house until I found him lying on the study floor. Frankie, what in the world are you doing?
What's on my head? Be straight with me. Am I going to die?
Not today, I muttered through a zinging headache.
So it'll be a prolonged death.
He whimpered.
I'm too sensitive for a slow, agonizing death.
Frankie, get your ass off the floor. You've got on a damn African mask. I pressed my fingers to my temple. Patience. Breathe. He felt the mask and pulled it off with a gusting breath of relief.
You shouldn't start flapping your potty mouth so early. It makes the day go downhill before it starts. While we're at it, never fall asleep with a mask on your face. I nearly had a heart attack.
He glanced around the room.
Where are we? And why are you dripping all over these nice floors?
We're inside Ian's house. I don't remember a thing except waking up in a swimming pool.
You were sleeping in the pool? That's dangerous.
I was sleeping on a lounge chair. Beautiful view. You should see it.
You better believe I'm going to see. I'm going to explore every corner of this place.
I glared at him. He was too damn chipper after a day of driving, drinking, and fighting with bushes. While you're roaming, find the necklace. I turned to search for a robe or towel. Crap. We have to be 24 hours down by now. Only 24 more to go. Once I dry off and find coffee, I'll call Remy. As I traveled the spacious house, I could hear Frankie cooing over every treasure he stumbled across. If anyone could sniff out diamonds, it'd be Frankie. I followed the winding staircase to the top floor and found the master bedroom. Ian's domain, I thought. As I stripped off drenched clothing, I wondered at his house. It was breathtaking and modern, but without personal touches. Excluding the study, this could be a model home that no one lives in. There was plenty of furniture, but no pictures or knickknacks. No pile of laundry. No anything. A house without extra stuff. I walked to the bathroom and found a robe that was never used and a towel to wrap my hair. Coffee. Lots and lots of coffee. I'd worry about clothes later. Frankie? I called while searching for the kitchen. Did you find anything?
I found my dream home.
He whirled out of a room, nearly knocking me over. I meant the necklace or the kitchen.
Follow me.
One turn and a couple of steps later, I found myself in a gourmet kitchen.
Look at this place,
Frankie said with a sigh.
If I could cook like a master chef, I'd be in heaven.
I'll be in heaven with a cup of coffee, I muttered, shuffling toward the machine that had the closest resemblance to a coffee pot. How does it work? He rolled his eyes.
It's a simple single-serve coffee maker. Grab a mug. I'll fill the water reservoir.
I searched through the cupboards and found a mug. During my search, I also found food. Quite a bit of it considering Ian's been in Africa for the past 3 months. I checked the refrigerator and found it stocked with fresh fruit and vegetables. What in the world was going on? Frankie, I think someone is living here.
Why didn't they open the gate last night?
Because we never pressed the call button. I assumed it was vacant.
How do you know it isn't?
Look at the refrigerator. I widened the door. He snatched the celery and gave it a test.
It's not at the bendable stage. This is fresh.
Who do you think is living here? Frankie shrugged.
Maybe he has another wife.
I gave it a fleeting thought before shaking my head. A wife would have added her personal touches to this home. Have you noticed it's too perfect? Except for the study, this place could be in a home decorating magazine.
And the view is outrageous. I look out the window and feel like I'm sailing over the ocean. I just need my sailor suit and a few deckhands to swab me after a dip in the pool.
We need to find whoever is living here. They might know where the necklace is. I'm surprised they didn't hear you scream.
We broke in and you want to go look for the person who can identify us in a lineup? And you would scream too if you were trapped under an African mask?
Ian sent us here with a purpose. I'm not leaving until I know what that purpose is.
He sent you here with a purpose,
Frankie corrected.
I'm an innocent bystander.
Make the coffee, then we'll start searching.
Then I'm learning how to cook. This place needs a great chef. Just think of the dinner parties I could have here.
As he made the coffee and gushed over every kitchen utensil, I gazed out the window. I didn't feel like I was sailing on the ocean, more like floating over it. Since the house was on a cliff, there was no land below to ground the weightless feeling. I have to call Remy. I reached for my pocket and remembered I had a robe on. Oh no. My phone was in my jeans pocket and probably waterlogged. I quickly retraced my steps to the master bedroom and pulled the phone from my soggy jeans, watching water spill from it. It's dead, I whimpered. Unfortunately, Remy's phone number was programmed into my phone. Would Frankie have the number? I wondered, as I followed the freshly brewed coffee scent coming from the kitchen. Frankie, Do you have Remy's phone number? My phone drowned. Glancing at my dripping phone, he grimaced.
I don't. But I heard if you put your phone in rice, it will absorb moisture.
It's dripping, not moist.
Then we'll use more rice.
He dug through the cupboards until he found a bag of rice and poured it into a bowl.
Stick your phone in. You might have to wait a day or so.
Can I borrow your phone? Maybe if I call the tropical rain, they'll give me his number.
I doubt it.
It's a long shot, but it beats twiddling my thumbs waiting for him. Frankie handed me a steaming coffee mug. I took a small sip, wanting the caffeine kick, but not the scalding burn. There's another floor, I mentioned, blowing the steam from the coffee. Should we go check it out?
Would the mysterious dweller be lurking there?
I would assume.
I'm content to stay right here,
he said, sitting on a raised chair at the breakfast bar.
I've got my coffee, my view, and my body free from bullet holes.
Fine, I'll go by myself, I said, heading toward the stairs. At least be useful and find the necklace or make breakfast. My stomach growled.
Don't you want a weapon? There are some wicked-looking butcher knives in the drawer.
I have scalding hot coffee. I'm sure this will be fine. As I headed downstairs, I wondered who could be living here. Ian's life tingles with mystery. He's handsome and secretive, a dangerous combination for unsuspecting women, and soon to be divorced. As I reached the bottom stair, the room opened into a large game and theater area. There was no need to turn on lights since one side opened to the ocean. Glancing out the window, I saw the straight drop to the bottom, not a distance I'd care to fall from. I wilted from the window. A billiards table sat in the middle of the room with lounging areas off to the side. On the far end was a theater screen with 2 rows of leather theater-style seats. A bar sat off in the corner. A closed door was in the other corner. Somehow my coffee didn't seem as lethal as it had a few minutes prior. I scanned the room until I found a backup weapon. Snatching a cue stick, I headed toward the closed door. With one final calming breath, I leaned the stick against the wall so I could turn the doorknob. I pushed the door open, thanking the stars that the hinges didn't squeak. Grabbing the cue stick, I tiptoed into a dark room and felt for a light switch.
Go away or I'll shoot.
Chapter 20. Please don't shoot. I'd hate to leave bloodstains on Ian's plush white carpeting, I said, recognizing the voice. I flipped on the switch and beamed at Maya. Where the hell have you been? She squealed and raced over.
How did you know I was here? I'm so glad you came. I've been going out of my mind all by myself.
Is everything okay?
Frankie asked from the top of the stairs.
I still have knives up here.
Frankie, Maya is here. He bounded downstairs.
Where in the hell have you been?
He repeated my question.
Do you know we had to drive here with Muffin because you bailed?
We could have left her home. It was your idea to bring her.
My plan is perfect, you'll see.
He turned to Maya.
Now tell us everything. Do you know where the necklace is?
What necklace?
The one Ian stole, I said.
He didn't steal it.
How did you know to come here? I asked.
David texted me the emergency code.
David texted you? But he's been taken hostage, I said, cursing when her face drained of color. Maya, I'm so sorry. I thought you knew and that's why you were here, I explained sympathetically, cursing myself again. I grasped her arms, bringing her into a hug as tremors ran through her. It seems we have a lot to talk about. Frankie and I are here to help. Remy and Mrs. Miller are hunting down Grayson right now. We'll get this figured out, I said reassuringly, even though the words felt like scratchy wool. Letting her go, I said, We'll let you get dressed. Come upstairs when you're done. We'll tell you everything we know. Maya gave a small nod. She was still pale, but her eyes weren't hollow any longer. Can I borrow your phone to call Remy? I asked.
I'm not allowed to use the phone. It could be tracked. My phone has been shut off for days. It's driving me mad.
Why would someone track your phone? She shrugged.
Before David left to find Ian, he told me that if something happened, he'd send me an emergency message. I had to swear on his life that I'd follow the instructions to the letter. When I received the emergency code, I went to the safe and opened the letter like he told me to. It gave me instructions to come here. I stay down here where no one can see the lights from the road. And I only go upstairs when it's daytime and the curtains are closed. Included in the letter was a bundle of cash, so I wouldn't use my credit cards in case they're tracked too.
Have you noticed if anyone's been spying on the place?
A few cars have pulled alongside the road to look at the house. Then they drive off. At first I was nervous, but I think this house is so amazing people have to pull over to look, or they might get into an accident.
I nodded. I can't say I blame them. I gawked too.
Your mouth was hanging open so wide I thought you had a hinge loose,
Frankie said. I shuffled him out. Let's go make breakfast, and then we'll start looking for the necklace. But I will need to call Remy, I said to Maya. Perhaps just turn on your phone to get the number. I'll use Frankie's phone to call. I closed the door to give Maya privacy and scooted Frankie upstairs. You start breakfast. I'm going to find dry clothes.
What about me? I need a shower.
Make breakfast, and then you can soak in the giant tub in the master bedroom.
Does it have jets?
Yes, I said, heading to the stairs.
How big?
Big enough to swim in, I said over my shoulder. I heard a distinct sigh as I ran up the rest of the stairs to the bedroom. Ian must have a few clothes here, I thought, as I rummaged through the closet. There wasn't much to choose from. I gathered a t-shirt and a pair of shorts that hung more like capris. I knew Ian was tall. I just thought I was a little bit taller too. Finding a belt in the sparse closet, I fastened it around my waist to keep the shorts from falling. I skipped showering. After I spent the day searching for the necklace, I had a feeling I might need that shower more later. I raced downstairs and relieved Frankie of breakfast duties so he could freshen up. He was in the process of making omelets. Attempting would be a more appropriate word. After he left for the master bedroom, I scrambled the omelet and washed fruit. I heard Maya's dainty footsteps padding to the kitchen. I'm almost done. Why don't you have a seat? I said, motioning to the breakfast bar.
I'm not hungry,
she said, hopping onto the stool.
Tell me about David.
You eat while I tell you what I know.
I'm not hungry.
Just eat. I'll tell you everything.
You're just like David, you know that?
Conscious of the benefits of a good breakfast, I said, even though I rarely ate breakfast.
No, you're pushy,
she muttered. Who do you think I learned it from? I slid a coffee mug to her, along with a plate of eggs and a bunch of grapes. Eat up. We have to search this entire house for the necklace. We're running out of time. Her eyes widened.
How much time do we have left?
Take a bite. She glared at me. Well, Maya's glare was more of a pout with heavy eyelids. It was hardly something to be afraid of and quite easy to return until she finally took a bite. We have less than 24 hours, I said. She gulped and squeaked at the same time, producing a sputtering of eggs.
Where's David?
I glanced at her plate. She grudgingly took the cue to take another bite. I hate stepping into an authority figure role with a grown woman, but she needed to be at her best and not faint from lack of nutrition. I'm not sure where David is. I assume Africa. Both Ian and David are being held hostage until a ransom is paid. We either find the necklace they're demanding or come up with $15 million. The necklace has to be here.
That's so much money. Poor David and Ian.
She bit her quivering lip.
How do you know the necklace is here?
The postcards Ian sent led me here. He must have known something like this would happen. He's lucky I kept them. I'm surprised David knew to send you here. Maya shivered.
When David left, I had a feeling he wasn't telling me everything. Normally, when he leaves, he goes through the emergency procedures. This time there was a drill too. I should have known something was going to happen.
I watched as she fought back tears. It was time to start searching for the necklace and forget about the what-ifs. Why don't we pick a room and start searching? I suggested. She nodded.
I haven't touched anything except the kitchen and the little bedroom downstairs. At first, I didn't think anyone lived here. David must have found this place when he was searching for Ian.
Nothing surprises me when it comes to David, I said, walking to the living room. If I wanted to hide a necklace, where would I put it?
A hidden safe,
Maya suggested.
That's where David keeps his stuff.
I haven't come across a safe yet, hidden or otherwise. We might as well check here first, I said. This living room is large, but it doesn't have too many areas to hide a safe or necklace. I glanced at the furniture. I'd hate to start ripping into furniture. Let's leave that as a last resort. Check behind and under everything. Maya started at one end while I rummaged through the other side. By the time Frankie found us, we had searched 2 rooms and were heading upstairs.
You were right about the bathtub. I stretched out and still had a foot of space. What are you two doing?
Looking for the necklace,
Maya stated. The more we searched, the more her brows knitted together. How she could survive a marriage with David, I'd never know. She was holding it together, but for how long? We haven't run across anything remotely suspicious, I told Frankie. Can I borrow your phone?
I'll help,
He offered, passing me the phone.
I just checked all the spots in the master bathroom. I can cover the bedroom too.
He turned to retrace his steps. Make sure to be as thorough as possible, I called.
Police,
He shot back.
If I'm anything, it's a thorough snooper. If there's a necklace here, I'll sniff it out.
Maya, you'll need to turn on your phone for Remy's number. Her face fell.
David made me promise on his life to follow the emergency rules.
And now his life is in danger. I think there is an emergency clause that you're allowed to break this one rule. We'll turn it on for a moment and shut it off immediately. The only people who can help us now are Remy and Mrs. Miller. Maya hesitantly handed her phone over.
How did Mrs. Miller find out? Is she okay?
She seems fine. I think she's hiding how frightened she is. I don't blame her.
Me neither.
She hired a detective to find her boys. The detective came up dry. That's when she received the ransom call. Why don't you start on the spare room? I'll call Remy. Maya slipped into the room opposite the master bedroom. I quickly turned on Maya's phone and scrolled through her contacts for Remy's number. As soon as I had it dialed into Frankie's phone, I turned off Maya's phone. The call went to voicemail. I wasn't surprised considering I made the call from a phone number he didn't know. I left a brief message saying we found Ian's house and Maya. I also mentioned that if he didn't call back, I'd bother him quite obnoxiously every day at work for the rest of his career. He called back within seconds.
Where are you?
He barked. Stop yelling. We're at Ian's house in Laguna Beach.
Is Maya okay?
Other than the fact that her husband is being held for ransom, yeah, she's fine. David sent her the emergency signal. She's been hiding at Ian's ever since.
Give me the address. We're coming now.
After I relayed the address with the gate code, I asked, Did you find Grayson?
No, we've been chasing his tail the entire time. I think Fiona has been keeping him on the move so we don't catch up with him.
He was at the hotel last night.
What hotel?
The one Frankie and I are staying at. I think it's called Tranquil Waves Resort and Spa. We were drinking cocktails when Grayson walked by.
Were you able to talk to him?
No. Frankie and I tried to follow him, but our taxi driver didn't make it out of the parking lot in time. It worked out for the best. The driver was able to figure out Ian's gate code for us.
You had Grayson in your reach and you didn't grab him?
Our taxi didn't stand a chance of catching him. There was no way I was going to mention that I had been too drunk to realize it had been the real-life Grayson and not just his floating head.
Did you find the necklace?
He asked, thankfully changing the subject. Not yet, but it has to be here. Have you heard anything about David or Ian?
We received a call at the 24-hour mark. They aren't giving us a break.
I didn't think they would.
We're in the car and heading your way. I'll drop off Mrs. Miller to help you search. Then I'm going to your hotel to find Grayson.
Why my hotel?
That's the hotel he just built. It's the grand opening. I've tried reaching him there several times. This time I'm waiting at the door until he shows.
I'm staying in Grayson's hotel? My stomach dropped.
Focus, Jet.
He scolded.
I'll be there soon.
We greeted Mrs. Miller at the front door. She studied her surroundings as she made her way in, keeping her eyes everywhere but on me.
Is this really Ian's house?
She asked. Maya nodded with a sob. Mrs. Miller's eyes softened as she looked at Maya with motherly kindness. She wrapped her arm around the smaller woman and said,
We've been through this before, and we survived. Last time, David disappeared without a trace. This time, well, we have a ransom. Not much better, but it's something.
I had to hand it to Mrs. Miller. She was a strong woman.
I never thought of it that way,
Maya said, looking thoughtful.
But we've been over nearly every inch of this house. I'm afraid we won't find the necklace.
It's here, I said, glancing around the spacious house. It's definitely here.
What makes you so certain?
Mrs. Miller asked as her gaze raked over my frumpy attire. I didn't offer an explanation for my outfit. Instead, I said, We were led here. Ian sent us here for a reason.
Maybe he just wanted you to find his home.
Mrs. Miller said.
You are his wife.
That short statement had some bite to it. I might currently be his wife, still debatable. However, if he wanted me to find his house without the promise of an insanely expensive necklace, I would hope he'd make it easier. The necklace is here. We're wasting time. Mrs. Miller had a look in her eye. It wasn't that she was glaring at me, but there was a look, like she was ready to chop off my head and stew me for dinner. I chalked it up to the strain of her sons being held hostage, a brand new daughter-in-law she didn't approve of, in a house she was never told about. I guess if I was in her shoes, I'd want to chop someone's head off too. I just wish it wasn't mine. Remy cleared his throat.
I'm going to take a quick look around and then head to the hotel. If I have to set the damn hotel on fire to roust him, I will.
Mrs. Miller.
Frankie chimed in.
I know we have a lot of ground to cover today, but let me just say, your offspring are off the charts.
Her cold gray eyes targeted him.
And you are?
Frankie Garza. I know your son's through Nadia.
He should have left me out of it because her eyes turned arctic. Frankie, I interrupted. Why don't we go to the study and search? I'm sure Maya and Mrs. Miller need a moment. I snatched his arm and tugged him toward the study.
I don't know if I want to go to the study,
he said as I shuffled him through the house.
That African mask scared me to death.
I'll protect you, I muttered. We should have started our search there. I don't know what I was thinking. The only room with personal items is the study. The necklace has to be there.
That makes sense. It could be hidden in the African pottery,
he said, maneuvering from my grasp and reaching the study before me. I scanned the study. There were knickknacks from all over the world. Everything from Asia to South America and beyond was here in one form of bauble or another. While he traveled extensively, this room showcased predominantly African souvenirs. While Frankie picked up items and searched them, I wandered over to the desk. Maybe there was a checkbook with $15 million in it. With the first drawer I opened, I stopped. There, laying on top, was our wedding picture and souvenir wedding certificate. He came here after Vegas, I whispered the thought. Why did he come here before going to Africa?
What are you mumbling over there?
Frankie asked, staring at an object with fascination. Ian came here before he flew to Africa, I said.
So?
I'm not sure, but I think it's significant. Frankie crossed the room and glanced down at the picture I was holding.
Oh my God. We look hideous. Especially you. Look at those red rings around your eyes. Oh, and my tights were all bunched up. How embarrassing.
He gasped, ripping the photo out of my hand and sliding it into his pocket.
No one should witness so much ugliness in one photo.
He shuddered.
What's in that box?
I reached for the small red box that was sitting on the marriage certificate.
Open it,
he urged. I carefully flipped open the cover.
Oh, diamonds.
Frankie gushed.
Look at the size of that thing. What do you think? 4 carats? 5 carats?
It was a beautiful teardrop diamond necklace with an intricately designed silver chain of petals linking together. The matching earrings had smaller teardrop diamonds. Do you think this is the necklace? I asked. Frankie took the box and studied the necklace.
It's an expensive necklace, but not worth nearly that much. I'd say the set is worth 10,000.
10,000? I wonder what his fascination is with diamonds, I said.
Read the card,
Frankie said. I reached into the drawer and pulled out a card. I turned it over to see if there was a name. There was. Mine. Chapter 21.
Nadia, these diamonds are for you,
Frankie exclaimed when he read my name on the card.
Can I try them on? Just to make sure they're not too heavy. I wouldn't want you to strain your neck or stretch out your earlobes. Nothing worse than saggy earlobes.
His voice trailed as he absconded with the diamonds to find a mirror. I held the card, twiddling it in my fingers until I couldn't stand it any longer. All of 60 seconds. Slipping the card from the open envelope, I read Ian's flowing script.
Dear Nadia, this set is to replace the plastic ring. Please forgive me. I'll never forget your eyes that morning when I called you my sweet wife. They were as wide and as horrified as a kid who walked in on their parents naked in bed. You will make a very sweet wife someday, but we both know it's not to me. In the future, I'll try to remember not to take what doesn't belong to me. But it's very difficult to remember when such a temptation belongs to my brother. Tell Grayson.
I flipped the card over. There was nothing else written. Tell Grayson what? I sat back and reread the words. Please forgive me. I already did, I thought with a smile. Why did he marry me? If it was to upset Grayson, mission accomplished. Shaking off several nagging thoughts, I rummaged through the desk drawers. Nothing noteworthy except some old travel documents. Where would he hide the necklace? I knew it was here. Somewhere. My eyes darted around the room for anything that could hide a necklace.
Nadia?
Maya asked from the doorway. Hey, I greeted as she stepped forward.
I stumbled across this room a day or two ago. It must be the only room Ian uses.
I think so too. I also think the necklace is in this room. It has to be.
It's too bad Grace and Remy can't get in touch with Grayson,
Maya said. Is that Mrs. Miller's first name? Maya nodded.
She's furious with Grayson.
I think you both have the right to be.
What about you? Are you furious?
She questioned with large, watery eyes. I shook my head. I'm not furious. I'm done.
That's worse.
No, it's for the best.
Frankie flew by gushing about diamonds Ian gave you.
I smirked and handed her the card. Divorce diamonds. She read the short note with trembling hands.
Why didn't he finish the card and send it to you? Do you think he might want to stay married?
No, I think he doesn't know what to say to Grayson. Sometimes no words are better than the wrong words. Maya handed the card back and paced the room until we heard Frankie's voice chattering away.
It's no problem,
he said as he entered the study.
You are more than welcome to come anytime you want. It's your house, after all. Ciao.
He ended the call and pocketed his phone. Who was that? I asked.
Gwen. She's on her way.
What? Maya and I exclaimed in unison.
Why are you freaking out?
He asked, flinching as we stormed toward him.
She's looking for her husband and we need help finding the necklace. It's a win-win.
We don't know her, I argued. Mrs. Miller's detective didn't find any record that she's married to Ian.
Ian travels all over the place. They could have been married on Lake Titicaca, and there wouldn't be a record of it, but it'd still be legal.
When is she coming?
Any minute now. She said she was in the area.
She just happens to be in the area? I questioned. And why did she call you and not me?
I don't know, maybe she tried to call you, but your phone is fried.
That was possible. Did you tell her about Ian? He arched his brow.
You know I don't like giving bad news. I'm here to help and then take a vacation, not have a woman get my shirt all wet with salty tears and a runny nose.
He shivered. Maya, perhaps you should warn Mrs. Miller that Gwen will be arriving soon. Maybe get her a cup of coffee. Or vodka. When Maya stepped out of the room, I turned to Frankie. I don't like that Gwen just happened to be in the area. At first, I believed she was Ian's wife. Then I was on the fence. Now I'm positive she's not married to him.
We won't know until Ian comes home. In the meantime, she can help look for the necklace.
I don't trust her. What if she's been looking for the necklace this whole time?
Wouldn't you be? If your husband ran off and married another woman, wouldn't you want to steal that cheating bastard's diamonds?
She didn't care that I was married to him. I thought it was odd. But then I thought some couples choose to have an open relationship. Who am I to judge? I don't buy it anymore. There's too much at stake.
It'll be fine. You'll see.
It wasn't. If Mrs. Miller was frigid with me, she was a full-blown North Pole blizzard when Gwen arrived. The two women locked eyes.
Why are you here? You're not married to Ian.
Mrs. Miller grated.
I am, but that's not your concern. Where's my husband?
Since you're not married to Ian, I don't know what husband you're referring to. Don't bother arguing. The detective only found one marriage record. Unfortunately, it's with her,
she said, flicking a manicured finger in my direction. I let that roll off me like water on a slip and slide. There was no way I was going to step in between two women who seethed with anger. We should find the necklace, I whispered to Maya. Mrs. Miller turned to me with daggers glinting in her gray eyes.
Forget the damn necklace. I'm sick of hearing about the necklace. Grayson will pay the ransom.
If you can find him in time. She rounded on me, forgetting her foe in the opposite corner.
If you hadn't pushed him into hiding, he would be here now.
I didn't push him into hiding. His crazy assistant director did.
I followed the media when the counterfeit scheme hit the news. Imagine my surprise when they announced Grayson was to be married that same weekend to a poker player. Imagine my same surprise when the detective turned up a marriage record between that same poker player and Ian. You pinned them against each other. And now, look what's happened. Grayson is lost, and Ian is being held hostage.
I gaped. If that was what she thought, no wonder she'd been the Frost Queen. Maya sniffled.
Grace, that's not...
Don't get involved.
She ground, cutting off Maya.
You let David run off after we just got him home again. He was missing for years.
A tear rolled down Maya's cheek. I watched in horror as Mrs. Miller unraveled, lashing out her anger and hurt. Words were striking with painful accuracy, and none would be forgotten and some unforgiven. Frankie, wine. As many bottles as you can carry, I said, jerking my head toward the kitchen.
Wine won't bring them back,
Mrs. Miller shouted.
Only money will bring them back.
Maya, please help Frankie bring glasses. Or a funnel. She didn't need to witness Mrs. Miller's display. No one did. But I couldn't bring myself to be angry with her. All of her sons were cut off from her. And where is her husband? No, I shook my head. She didn't need my anger to top off hers. She had enough of her own. What she needed was a bottle of wine and a nap. Mrs. Miller, can I show you something?
What?
She snipped. Just follow me, I said, leading her through the house and out to the patio where the pool glistened and blended with the ocean. She stopped and stared out at the point where the ocean greeted the sky. A wave of emotion crossed her face.
Stunning,
was all she said. I motioned for her to sit in a lounge chair while Maya pressed a wine glass into her hand. Take a break, I said. We'll regroup in a little while. With resignation and rounded shoulders, she slumped into the lounger and took a gulp of wine.
I'm sorry,
she said, still looking at the water.
I don't know what's gotten into me. I'm normally quite strong.
Maya's hand rested on her shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. We turned and escaped inside, allowing Mrs. Miller a chance to breathe.
I've never seen her like that. She's always been strong and opinionated, but she's never been cold and cruel,
Maya said. Where's her husband? I asked.
I'm not supposed to tell anyone, but since you're family, I can let you in on the secret.
I won't be family in a few days. Maya waved her small hand.
A technicality. Mr. Miller moved out.
So, they're separated. Why is that a secret?
The brothers don't know. Only I know.
You're kidding me. How long has it been?
A couple of years.
A couple of years? I sputtered. How has it been a secret this long?
Well, David was missing, Grayson was working, and Ian was traveling,
she said with a shrug. Frankie offered us each a glass of wine. I waved it away with the excuse that I needed to stay focused. Frankie tisked.
What you need is a stress reliever. Just think of last night. If we hadn't drank all that alcohol, we'd never have had the epiphany to crack the code.
We didn't have an epiphany. We had a taxi driver who knew zip codes.
And if we hadn't drunk martinis, we never would have hired the taxi, and therefore we'd still be stuck at the hotel.
He pressed the wine glass into my hand.
Time to make some brilliant discoveries.
Frankie turned toward the living room.
I'm off to see Gwen and give her one of my stress-relieving concoctions.
Sipping the wine, I returned to the prior conversation. Don't the Millers talk? What about holidays?
They might be a close family in some ways, but they don't talk about things that matter. It's a family of men and one woman who is as tight-lipped as the men are. They call me the family chatterbox.
I remembered Mrs. Miller saying the same. Why don't we go back to the study and search? I suggested. You can tell me about the family as we dig.
Ian has some pretty cool things, doesn't he?
She commented as we rounded back to the study. Yes, and they all need to be moved.
Why?
I think the only way to find the necklace is to move everything out of the study. Perhaps we'll stumble across it or find a safe. Right now, there's too much stuff. It's overwhelming. Her eyes roamed the room.
Well, if you think it will help.
I do. We'll have this done in no time, I said reassuringly and set my glass down on a nearby table.
Let's get started.
Between the two of us, we hauled nearly every item out, inspecting them as we went. We didn't find the necklace, but we found several items we couldn't name.
What is it?
Maya asked. It's a ball of some sort with holes.
Like a wiffle ball?
I guess. But this is larger and wooden. Frankie stepped into the room.
Both ladies are deep in their cups,
he said proudly.
I have a feeling they won't stir for hours.
That's probably for the best, I said.
What are you two doing? You've ripped this place apart.
We're moving everything in hopes we'll find the necklace. Here, catch, I said, tossing the ball at Frankie. He dodged with a squeal. Our eyes widened as the ball released spikes, stabbing into the wall next to Frankie's head. Frankie wheezed as he clutched his heart.
Are you insane? You could have killed me.
I gulped. I had no idea it was a weapon. Frankie eyed the lethal ball.
It's a good thing I never learned how to catch. Dodgeball was the only game where I was picked first.
He slid down the wall, panting.
How do we get it out of the wall without poking ourselves?
Maya asked. Let's hang a box on it for now. I don't want to touch it.
Me neither. What if the spikes are poisoned?
Maya asked. Frankie wheezed again and slumped over. I handed him my glass of wine. Thankfully, we won't find out. Let's get back to work, and this time, treat everything as a potential weapon.
I'm going to have a talk with Ian when he comes home,
Frankie said.
What kind of man leads his wife? sister-in-law, and a very handsome man into a death trap.
Someone who needs help,
Hello?
Remy called. In the study, I shouted. Perfect timing. He can help move the big furniture,
What's going on in here?
he asked, stepping over an African drum.
Nadia thinks the necklace is in here.
Maya said. What are you doing here? I asked. I thought you were going to stand at the hotel door like a ferocious watchdog ready to leap on Grayson the moment he showed his face.
I was told Grayson was tied up for the next 3 hours.
Tied up?
Frankie huffed.
Yeah, we know what that's code for, don't we, Nadia?
I'd rather not think about it. Let's move the furniture and see what we find. There's nothing here, I fumed 10 minutes later.
Why did you think it would be in the study?
Remy asked. I don't think it is. I know it is. I paced the empty room, knocking on the walls in various spots.
It was a good hunch.
He said.
I would have thought it would be the most likely place too. Maybe that's why he hid it somewhere else.
Possibly. I kicked a dust ball.
Let's take a short break and start in a new room,
Maya suggested.
I should check on Grace. She's been rather quiet.
That's because I gave her half of a sleeping pill.
Frankie said. You slipped a sleeping pill into her wine?
No need to thank me.
Maya, can you check on Mrs. Miller? I asked, suddenly nervous.
I'll check on Gwen.
Frankie offered, scooting from the room. You drugged Gwen too?
Drugged is such an ugly word. I helped them relax in a very stressful time.
2 hours later, I conceded that the necklace was not in the study. We'd dismantled everything we could and accidentally broke a few statues thinking they might hold the necklace. Mrs. Miller and Gwen had woken up groggy but not livid as I had imagined. The unscheduled rest had calmed both parties' nerves and had them offering to help. In separate rooms, of course. Remy left a short time ago, hoping to catch Grayson. Mrs. Miller made him promise to haul Grayson's behind back here, even if he had to use force. Judging from the scowl brewing on Remy's face, he didn't need Mrs. Miller's clearance. He was going to use plenty of force, plus a little extra for interest.
Should we order a pizza?
Frankie asked.
We've been working our butts off. I'm about ready to drop on mine.
There's a number to a pizza place on the refrigerator,
Maya said.
I'll call it in.
Do you need Frankie's phone?
You turned on my phone and nothing happened. I'm sure a call to a pizza place won't be a problem,
she said, heading to the kitchen. I wandered to the patio. The sun was sinking into the ocean, creating a rainbow of warm sparkles on the water. Even the pool water sparkled with color. This spot is magical, I thought as I heard soft footsteps behind me.
Why are you helping?
Mrs. Miller asked. Her voice didn't contain the anger it once had, but it wasn't warm either. I didn't have to turn to her to know she was only a few steps away. The sunset was too mesmerizing to miss a single second. I'm helping because that's what friends do, I answered. From what you said before, I can only imagine what you think of me. I won't offer excuses. I'm only here to help, and then I'm taking my vacation.
Before Remy left, he told me how you've tried to reach Grayson.
You mean how I charged the casino like a crazed buffoon? A small laugh had me glancing at her.
It fits the visual I had. But he also said that if he ever needed someone on his side, it would be you. Thanks to the unusual effects of the wine, I had time to rest and regroup. I've been pushing myself and haven't had a moment's peace thinking of my sons in God knows where, in the hands of God knows who.
She paused, holding her tears at bay.
While I might not understand your relationships with my sons, nor do I want to, I can see that I'm lucky to have you here with Maya and me. No matter what happens, I will always consider you my daughter-in-law.
I cleared my throat. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Don't worry. We'll find the necklace.
Remy said you are stubborn when you're on to something.
He would say that.
When I get my hands on my boys, I'm going to be stubborn too. We are going to have regular family times, like holidays. I'll threaten that I'll move in if they don't visit,
she said with a smile.
It'll take some time for them to include me in their lives and tell me what they've really been up to. David is obviously not the traveling salesman he pretends to be. And now I can't believe the only thing Ian does is travel. Just look at this house. Grayson.
She sighed.
Well, he's an open book. We'll be close again. It will just take time.
Maya said you were close. Maybe not in the traditional sense, but you stick together when it matters.
Maya is the one that keeps us close. God bless her. She's the chattering glue that kept us together, even when David went missing for those long, horrible years.
I smiled. I don't know a single person who doesn't like Maya.
Nor do I.
She also gives helpful advice.
Oh, like what?
Perhaps to become a close family, some secrets need to be revealed. The boys aren't the only ones holding back. Mrs. Miller eyed me.
She told you, didn't she?
Some secrets aren't meant to stay secret forever, especially for so long. How did you do it?
One gut-wrenching day turned into the next. Then years drifted by.
It's time to tell them.
Once I get my boys back, I'll tell them everything. But I'm so nervous, I'll never see them again. Where could the necklace be?
She wrung her hands together.
And if we find it, will the boys be released, unharmed?
She stared at the sinking sun.
We're running out of time. They'll want the necklace by morning.
Have they called again? She shook her head.
Not since the 24-hour mark.
They might call at the 12-hour mark. I reached into my pocket to pull out my phone to check the time, but I realized it was still in the rice bowl. What time is it? My phone took a swim this morning. Mrs. Miller's eyes wandered to the pool as she pulled out her phone.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? And look at the detail at the bottom. See how, when the sun sets, it hits those bottom rocks and they twinkle like stars? Pure magic.
She sighed.
I can't believe Ian kept this gem of a house a secret. Surely there is one room here I could squander away a week or two in without getting underfoot.
It was magic. The small circular design at the bottom of the pool shimmered just like diamonds. Wait, diamonds? Chapter 22. I dove into the pool, swimming down toward the middle. As I swam closer, I could see the design was made to look like a sun with sunbeams flaring in every direction. It was the necklace. It had to be. I reached for it, but it was set in a homemade tile, recently added by the looks of it. I swam to the surface. It's the necklace. I need something to pry the tile. Mrs. Miller's eyes widened as she dashed into the house. Maya! I shouted from the pool. Call Remy! Tell him to come immediately. We found it! Before long, Mrs. Miller returned with a very large butcher knife. I'm supposed to swim with this? Frankie, Maya, and Gwen gathered to watch as I dove back under. Using the knife to pry the tile loose, it popped out quickly. I swam to the side of the pool with the tile and knife in hand. Here, I said, handing the tile to Mrs. Miller. I tossed the knife off to the side so I could climb out.
This is it?
Maya asked, peeking around Mrs. Miller to get a better look.
It's gorgeous. Look at the size of those stones. How do we get it out?
Frankie asked. I think the tile is made with cheap stepping stone mix. I'm sure it can break apart. But I'd hate to accidentally ruin the necklace, I said, water streaming from my drenched clothes.
I'll get a towel,
Maya said, heading inside.
I have an outfit you can wear too.
I'm sure my other clothes are dry, I called, but it was too late. She was already on her way.
What should I do?
Mrs. Miller asked.
Should I call and tell them I have the necklace?
Do you know the number? Her face fell.
No, the call comes in as an unknown number.
Did Maya call Remy? Frankie nodded.
He's on his way.
Let's sit tight and wait for Remy. We still have until morning to hand over the necklace. I'm sure they'll call again.
I'm so relieved,
she said, shaking from head to toe.
But I can't get too excited until my boys are home.
I can clean the necklace,
Gwen offered, holding out her hand for the tile. Mrs. Miller shook her head.
Let's leave it in the tile. I can't take the chance of ruining it.
Since Ian never told you about me, I'm sure he also never mentioned that I'm a jeweler. I keep a kit in the car.
She headed toward the door.
I'll go get it.
She's a jeweler?
Frankie asked when she was out of earshot.
She looks more like a professional trophy wife. I have a hunch Ian might not be Gwen's first husband, and I doubt he'll be her last.
That might explain why she wasn't too upset that he married me.
And here I try to avoid dramatized soaps,
Mrs. Miller stated offhandedly. Since I met Frankie and the Miller brothers, my life has been nothing but one long soap, I said.
Ain't that the truth? They've been running her ragged. She's even sprouted a gray hair,
he said, pointing at a spot on my head. I don't have gray hair.
You do now.
Maya handed me a towel and then leaned over to inspect.
Oh, you have one. Or two. Don't worry. If you go blonde, it's less noticeable.
The Jaws theme music filled the air. We froze, listening to the sound. Where's it coming from? I stepped back from the water. Frankie plucked his phone from his pocket.
I forgot I assigned that ringtone to Muffin.
He pressed the answer button.
Got your land legs back?
I think I'll head inside and change into dry clothes, I said. The pizza should be here any minute.
No, she didn't say pizza,
Frankie said with a slightly higher than normal pitch. His eyes cut over to me with an accusatory glare.
She said Lisa should be here any minute.
Who's Muffin?
Mrs. Miller asked. I opened my mouth to explain. I closed it again. How could I explain Muffin to Mrs. Miller?
No, that's not what you heard,
Frankie argued.
I'm not going to give you the address. What do you mean you have it? Did you just GPS my phone, woman? Hello?
Frankie ended the call and glared pointedly at me.
Do you know how hard it is to find a word that rhymes with pizza?
I didn't know she was going to hear me.
You said pizza. That's like her supervillain call signal.
I thought it'd be donuts,
Maya said thoughtfully.
Maybe chicken. She does love chicken. Remember when you dressed up as a chicken and she called you her tasty chicken?
She asked Frankie.
I really thought she might take a chomp. You were her husband, after all.
Mrs. Miller's brow cocked as she glanced from Maya to Frankie. She leaned over to whisper,
I thought Frankie preferred, you know.
He married her to buy a yacht and found out she's a con artist. It looks like you'll get to meet her, I said, hiding a grin. Maya, you might want to order more pizzas. I'm heading upstairs. I was stopped by a phone ringing. We all turned in the direction of the sound. Mrs. Miller held her phone with shaking hands.
It's him.
Go ahead,
Maya urged softly.
We're all here and we have the necklace.
Mrs. Miller swallowed hard and steadied her hand long enough to press answer and bring the phone to her ear.
Hello?
We stood, watching Mrs. Miller with shallow breath.
I know it's 12 hours until the deadline. I have the necklace. What should I do?
She swallowed again.
I understand. I'll be there.
She waited for a moment before ending the call.
Well?
Maya was the first to ask, but we all stared at her with the same quizzical expression.
I have to board a plane. It leaves in 3 hours.
To where?
Freetown, in Sierra Leone.
Is that in Spain or something?
Frankie asked.
It's in Africa. Oh my God.
Her face paled.
I didn't think to bring my passport.
Glances darted back and forth as we realized none of us had passports.
I have my passport,
Gwen said from the patio door.
And I know my way around the city. I'll go.
I can't allow that.
Mrs. Miller said.
I'll find a way.
I can't see how you'll get around security without a passport, I said. Maybe Remy has a passport with him. Gwen didn't press the issue.
I'm here if you need me. I have my kit. Shall I clean the necklace?
Mrs. Miller was reluctant to hand over the precious item. It wasn't until Maya touched her sleeve and gave her a small nod that she hesitantly handed over the tile.
I'll be in the kitchen.
Gwen turned, nearly bumping into Remy.
Remy? Oh, thank goodness you're here. Do you have your passport with you?
Mrs. Miller asked.
No.
He said as a scowl formed.
I take it they called.
Just a moment ago. I have to board a plane to Freetown in 3 hours.
I hate to ask, but what about a visa to enter the country?
The sound of metal smashing into metal blasted through the house. We froze, listening to the twisting metal screech.
Was that a car accident?
Mrs. Miller asked. The front door crashed open. Remy pulled out his gun, but it was useless. Within seconds, we were surrounded by 6 men dressed in SWAT gear, wielding guns that could Swiss cheese us in a blink of an eye.
Put the gun down.
A man barked at Remy. I recognized him. It was the man from the Sierra Leone government, along with 5 of his men. Was his name Tete Camara? I tried to recall, but I was frozen from brain to toes. Remy reluctantly placed the gun on the ground, keeping eye contact with the man the entire time.
Kick it over.
The man ordered. Remy kicked the gun, sending it skidding to the man's feet. The man kicked it behind him to his men.
Hands over your head. Walk slowly. If you make any sudden moves, I won't hesitate to toss you over the cliff. Suicide rates are high this time of year.
He threatened as I followed the others inside the house. They led us to the dining room and tied our arms and legs to the chairs.
Please,
Mrs. Miller cried.
I have to board a plane. My sons.
I know all about your sons. You won't be making the flight.
Mrs. Miller and Maya disintegrated into tears.
How are you involved with the ransom?
Remy asked, trailing each man with assessing eyes.
We aren't,
Tata said, inspecting the ties. He's with the Sierra Leone government, or at least that's the lie he told me, I said, glaring at the man.
I am with the Sierra Leone government.
In what capacity?
Remy gritted.
In any capacity deemed necessary. Where's the necklace?
Quizzical glances flashed back and forth from our prison chairs. They didn't have Gwen. Did she escape? Did she steal the necklace as soon as Mrs. Miller handed it to her? This seems like an extreme way to find an engagement necklace, doesn't it? I asked, stalling.
It's become political. Where is it?
Just because the woman is engaged to the president doesn't mean it's political. The scraping sound of metal springing open and a cold blade on my throat had my attention. I froze as the blade bit into my skin. Maya squeaked and sobbed as the metallic scent of blood swirled my senses.
Have you ever heard of blood diamonds?
He growled low into my ear.
Don't you understand? The Millers are being held hostage to fund a movement. The funds will be used to overthrow the government. The rebels are bloodthirsty and will slaughter everyone, innocent women and children. It doesn't matter to them. 2 American men are not worth that price. They will not get the diamonds or the money.
And what happens to the necklace when you have it?
It will fund our army to hunt down the rebel group.
So no engagement present?
Frankie asked, completely off topic and thankfully so.
That's not right.
Kamara pulled the knife away and stared at Frankie as if he was an oddity. Of course, I thought. It was never an engagement present. I bet it wasn't stolen either. They wanted those funds just as much as the rebels.
War costs money,
he stated.
Where's the necklace? I won't ask again.
The words were gritty and threatening. It's being cleaned, I said.
Who has it?
Gwen. I don't know where she is.
Search the house,
he ordered. 4 men hurried out, leaving only Kamara and 1 armed man. The men in SWAT gear didn't talk, they didn't blink, they didn't move unless ordered. They were military drones. And scary as hell. It was only a matter of minutes when a scream pierced the silence. Gwen,
I think we found the necklace.
Kamara said smugly. Moments later, the four men returned with Gwen in their custody. They dragged her to a chair and tied her to it. One man held the necklace in his hand. It sparkled and twinkled like a beautiful ray of sunshine, not a weapon of war.
Hello?
A man said from the front door.
I have your pizza. Do you know your door is broken?
The delivery man stepped into the dining room and froze. One of Kamara's men moved toward him. The delivery man dropped the pizzas and screamed. He bolted for the door, screaming as he fled.
Let him go.
Kamara ordered.
We'll be gone before he can find help. Give me the necklace.
Kamara's face twisted into a dark sneer as he inspected the necklace.
It looks like we won the war,
he said, slipping it into his pocket and then giving a hand signal to the men. They headed out the door, not giving us a second glance. Kamara paused on his way out.
We only came for the necklace and to stop the ransom payment. My men are trained assassins. We will not stop until our mission is complete. I will leave you in peace, but it is in your best interest not to give me a reason to order your termination.
With those final words, he walked out. We were quiet, listening for sounds. Any sounds. Finally, an engine started and the vehicle sped down the road. Mrs. Miller and Maya slumped over in full-body sobs. I wilted at the thought of David and Ian never coming home. I didn't care what Kamara said. This wasn't over. If we could pay the ransom, then that's what we would do. I'd hate to fund rebels, but there must be a way. Oh my God, it's perfect,
Everyone scoot your chair to the person next to you, back to back.
Remy said.
We can untie each other.
Remy was the one closest to me. We scooted toward each other. As we fumbled with each other's knots, Remy said in a hushed voice,
As soon as we get out, I need you to come with me.
Where?
If we can't get to Grayson, we're taking his hotel down. This isn't over, Jet. Not by a mile.
I thought I was going to have to argue with you. I have a plan.
Tell me on the way. I don't want Maya or Mrs. Miller to overhear.
Why not?
Look at them. They're crying so hard they can't see to walk straight.
It will give them hope. Right now, they don't have any. The more hands on deck, the better.
Is that pizza I smell?
Muffin asked from the front.
Muffin, we're in the dining room.
Frankie called.
Help.
Muffin stepped next to the fallen pizza and glanced around quizzically.
Is this some kind of party game?
Chapter 23. We watched as Mrs. Miller walked to the front desk and asked for Grayson. The woman shook her head. Mrs. Miller smiled politely and took a seat in the lobby anyway. Step 1. Complete.
Let's get this plan in motion,
Remy said, surveying his SWAT team, which included Frankie, Muffin, Maya, and me.
Remember, stick to the plan.
I got this,
Muffin stated.
Just remember my Disneyland ticket you promised.
You'll have it tomorrow.
Muffin dashed inside. Her job was simple. Destroy and cause havoc.
Frankie and Maya, you're up.
I'm so nervous.
Frankie giggled as they slipped through the doors. Remy and I watched as they stepped to the front desk. Frankie bellowed in a loud, furious voice, demanding that the hotel refund his money. Maya played along, though not nearly as loudly. I had to hand it to Frankie. He really knows how to throw himself into a role. Mrs. Miller gave the couple a curious glance and then picked up a tourist magazine to leaf through. Glass shattered inside the building. Muffin. It's begun, I said. We should see security any moment. You do realize we could all end up in jail.
Grayson won't press charges once he knows.
A security guard ran through the lobby as another crash sounded. Mrs. Miller casually walked to the lobby restroom with the magazine tucked under her arm. A few moments later, she exited with a wisp of smoke trailing her. Steps 2, 3, and 4 are complete. I smiled and watched Mrs. Miller resume her station in the lobby. A window shattered above us, sending glass shards plummeting to the ground. Remy grabbed me and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the jagged glass.
Look out below!
Muffin shouted as objects launched out of the window. Everything from lamps to pillows were tossed. Nothing was left behind. Not even the TV. The front entrance was littered with debris in under a minute. Is that my room she's destroying? I asked, plucking a t-shirt from the debris. Yep, my shirt. I groaned and dropped it back into the debris. The fire alarm blared, sending staff and guests scurrying in every direction. Look, I said, pointing to the reception desk. The manager just picked up the phone. She must be calling the fire department.
The alarm goes directly to the fire department. She's calling Grayson. I bet he'll be here soon.
Guests poured from the building and huddled in the parking lot, camouflaging Remy and me. Frankie and Maya were still bellowing, Muffin was still tossing, and I was holding Remy's gun. His spare gun. He'd bestowed the great honor upon me of letting me see where he hides his guns in the trunk of his car. He'd emptied the spare gun of bullets before handing it over. Are you sure I need this? I asked.
Do you see any other way of stopping Grayson or Fiona? We need to separate them. The only way that will happen is with force.
Speaking of which, I watched as a car pulled into the lot, blocked by the growing crowd of guests and staff. A wailing fire truck pulled in after the car. The crowd scattered to allow the fire truck closer access, giving the car closer access as well. I glanced at the lobby one last time. Mrs. Miller was no longer there. Remy put his hand on my shoulder.
Jet, it's time to put on your crazy face.
As Remy and I dodged scurrying guests and firefighters to Grayson's car, I sent the text to Frankie, Maya, and Muffin to cease and scatter. Fiona stepped out of the car and had her eye on the hotel and fire crew. We surrounded Grayson before either of them knew what had happened.
Remy?
Grayson asked, perplexed until he saw the gun.
Have you lost your mind?
He growled until I held a gun to his back. Don't move! I shouted. Grayson stilled. Did he really think I was going to shoot him? I guess with both Remy and me masked in fierce scowls and wielding guns, one might never know. Tell Fiona to go ahead without you, I ordered.
It's my hotel.
Grayson argued.
I have to make sure everyone is safe.
They are. The fire was in a bathroom sink.
How do you know?
He asked, before the realization dawned.
You could have burned down my hotel and killed someone.
I still have time, I replied, pressing the gun harder. It's time to go. Head to the south parking lot. If you make any attempt to escape or fight, I will shoot. It seems a waste to kill you, so I might just shoot you in the leg. You remember what it feels like to be shot, don't you? Remy showed me where a bullet would cause the most pain. My voice sounded eerily calm, even to my ears. Of course, I had no intention of causing him pain, and I had no bullets to carry out my threat, but the lies were chilling nonetheless. Fiona turned to find Grayson surrounded. We blocked the guns with our bodies.
Tell her to go ahead,
Remy warned.
Fiona, start assessing damages and make sure everyone is okay. I'll be there in a minute.
Her eyes targeted mine as she spoke to Grayson.
You'll need to come.
I'll be there in a minute.
But...
Go!
He ordered. She sent a seething glare in my direction and then turned to leave.
There are witnesses. You won't get very far.
Grayson said to us.
Everyone is watching the firefighters and worrying about their luggage.
Remy countered with a grin.
I think we've wasted enough time.
I nudged Grayson, and we were soon crossing to the quiet end of the lot.
Why are you doing this?
Grayson asked, shooting daggers my way. See Remy's car up ahead?
Yes, I suppose you're going to abduct me now.
There's someone in there that needs your help, I said.
In case you haven't noticed, my hotel needs me right now.
That is a building. I'm talking about people, or can't you see past your ledger? A few more feet and we were next to the car. Grayson slowed to a dead stop. Please, I said, feeling the fatigue of the day finally hit me. Just see who's in the car. Once you hear the story, you can go. Before he could argue, the passenger window rolled down.
Grayson Floyd Miller, get your butt in the car this instant before I come out and make you.
Mom?
Grayson stepped to the car.
What are you doing here? Why didn't you call?
Floyd? Remy and I grinned at each other.
We've all tried to call you.
Mrs. Miller gritted.
How can one man be so smart, yet so stupid? That bimbo has been intercepting your calls for months.
I talked to her.
It didn't help. If you haven't noticed, she's crazy. Who else would work around the clock with you?
Grayson ran his fingers through his hair.
I've been so busy I hadn't noticed. I guess I'll have to let her go.
He guesses.
Let me take care of the hotel situation. We can grab a drink tonight.
He offered, and then looked pointedly at Remy and me.
I won't press charges.
Good thing, because it was your mom who set the fire.
Remy said with a shake of his head.
Sending your mom to jail. Not cool.
Grayson stared open-jawed. Get in the car. We're not done yet, I ordered.
I said I'd fire Fiona. Isn't that what you wanted?
Once again, this isn't about Fiona or me, I snapped. Your brothers are being held hostage. My plan was to break the news gently, but instead I roared like a lion whose meal had escaped. Grayson froze. The only sign he was still coherent was a single blink.
Honey, please get into the car.
Mrs. Miller pleaded with a sniffle.
You're the only one who can help. The plane leaves in 2 hours. We don't have much time.
Grayson nodded and slipped into the back seat. Remy hopped in on the driver's side, and I slid in beside Grayson but kept my distance. When Remy drove out of the parking lot, I felt it was safe to return the borrowed gun.
Tell me everything,
Grayson said, glaring at the returned gun. Mrs. Miller relayed the story from the beginning but had to pause as she searched for a tissue. Remy then took over until Mrs. Miller was able to tell the rest. I watched Grayson's face turn from panic to fury and then to business. The switch was amazing. No longer was he thinking of his hotel or casinos. His attention was solely focused on the task at hand. His barrage of questioning delved into the particulars and never got caught on the tangled path of the whys or what-ifs that the rest of us were battling.
So, the plane leaves in 2 hours and I need $15 million.
He summed up as if he was in a business meeting. I watched his features retain a professional mask while his eyes saw beyond the road and into a world of calculations. He might be sitting in the car, but his mind was in a million other places.
Where are we going now?
To the airport,
Remy said.
I don't suppose you have your passport on you?
It's on the jet.
What jet? I asked.
My jet.
He answered as if everyone had their own personal jet. Grayson gave Remy the directions to the hangar.
I'll message the crew to return and file an emergency flight plan and visa. I can take cash from the casino and refund it when I return.
I was thinking, I don't suppose you have any of the counterfeit money left, I said. I'd hate to fund a war with legal tender. Perhaps they could be fooled.
We handed over everything. However,
he paused in thought.
There was a bundle that was found recently in Jason's old office. I'm pretty sure it's counterfeit. I can filter it in with bundles of real money.
We'll have plenty of time to do that on the plane,
Mrs. Miller stated. We all gaped at her. You don't have your passport with you, and it could be dangerous, I said, knowing none of her boys would want her to risk her life.
I'll stay on the plane. I'm not leaving Grayson to do this on his own.
I'm going alone,
Grayson stated.
There's no reason to let anyone else come to harm.
I'm going. I won't have all 3 of my sons held for ransom or killed,
she insisted.
And how would you stop that from happening when you can't leave the plane?
He asked with a raised eyebrow.
I'll be on the plane when you bring them back. They might need medical attention.
She pulled out another tissue.
I'm going, Grayson.
Grayson's jaw clenched, and I could see him formulating an argument.
Where's Dad?
Simple, but effective. Mrs. Miller paled and clutched her tissue. How much farther to the airport? I asked Remy, stalling Mrs. Miller's answer. The last thing Grayson needed to think about was his parents' separation. Of course, I'm sure he'd have a solution for that, too.
Only a few more miles,
he answered, glancing in the rearview mirror.
If I stay here,
Mrs. Miller said, grasping at words,
promise me that whatever happens, you will come home.
Of course I'll come home.
But if you find there is no way to rescue David or Ian.
She stopped.
I'll find them and bring them home.
David is resourceful, and Ian knows the country. You don't.
A tear fell. Grayson rested his hand on his mother's shoulder.
And you are a housewife that set a hotel fire to abduct her son,
he said with a smile.
We all have our talents. Mine is negotiation with a huge bank account to support me. I will bring them home.
Mrs. Miller nodded. The next mile was quiet until Grayson said to me,
I thought I saw you yesterday, but I wasn't sure. I should have stopped.
It's okay. Frankie and I wouldn't have made sense at the time. Your martinis pack a punch. And we would have never figured out Ian's gate code without the taxi driver. Everything happened for a reason. I'm just glad you're helping now. I can't think of what we'd have done without you.
You're resourceful. I'm sure you would have stormed Sierra Leone and saved David and Ian,
he said, a smile hinting at the corners. A wave of warmth filled me as I listened to his teasing tone, a hint of the Grayson I remembered. Remy pulled in front of the hangar. The crew was already assembled and performing their flight checks. We stepped out of the car and walked with Grayson to his plane. Remy and I lingered behind, allowing Mrs. Miller as much time with Grayson as possible.
I'll need your phone,
he said to his mom.
I'm sure they'll call with instructions.
She handed over her phone with trembling hands. He gave her a hug and stepped onto the plane.
I'll see you in a day or two,
he promised. Turning to duck inside, his eyes caught mine. A small smile. That was all I could see before he disappeared inside. We returned to the car and watched as the plane positioned itself on the runway.
Do you think he'll be okay?
Mrs. Miller asked, shaking with streaming tears. The plane raced down the runway until it shot off into the sky. Remy glanced into the rearview mirror at me. His eyes were hard. I'm sure they will be fine, I said, though the words felt hollow. We knew it'd take a miracle for all three to return unharmed. There was nothing we could do but wait. Chapter 24. As I was heading out of the hotel, Muffin barreled toward me with shopping bags hanging from her arms and mouse ears propped on her head. Did you have fun at Disneyland? I asked.
That mouse sure knows how to have fun. You should have come. It would have perked you up. You've been a bear these last 2 days,
she said, jostling past me.
I have to get upstairs and sort these bags.
I'm heading to the beach, I said to her as she raced into the hotel. The sun was about to set, and the beach seemed like the only peaceful place to be. It had been 2 days with no word from the Miller boys. Maya and Mrs. Miller waited at Ian's house. Frankie was busy taking Hollywood by storm, and I made my home on the beach. I sat down and dug my feet into the sand, watching as the sun melted into the ocean. My pocket jostled, sending me scurrying to my feet. I looked around to see if a crab had picked a fight with my shorts. It was only when my pocket vibrated again that I realized it was my phone. It works. I pulled it out and stared in wonder. It finally works. I quickly answered the call.
Hi, kitten,
Caleb said.
I've been trying to reach you. How's your vacation?
I laughed. It was the worst vacation ever, but hearing his voice brightened my somber mood tenfold. My phone took a swim. I haven't been able to use it until now.
The hazards of a beach vacation. I've lost several phones that way.
I didn't correct him or fill him in on the details. It was wonderful just to hear his warm, smiling voice. "What have you been up to?" I asked, switching the subject.
Just keeping the table warm and dodging Jessica. I don't recommend it.
"Why is she chasing you this time?"
There was a photo shoot last night for a new website I'm promoting. I refused to use the model she hired.
That must have set her off. What was wrong with the model?
Nothing. She was very pretty.
Then why didn't you stand in the photo with her? He paused, and then said hesitantly,
She's not you, kitten.
"It's been 3 days, and no word from anyone," I said, taking a gulp of my martini. "I'm not sure how much longer I can last without a sliver of news."
They're probably on their way home right now. Have you heard from Maya?
Frankie asked. "She's been calling every few hours now that my phone works, except her last call was a while ago. Maybe she's having dinner with Mrs. Miller."
Or maybe the Miller boys are back and they're having a reunion while you're stewing.
Are you two still drinking?
Muffin plodded over.
We're on vacation. Of course we're drinking,
Frankie said.
Actually, I haven't touched a drop since G-Day. I've been too busy shopping. We should go to my room. I'll show you all my purchases.
No thanks, Muffin and I said in unison. He tisked.
Maya would have.
What's G-Day? I asked.
The day we took down Grayson. That's a day that will be immortalized as G-Day.
I drank the last sip of martini and stood. I'm heading to the beach. The sun is about to set.
You've watched the sunset every night. Let's dress up and go clubbing.
Frankie pleaded.
I need a wingman, and you're the closest thing I've got. We'll just spruce you up a bit. Maybe brush your hair for starters.
It's the ocean breeze, I said, attempting to rake my fingers through the snarls. I can't seem to keep it from getting tangled.
Come to my room. I have a great hair product that will work wonders,
Frankie said.
What about me?
Muffin asked.
I'm a great wingman. If you want a man, I can get you one.
Without threatening bodily harm and dragging him like a caveman?
Frankie asked with an arched brow.
That only works during roleplay.
She waved him off.
I only act tough so men know I wear the pants in the family. I don't want them thinking I'm a submissive wife.
We both stared at her. Frankie cleared his throat.
I choose Nadia to be my wingman. It'll help boost her confidence.
Are there any of your fancy pants men here?
Muffin asked.
Nope. None.
He's had his eye on that guy over there at the bar, I said, smiling at Frankie's open-jawed scowl.
The one with the leopard print pants?
She arched her brow and cracked her knuckles.
We'll have to work on your taste in men later. This one will bleed you dry with expenses for clothing and hair gel.
We watched as she maneuvered over to the man. His eyes widened when he realized he was her target. She leaned over to talk to him. He flinched at first, but then began listening intently. Did he just smile? I asked.
Just look at those beautiful teeth.
Frankie sighed, but Muffin made him smile. She's probably giving him the same line she gives all her victims.
Do you think so?
Frankie perked. That's not a good thing.
Oh my God. They're walking over here. How do I look?
He patted his hair, checked his breath, and smoothed his Hawaiian shirt. You look. I never finished. Frankie jumped from the table, jostling the glasses, and lunged for the man's hand to shake it.
I'm Frankie. You must be Brad Pitt.
Frankie shamelessly flirted. The man beamed as Frankie offered to buy him a drink. Before they headed to the bar, Frankie said,
Nadia, go watch your sunset. Your services are no longer required. Muffin's on deck.
What lie did you tell Brad? I asked Muffin when they left.
He doesn't look anything like Brad Pitt,
Muffin stated.
If there are any lies, it's that one.
Muffin, I warned.
I just told him that Frankie has a successful business.
And he's inheriting money from a dead grandfather. I filled in the missing piece.
No, that's my thing.
Then what did you tell him?
I might have said that he only has a few weeks to live and has no one to inherit the business. The idiot bought it.
I shook my head. I'm heading to the beach. Have fun being the wingman,
I can be your wingman, too,
she said.
There's a man in the lobby that keeps looking at you.
I scanned the lobby. Ian! He smiled as I bolted from the table and raced over to hug him. Ian, is it really you? I asked, inspecting him for mishandling. He chuckled.
Yes, of course it is. I'm fine.
I was so worried. Is everyone safe?
Everyone is fine. Just a few scrapes, but nothing a Band-Aid won't cure.
What are you doing here?
I dropped off Grayson and then spotted you.
Do you have a few minutes? I was going to watch the sunset on the beach.
That sounds wonderful. Let's grab a bottle of wine,
he said, flagging down the concierge.
We'll bill it to Grayson.
My smile slipped. Poor Grayson was going to receive lawyer bills and bar tabs after he just forked out $15 million. Will you tell me what happened? I asked as we headed to the beach with a bottle of the hotel's finest wine.
I was caught in the beginning of an uprising. I had a feeling it was about to happen, but I had a few things to do before I could leave Africa. Luckily, I'd had the sense to hide the necklace.
We settled into the sand and each took a swig of wine from the bottle. Those postcards were complete crap. Next time, send easier clues.
How hard is A is for alligator?
Quite hard. He chuckled.
Well, you saved the day.
No, Grayson did. How is he? Ian smirked.
Still have a soft spot for him?
I shrugged.
He's fine. Just a few bruises. Unfortunately, the internet can be a useful tool for terrorists. Once they discovered who he was, they demanded more money for our release. By that time, David and I were brought to a different building for holding while the transfer was made. It was less secure, and we were able to escape without too much bloodshed.
Whose blood? I questioned.
David's. He was shot in the leg as we escaped.
Is he okay?
As soon as we were out of the country, we stopped for medical attention. He's fine, but you'd think he lost a limb the way Mom and Maya are flustering over him.
I smiled at the image. I'm sure he likes the attention.
For now, I escaped before they could quarantine me to my bedroom.
Smart move.
Speaking of moving, my study has been reorganized. Do you know anything about that?
We tore the study apart looking for the necklace.
But you did find a necklace in the study, didn't you?
It was more of a statement than a question. I felt a flush rushing through my neck and face. Yes.
Why didn't you take it?
You didn't finish the card, and I don't need divorce diamonds. We were hardly married.
Don't think of them as divorce diamonds. I want you to have them, and not because I feel guilty about marrying you under Grayson's nose. I would do it again in a heartbeat. I truly want you to have them.
And the unfinished card?
I said everything that needed to be said to Grayson on the flight back.
He glanced at me.
You know nothing happened between us that night, right?
I had my suspicions, but I wasn't sure.
You can rest assured. Nothing happened between us. I never take advantage of women who pass out in my bed, especially my own wife.
He smirked. Good to know. I'm sure that will make your real wife feel better.
You're my real wife. Well, at least for a few more days. If you care to fool around during that time, I wouldn't say no.
He laughed when I playfully elbowed him in the ribs. I meant Gwen, I said, eyeing him for a reaction. I still didn't know what to think of Gwen.
Gwen?
Yes, Gwen Miller. Your wife. Ian paused.
Gwen was here?
Maybe she really is Ian's wife, I thought. She introduced herself as your wife and helped look for the necklace, I said. Are you okay? You have an odd expression.
My wife?
Ian coughed.
No, she's not my wife, and she's a thief.
A thief? As in stealing your heart, right?
A jewel thief, to be precise.
She took the necklace from us right before the Sierra Leone thugs showed up. Thank heavens she didn't leave with it. I had a feeling I couldn't trust her, but she didn't do anything to warrant the mistrust. Ian paused again.
How long was the necklace in her possession before the Sierra Leone men showed up?
Not too long, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. His head fell back with a dry laugh. At my confused expression, he finally explained,
She stole the diamonds.
But I saw the men take the necklace.
I guarantee she'd already switched the diamonds.
But how?
It's one of her many skills. She only goes after expensive pieces that she can replicate. Most victims don't know they've been stolen from until the piece is appraised for insurance or sale. It's not the first time she's stolen from me. I have a feeling it won't be the last.
How do you know her?
She visited my diamond mine one day.
He shook his head as he remembered.
A beautiful blonde out in the middle of nowhere. She looked as if she owned the land she was trespassing on. I hate to admit it, but I was too enthralled to question. She stayed for dinner and disappeared the next day with a pocket full of rare diamonds.
Back up the train. You have a diamond mine?
I've owned it for a few years. It's a small mine that doesn't yield many diamonds. However, what we do find is extremely rare.
How many people work for you?
I hired one family. There are 22 of them, and they take care of almost everything, including my estate and land. Even the grandma has her job of scolding me and then feeding me.
Why does she scold you?
I couldn't tell you since she speaks an old dialect, which for the life of me I can't understand. I just smile and eat, and then she gives me a pat on the head and scoots me out the door. God, I love her,
He said with a fond smile. So the necklace was yours?
It was commissioned.
He explained.
I started hearing rumors of an uprising. When the courier didn't pick up the necklace, I knew someone else would be knocking down my door. We shut down the mine, and the family crossed the border. I flew home with the necklace for safekeeping.
Will the family return?
Of course. We have a good working relationship and depend on each other. They'll be back in a month or two.
Why did they have to leave? Is it dangerous?
We don't want our diamonds to become blood diamonds. Government takeover requires money. The easiest access to funding weapons is with diamonds. It's safer to shut down and leave.
Did the rebels get the 15 million? I asked, feeling sick at the thought of bloodshed. He smiled.
We escaped before the exchange.
So the government has a fake necklace and the rebels don't have ransom money, I thought out loud. It's perfect. But will they come back for the necklace or you? He shrugged.
I'll lie low and see what happens. But I'm sure they've already found their next victim.
That wasn't too comforting, but at least neither party had the necklace or the cash, and the Millers were back home.
The sunset is beautiful,
He commented.
For a few days I feared I might never see one again.
I'm glad you're home to see it, I said with a smile. Ian glanced toward the hotel. As he looked back at the sunset, I noticed a glimmer in his eye. Perhaps it was just the sun's reflection. That's what I thought until he leaned over and whispered into my ear.
Do you want to see how much he likes you?
I turned toward him in confusion. Who? Was all I could say before Ian planted a kiss on my lips. It was firm, but brief and unaffected. He pulled away with a wink, right before he hopped up and ran across the beach. I was left sitting in the sand in utter confusion until I saw Grayson storm by, chasing after Ian. I watched as they raced down the beach. The waves and breeze swallowed their hollers.
Would you look at those two idiots?
Frankie said, not knowing he was referring to Grayson and Ian. He plopped down next to me and grabbed the bottle. What happened to Leopard Pants?
I found out what Muffin told him. She's no longer my wingman.
Do you need me to fill in? His eyes brightened.
Really?
I eyed the two idiots who fell into the water as they wrestled. Yep, nothing to see here. Chapter 25. The next night, the last night of vacation, Frankie sniffled into a tissue as he stood on the beach in front of a handful of family and friends gathered to witness Maya and David renew their vows under the stars, surrounded by candles tucked into the sand. He hiccuped as he recited the ceremony passages by heart. Frankie wasn't the only one sniffling. Even Muffin was discreetly wiping her eyes on her sleeve. The simple and enchanting ceremony was planned in less than 12 hours. I had received Maya's frantic call at 8 in the morning, ordering me to get out of bed for a shopping trip. The shopping trip took an entire day. We raced from store to store to find the perfect dress. I begged her not to shop for shoes since we'd be on the beach anyway. Then it was off to the salon. Then to a family dinner. A Miller family dinner. I sat between Maya and Ian, dodging Grayson's glowering stare. It was worth it, I thought, as I watched David and Maya standing at the edge of the water, gazing into each other's eyes. As he leaned his weight on his good leg, he took Maya's hands into his with a tender smile as she spoke to him.
David, when you're far away, it feels as though my heart travels with you. It has belonged to you since we first met. It will always be yours no matter how far away you wander, no matter how long you're gone, and no matter how much I hate it. I love you with all my heart. You're my past, my present, and my future. You're my everything.
Maya, you are my light, my beacon. On those days when I never thought I'd survive, to the nights filled with nothing warm but my memories of you, you kept me safe. You kept me going. You are my one love, my only love. When we are parted, I only want you. And when we're together, I only see you. You are my everything.
Frankie sniffed into his damp tissue as he attempted to finish the ceremony.
Oh, to hell with it.
He sobbed.
Just kiss your wife.
I quietly chuckled at Frankie as Maya and David kissed to a spattering of applause. Glowing paper lanterns were set free and floated up to the twinkling sky. Nice ceremony, I said, handing tissues to Frankie.
Nice?
He questioned.
It was beautiful. Did anyone take any pictures? I need a copy for the website.
Drinks are on me.
David called, leading Maya to the hotel.
I'm in,
Muffin said, plowing past.
The night is still young.
Ian whispered in my ear.
We still have plenty of time to make Grayson angry. Did you see the way he nearly launched over the table at me during dinner?
You were playing with my hair, I said. You really shouldn't tease him. I'm already on his shit list, and you're not helping. Ian paused to eye me quizzically.
You really don't see it, do you?
See what? He shook his head.
Grayson's jealous. He's never been jealous about anyone. Until you.
No, he's mad, I said, watching Grayson cross the beach alone to the hotel. I knew he wouldn't be at the bar with the rest of the wedding party.
I have that effect on him,
Ian said with a lazy smile.
You might have heard a few stories about me. I'm a horrible brother to Grayson. He was always so perfect and worked hard for whatever he wanted. He was always focused on school or work. The perfect son. As the imperfect younger brother, I could hardly resist the temptation to vex him. I'd steal his girlfriends just to get a reaction.
It sounds like you didn't try to resist at all.
True, but it never worked. The most I received was an annoyed glance.
He didn't care?
If he did, he didn't let it show. I never expected him to wrestle me into the ocean yesterday.
Ian grinned.
I'll remember that until my dying breath. Did I tell you he forced me to sign the divorce papers your lawyer sent to him?
He did. You signed them? Ian nodded.
You are free. I would have signed them for you either way, but I didn't make it easy on him. I stalled until David had to break us apart.
David is injured. He shouldn't have tried to break you apart.
Have you seen him? He's built like an armored truck. He did more damage to us.
Perhaps you should retreat to separate corners for now.
He'll have plenty of space to retreat for a while. I have a plane to catch.
You're leaving so soon?
For a good reason.
At my raised brow, he said simply,
To catch a thief.
I awoke early the next morning to walk on the beach for the last time. The peaceful waves rolled on the sand and over my feet. I'd missed the beach, but after a long and turbulent vacation, I was glad to go home. With a final glance at the ocean, I turned with a sigh and headed to the hotel. Frankie said if we headed out early enough, we might be able to ditch Muffin. It weighed on my conscience. However, another 10-hour car ride with her might make me do something I'd regret. I can't strand her, I thought as my shoulders slumped over. My phone chirped. Reading the text from Caleb, heat spread through me.
Tonight's the night, kitten. My house, midnight.
My phone chirped again.
Don't forget to pack an overnight bag.
I quickly typed my reply. Did you forget I'm going to win? Pack a bag filled with money for me to take home. See you soon. I grinned as I headed to the hotel.
It's about time you got back.
Muffin scolded from the parking lot.
We're ready to leave.
You're awake. I thought for sure after last night you'd be sleeping until noon.
A few martinis won't stop me,
she said.
I already found my new husband.
Where is he?
Right here,
she said, yanking him from the car. The man clutched her mighty fist, attempting to wiggle free.
Hurry up and get Frankie. We need to cross the Nevada border so Frankie can marry us legit.
Frankie strolled out the front door with Leopard Pants Man. Frankie smiled and boisterously laughed at something the man said. When Frankie spotted me, he scurried over.
Change of plans,
he said under his breath. I see that. Are you bringing Leopard Pants home with you?
Yes. He wants to see Vegas, and I thought I could flaunt him around while Mark's serving his 2 weeks.
That's ridiculous. Just admit you like Mark. Frankie sniffed.
I refuse to admit to a lie. Anyway, now that Muffin is bringing a husband home, there's no room for you in the car.
I thought we were leaving her here.
As a single woman, she's a nuisance, but as someone else's wife, she's his problem.
He's from here. He doesn't have a home in Vegas. Where are they going to stay? Frankie blanched.
Oh, I didn't think about that. She's going to want to stay at your place with him. Drat, she's done it again.
Get her out of the car this instant. He eyed Muffin and deflated.
Just lie low for a while.
I have to live somewhere. What about Gus?
I'll take care of Gus.
What about me?
Do I have to think of everything?
He huffed.
Just be thankful I found you a ride home.
He pushed a piece of paper at me that had a phone number jotted down. Who did you pawn me off on? Let me think. A serial killer? Maybe you booked passage in the monkey cage of a traveling circus? Frankie waved me off.
You're being dramatic again. Just call the number. You'll thank me later.
He bustled to the car and hopped in. I watched as Lucille bounced around until everyone was in their seats. I sighed and glanced at the phone number. Well, maybe the person was only a little crazy. I can deal with that. I'm surrounded by crazy. I called the number and waited.
Hi.
A voice greeted. I knew the voice. It was warm and soft. It was the voice that drifted through my dreams every night. I turned to find him walking out of the hotel, his molten gray eyes fixed on me. Grayson. Hi. I returned the greeting as he stepped close.
Frankie told me there was a damsel in distress.
Not distressed, just stranded. I pointed to Lucille's packed quarters. His hand lifted to tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. His fingers trailed my neck and throat until he had to consciously pull away. Muffin wrenched her door open and climbed out.
That's it. I'm sitting in back. How can I get a moment's peace with you trying to leap from the car every 2 seconds? This is dreadful on Bear. Riding in back makes him car sick.
She looked over at Grayson.
Hey, do you got handcuffs?
No, I don't.
He answered, perplexed.
I thought all you rich men in suits were kinky bastards. I read. I know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you have handcuffs.
He doesn't have handcuffs, but the police do, I added, deterring her from continuing. She slid a glance at me.
That's cold,
she said, yanking out Leopard Pants and climbing in the back seat with her future husband. Leopard Pants ran to the front seat and hopped in.
Would you care to fly home on the jet?
Grayson asked me, amused by the spectacle. Yes, I answered, thrilled not to have to ride in the back seat with a carsick Muffin and her escaping fiancé. As Frankie backed out of the parking spot, he hollered out the window.
Good luck tonight. I hope you win.
Grayson's glance slid from Frankie to me.
Do you have a tournament tonight?
Well, it's... I stuttered. Muffin leaned out her window.
It's with that man that redid the floor.
Muffin's eyes glazed over.
See if he'll do it shirtless like when he did the floor. In fact, have him swing by my apartment tonight. I think there's work that needs to be done.
You're not moving into my apartment, I warned.
You're going to lose anyway,
she stated.
I might as well use our apartment while you're gone.
Gone?
Grayson asked, his eyes calculating threads of the story. Frankie's eyes widened as he began slowly pulling away.
I'm sure she'll be fine. Caleb has to lose eventually, right? And it's only for a year. I'm sure she'll win.
Grayson turned to me in understanding. His eyes glinted.
You wagered with Caleb again? What are the stakes?
$1 million against a year with Nadia,
Muffin answered.
Personally, I think he'd rather have a real woman like me.
Shush, woman.
Frankie barked, then turned to me.
See you at home. Or not.
He tittered, gunning out of the parking lot. The spark in Grayson's eyes had me running after Lucille. Frankie, stop the car. I'll ride in the trunk. He waved and yelled,
The trunk is full. Think of this as character building.
I stopped, catching my breath as he sped down the road and out of my clutches.
Looks like we have the day to ourselves,
Grayson said, walking toward me with a sly smile.
What would you care to do?
I thought we were flying home, I said warily. He smiled, warming my insides but putting me on edge.
We'll fly home after the wager.
But then I'd forfeit. Caleb would win automatically, that's not fair.
Then I'll have to keep you for a year.
Grayson said, wrapping his arms around me.
Perfect timing, too, since I gave my notice to Rotunda.
You did? Why? I asked, baffled.
I want you more than my ledger, as you so aptly called it.
I can't believe you quit. What about money?
If I never work another day in my life, I'd still have enough money for 10 lifetimes, and I'd give it all away just to be with you.
My throat constricted.
I was lost in ledgers before I met you, and I was lost after you were gone. I didn't understand my feelings until you were out of my reach. I'm so sorry for everything I put you through. If you'll let me, I'll prove every day that you'll always come first.
He paused as his fingers played with my hair.
Nothing ever happened between Fiona and me. I've heard rumors of what people think happened while we worked late. It's only that, rumors. She could never replace you. Even though I know she wanted to. It's only ever been you.
I stood still, soaking in his words and the heat of his arms.
I've never been jealous in my life, and I've never ached for someone when they've left until you. I might have been upset for a while, but I never stopped caring. Please forgive me.
I watched in stunned silence as he lowered his lips to mine. Searing heat whipped through as his mouth hovered close.
I love you, Nadia. I will always love you.
A rushing sound filled my senses, rendering my head as blank as his crisp white shirt. He closed the sliver of space and kissed me, claiming my lips. I wrapped my arms around him and gave into his searing kiss, at least for this one moment. I had no intention of backing out of the wager. I had promised Caleb. I had to do it. Even if I do love Grayson. This has been Cashing Out, Book 3 of the Nadia Wolf series, written by Nicolette Pierce. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Copyright 2013 by Nicolette Pierce. Production copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing.